Log in to vote now at abc.net.au/classic.
ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. The Prime Minister and opposition leader are making their final pitches to voters with polling booths open across the country. Kathleen Calderwood reports.
After starting the day in Melbourne, both leaders will go on to vote in their own electorates in Sydney. Prime Minister Scott Morrison has defended his government's management of the pandemic, arguing the coalition is a steady hand moving forward.
Despite the early setbacks, we got in there and we turned it around.
Labor leader Anthony Albanese says his party will look after those struggling to make ends meet.
I want an economy that works for people, not the other way around.
The Electoral Commissioner Tom Rogers says a record number of eligible Australians voted early via the post or at pre-polls.
This election, clearly, that will be at least at the 50% mark, if not a little more.
Polling closes around the country at 6 p.m.
The Labor Party is seeking an injunction in the federal court over what it's called misleading signs in the key Victorian seat of Higgins. Leanne Wong reports from Higgins.
Photos posted to social media show green-coloured signs telling voters to place Labor last in preferences. The Greens have called the signs desperate tricks, while the Labor Party is seeking an injunction with the federal court to remove the signs. The signs state they've been endorsed by the Business Owners and Contractors Union. The Liberal Party says it did not authorise the signs. The Australian Electoral Commission has told the ABC it's received a complaint about the signs and is reviewing the matter. Traditionally a safe Liberal seat, Higgins has experienced a rise in support for the Greens in recent years.
And the Liberal Party's Katie Allen has denied all knowledge of the posters. Meanwhile, the Victorian Liberals have made a complaint regarding election material for the independent candidate in the seat of Kooyong that are written in Chinese. But the Liberals claim the authorisation was only made for Monique Ryan's signs in English. She's fighting Liberal Josh Frydenberg for the traditionally blue ribbon seat. The Australian Electoral Commission says it's been made aware of such signage before and has been in contact. It says the matter is being rectified. Political analysts will be keeping a close eye on the results for the ultra-marginal Victorian seat of Chisholm in Melbourne's East, a key battleground for both the Liberals and Labor. Incumbent Liberal MP Gladys Liu won the seat in 2019 with a razor-thin margin of 0.5%. Campaigning this morning, Ms Liu says she's proud of the Morrison government's record.
As we can see, the unemployment rate is record low, 3.9%, and that is amazing. And for women, it's as low as 3.7%. That is unheard of. So I'm very proud to be the Morrison team.
Chisholm Labor challenger Karina Garland says she's been overwhelmed by the support received during the campaign.
We've worked as hard as we can, and it's the final day of voting now. We've had 2 weeks of pre-poll and people have been so supportive. We'll obviously see what the result is tonight, but we're feeling really motivated by the encouragement.
After months of holding out, the last Ukrainian stronghold in the devastated city of Mariupol has fallen. According to the Kremlin, today's evacuation of 531 troops means almost 2,500 Ukrainian fighters have now surrendered from the city's Azov-style steelworks in recent days. Moscow has released no information about where the soldiers who left today are being evacuated to, but previous buses have been sent to Russian-controlled territories. The commander of the Azov regiment, Denis Prokopenko, released this video message.
The higher military command has given the order to save the lives of the soldiers of our garrison and to stop defending the city. Despite heavy fighting and a lack of supplies, we have constantly emphasized the 3 most important priorities for us: the civilians, the wounded and the dead.
Police are scaling back their search for a man who's missing in Victoria's Alpine region. 70-year-old Christos was last seen in Dinner Plain near Mount Hotham on Friday the 13th of May. Despite extensive search efforts over the past week, there's been no sign of him. Police say smaller-scale searches will be conducted in coming days and will be scaled up if new information comes to light. In tennis, the ATP and WTA have stripped Wimbledon of its ranking points after its decision to exclude players from Russia and Belarus this year. Tennis's governing bodies had banned Russia and Belarus from international team competitions following the invasion of Ukraine, but they have allowed players from the 2 countries to compete as neutrals. But Wimbledon has gone one step further and banned the athletes outright. To the weather now for the state, a cool to mild and mostly sunny day. For Melbourne, mostly sunny with a top today of 15. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 14. Monday, mostly sunny, 17. Mostly sunny on Tuesday, 17 again. Wednesday, partly cloudy and 19. Right now in Melbourne, it's 14 degrees. ABC News.
Oh my goodness.
Dear, oh dear.
When they said, ask them anything.
No topic was really off the cards.
What did you do to end up in juvie? Bang, that's a big one.
We all have a story.
You don't look like you've got dementia.
And we all need to be heard.
You think you've dealt with it all, and then you get asked a question like this, brings it all back.
The brand new season of You Can't Ask That.
You shocked me more than the question. Yeah, I know.
Starts Wednesday night on ABC TV or log in to stream on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Season 2022, the fans are back. The colour and soundtrack of our great game. Let's go.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
This is The Lead.
And so they jumped into a maybe coach from a proven coach. There's no loyalty in football clubs league.
This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling.
They need them, otherwise they're no chance. They're just an above-average team without those excitement, creative players. The playing group there is mature enough to look each other in the eye and go, okay, you know what, you need to get better at this. Football is a simple game. Jeremy Cameron's with us. Who's the better fisherman, you or Patrick?
No, well, we haven't had a fish on. Big moment, sets fly from 50. Good kick. The MCG erupts.
This is The Lead.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
The Blues moved to 8-2 following a 15-point win over Sydney and Friday night footy to start Sir Doug Nicholls' Indigenous round. Carlton showcasing their blistering best with a 9-3 second term in which Charlie Curnow booted 3 of his 6 goals for the night. After the Sydney Swans wrestled momentum in the second half, Carlton fans have every reason to be excited, and their coach Michael Voss will tell us what's been the key to their best start in 26 years. Maybe Chris Fagan summed it up best. When you play Sydney, you have to win it a few times. The Swans proved to be a side that they'll run you all the way to the line, but never quite close enough to strike against the Blues last night. We'll debate where they sit in the wrestle for the top 8 spots. And in a week where Essendon were mocked and a mockery, is there a tipping point as the pressure mounts? Anthony McDonald tipping Woody his shock retirement and the CEO's reappointment has fans questioning who has the reins and can they steer the team back on course. Could Dusty turn his back on the Tigers and head to the Harbour City? Of course, Dreamtime at the G, a highlight of the weekend. And as the Giants have a red and black approach as the life under Leon Cameron looks to take flight. And Jack Henry will join us ahead of a big Saturday afternoon clash as the Power take on Geelong. Hello, welcome to The Lead from Cardinia Park. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Our 2 experts, Adam Ramanauskas, Cameron Ling, are both here on this election day, like Scott Morrison, ready to attack anything that comes their way. Welcome to you, Cameron Ling. Great to be in your neck of the woods.
Oh, thank you, Clinchy. Great to be here. I promise I won't go and tackle any kids or anything like that. I'll behave myself there. I'm surprised that Rama's with us though, Clinchy.
Yes.
Given Mark McVeigh has called on all Essendon players or former players to come up and help him out in the coach's box, I thought Rama might have got a call up there to join the Giants. But Rama, I'm glad you're still with us.
His phone is right in front of him, just in case it does ring. Adam Ramanauskas, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to all. I'm just on the chest mover. I just moved the chest pieces. I'm in the background with Spike.
The puppeteer.
It's been an enjoyable morning. I went the bacon and egg roll when I voted this morning. There was the option, the sausage and bread with the onions. Then there was a little side section as well where I was. They had the baked goods as well, so the cupcakes and all sorts of
where does he live?
Beautiful items.
Fanciest place in Australia. We had none of that where I voted.
Just the leafy suburbs of Essendon.
I guarantee you, when I went at 8 a.m. as they opened up, there were none of that being on offer, although they were still there handing out the paper flyers. Yeah. So commitment from all of them, and make sure you remember to vote on this election day.
Absolutely.
Of course, on ABC Sport tonight, a lot of the AFL action will be on digital radio or via the AFL app with the ABC's showcase election coverage. So keep that in the back of your mind if you're trying to find the footy tonight. But it was hard not to be impressed by the Blues last night, 8-2, and what a transformation it's been under Brian Cook coming in as CEO. Michael Voss is about to join us to tell us how they've managed to do it. But Lingy, we had the call last night, and their second quarter, it was their best, and then they had to withstand the best Sydney could offer after that.
Yeah, and credit to Sydney, they came at them, and Carlton would have got a little bit of a fright, but then handled it okay at the end. I'm so impressed with Carlton, with the way that they score, Rama. So your great team, I was fortunate to play in a great team, the great Brisbane Lions teams that Michael Voss played in. the element that was so very, very scary as an opposition player was, yes, physical intimidation, the contest, the pressure, but the ability that if you weren't concentrating for 5 minutes, all of a sudden there's 4 or 5 goals on the scoreboard and you're out of the game. That's what Carlton have got. They need to fix up a couple of things when teams come at them. Yes, granted, all that, plenty of learnings out of that, Rama, but their ability to score is now intimidating to opposition.
Oh, I love that last night. The second quarter, the way they played, just the speed they were playing at, I think was what was most impressive. They create so many forward half turnovers. They got that sort of mosquito fleet of small forwards now that are just buzzing around and causing chaos. It's hard not to be impressed with Charlie Curnow's return. He missed so much football, but athletically it doesn't look like he's missed a beat, which I'm really surprised about considering all those knee surgeries that he had to have and how significant those surgeries are. They were very delicate procedures that he had to have. Jacob Wiedering was enormous last night. I don't think he'll get enough credit in the win last night, but the way he was able to control Carlton's defence and probably control Franklin to a certain extent, but just his ability now, and we've been critical on a Saturday afternoon a few weeks ago, Clinchy, of the way Darcy Moore played as a key defender. Wiedering, the way he's playing as a key defender, a pure key defender, one-on-one, winning those contests, is so impressive at the minute.
And he doesn't get sucked too far up the ground.
No.
He was prepared to let Buddy go up a little bit further up the ground, but then when Buddy was inside 50, he took responsibility for him. No leg rope. It was, I'm a defender first, and then when I'm in a position to intercept mark or help out, I'll do that. So many positives. Tom de Koning's last quarter.
Oh, absolutely.
Just clunky.
Oh, when the game is just in a balance, like Sydney were really coming, weren't they, Clinchy? And for a big ruckman, a young ruckman to stand up and go, bang, I'll take a couple of those, that lifts your whole team.
It was quite interesting. So Sydney had a 1-point lead into quarter time.
Yep.
But if you looked at the raw numbers of the game, Carlton were dominating.
Oh, the inside 50s, the clearances, contest possession,
It was, and so it was like, oh, okay, hang on, and then second quarter, bang. Yep. And it was just, they were just away, and it was scintillating football. You loved it. You could hear the Carlton fans.
So the Blues with their best quarter of the season in the second quarter. It's a good Saturday morning for a Blue believer. Here's how they got their 15-point win last night against the Swans. Drive the kick inside 50. Charlie Curnow's there. Silvani in the back as well. He gets to the back too. Hand pass to Cripps. The captain steers through the first.
Come and see the real thing. Come and see the real thing. Come and see. I am the real thing.
Durden might get onto the end of it. He can get it forward with a chip kick towards Charlie, and he marks on his chest against Tom McCartan. Peers out to the right, drives it long, he's gone behind, and it won't be stopped. Charlie Curnow's there, Tom McCartan in front, still a chance. Durden runs onto it, kicks it end over end and bounces it through.
Centre half forward for the Blues, Durden to Cripps to Hewitt, hand pass to Botlop, chucks it on the boot, another one.
Side into the pocket. De Koning takes the mark hard against the boundary. He starts up against the fence amongst the Carlton fans, veers out to the left. It's not a bad kick. How about that from the young, exciting ruckman? Oh, he's a stripped of it. Florence dumped of it. It comes to Fisher, jams it on the boot, and it's an 8th goal.
Ball spits out Carlton's way. Fisher chucks it on the boot. It turns out okay. And Curnow takes the mark, backpedaling inside 50 to arrest back some of the momentum. Curnow pops through number 6.
Durden, McInerney came from behind, got a hand onto it. Tom McCann couldn't spoil it. Comes to Owies, snaps across his body. Back-to-back goals for the Blues. Blakey goes down the middle, kicks for Heaney. Cheris falls it down. Here's a chance for the Blues. Walsh, hand pass to Fisher, outside of the boot. That'll work. It bounces through. So the rise of Carlton continue. 8-2. After 10 rounds, the Blues had to do it the hard way. They defeat the Swans by 15 points. The Carlton 15-12, 102 to Sydney 13-9-87. Craig Davis with some of his best work there. Are they the real thing, Carlton? There's certainly a lot of Carlton fans who are thinking this is the best we've looked for some time.
I'm believing in them. There's still Melbourne, though. I mean, Melbourne are the ultimate real thing this year, and Brisbane next in line. But I think, Rama, Carlton are heading to the top of that next group, or amongst, with Fremantle perhaps as well. I think Geelong have just shown a few weaknesses. I think Port Adelaide are coming from so far back. Richmond, can they do it again? All of that. Whereas you've got these fresh new teams in Fremantle, Carlton and St Kilda just playing brilliant footy. So, yeah, they can be, but their tests are still to come. They've got some important games over the next few weeks, but their run of when they play against Brisbane, they play against Melbourne, they play against Fremantle, that's when we'll get the ultimate answers. But, it's good. It's good at the moment.
The next three is Collingwood, Richmond, Essendon. So there's potential to be 11-2.
Oh, that's big MCG games.
Yeah, they're
it?
massive games, traditional rivals, all that type of stuff. But Carlton are playing better than all those three teams at the moment.
Yep.
So they're going to go in heavy favourites in those games. So there's two aspects to this, Lingy, I think now, is that you're right, those bigger challenges with Melbourne and Brisbane are to come. But now the maturity of the next 3 weeks and getting over that little hurdle, now they might not play their best football in the next 3 weeks, but win the games.
Yep.
Win the game, so then you give yourself every opportunity after you bye to go, okay, top 4 now is a serious consideration.
It's a good point you make. It's a different evolution in their maturity, isn't it? When you can have all the expectation on you, and the expectation is you win. You're playing against a big traditional rival, but you win this game. That's a different type of pressure for a young team on the rise. If they handle those really well, naturally they'll get up for playing against Melbourne and Brisbane because they know how massive they are. But it's a really good point you make. And you can set up the ability to manage players in the back end of the year to hit finals fresh if you bank all of those wins.
We had Brian Cook, the Carlton CEO, former Geelong CEO, on the pre-game yesterday. Interesting his expectations as to where he saw the Blues, as to where they might be in 2022.
I would have been very happy with a 50-50 split at this stage and really by the end of the year won more games than lost.
So, pretty realistic that early indications were, 50-50, win more than we lose. It's a pretty easy sort of statement to make, and yet probably they've exceeded his expectation. But we know Carlton fans they're hard to control once they start to feel like they're heading in the right direction.
We saw that last night, didn't we? There was a big crowd.
Full house,
a big loud crowd as well. I'm not surprised to hear that from Cookie either, by the way, Clinchy. He just play it down a little bit and, to build and everything like that. But his influence has been terrific, I reckon. Just that calming influence across the whole club. And it allows Michael Voss to do what he does best. Lead that football department and coach those players. And he's doing it exceptionally well.
It felt like a night of affirmation on field. The coach of Carlton, Michael Voss, can join us on the lead. Vossy, thanks for your time and congratulations last night.
Thanks, gents. Yeah, it was a really good night.
It feels like in the context of the season, whenever you play a fellow top 8 side like Sydney, that was going to sort of teach you a fair bit about where Carlton sat this season. You've sort of spoken in the media about being open to embracing those challenges. What was the key takeaway when you put your head on the pillow last night?
Well, the main word that was standing out for me was resilience, and we needed a lot of it last night. Obviously we had some challenges with the shorter break, the turnaround, some injuries to key personnel that we haven't had out there. Fortunately, we haven't given a lot of air, really. We've just got on with the business and been able to play against a quality opposition on a very important night. I heard you talk about affirmation. In some ways it feels a little bit like that. It's a real consolidation that we're heading in the right direction.
Vossy, well done on the start to the season so far. The last night, Sydney are a quality team as well, but you guys played some unbelievable footy, particularly in that first half and the second quarter. The second half, what are the learnings out of that when a good team comes at this group and the things that the group did well to handle that situation, but perhaps some other things that need to be done a little bit better into the future?
Yeah, well, structurally we can do things a hell of a lot better. When we if I had to look through the game, and I haven't had a chance to review it as yet, but we certainly lost our way with our roles. We've got some obviously method we want to play when we are up against it, and we just weren't able to implement it as well as we would have liked. We obviously lost some critical contests at times, which is a bit unlike us. So we'll go to work more on that. But what I'll walk away extremely pleased with is, there was a little bit breaking down that period of time. Like contest I spoke about ball movement. We were just giving the ball back far too easily and really high value areas for the opposition, and it was putting our defence under enormous pressure, but we were able to hold. We held, I think in the third quarter, it was something like 75% in their forward half. So an extraordinary amount of ball that was living in our back half. And then in the last quarter, we just were able to get the job done. With sort of 5.5 minutes to go, we just started to rest our way back in. We started to win some contests again. We started to get some more territory on the ground. We found some composure with the ball in hand, and we were able to score that once or twice to be able to get that separation.
We were singing the praises before of a young bloke who stood up in that last quarter as well, Tom de Koning. We just all thought that he was huge in that last term when you needed a couple of big grabs. Is he exceeding your expectations as a ruckman and not necessarily a standalone ruckman, but can stand up to being the number one ruckman there? And how do you balance? Because Mark Pitnet was so good while he was playing. Do you play both? What's it look as you head into the back half of the year between those two?
I look forward to being able to have that problem, Lee. If they're both available, I look forward to having that problem. We were quite comfortable playing them both when they're in form, clearly, the early parts of the year, because, as you said, they offer so much to us, and they give our midfield a lot of drive when they're both up and going. Look, I'm really pleased that Tom's been able to step up, and he's really embraced the responsibility. And without Pitto there, he's the guy that's had to stand up, and he's been really well supported with the guys around him. And he's starting to sort of really grow into himself and getting a good understanding of what's required. And at different times last night, as you said, he stood up, and there's something really good about a game when you see big blokes, really step up and take really critical marks at crucial times, and you need it in your team, and he was able to do that in the last quarter.
Vossi, we are seeing the changes before our eyes on field in terms of the way you're playing. You see that forward half turnover game. You see the work around contests. You see the ball movement and how that's paying dividends. You look at last night with Charlie Curnow. But when you were first appointed, what was the one focus area of your coaching in terms of this group that you wanted to change really quickly at Carlton?
Pretty simple. We had to impact contest much better. Not just about how we brought numbers to it, but the shape we put around it. It was going to always be about our first line of defence. When we stacked up the numbers, at the end of last year, you just can't possibly win big games of football sustainably if you're sitting in the bottom four of those statistics. And it's not the be all and end all, but the ability to be able to consistently turn up in that space is exceptionally important. And without it, you just can't put other parts of your system together. It puts too much stress on your defence, puts too much stress on your offence. So that was something that we needed to urgently address, and fortunate it's been a real strong base that we've been working from.
The psychology of coaching is always an interesting one in terms of you see the physical side of how the players are going, but that psychological side, you're unlocking the best seasons out of Matty Kennedy, Zach Fisher, Lockie O'Brien, even Jack Silvani to a lesser extent. How have you gone about that in terms of your coaching, Vossi, with those guys? Because at times, all those guys have been whipping boys for Carlton.
Well, it's crucial, I think, first to start at your program and what your probably own training philosophies are and how you go about your training. That's the first thing. So is our training environment supporting our players to be able to get the best out of themselves? And when you're trying to re-establish a culture or the way you want to be able to play, you have to get that first part right. So we spend a hell of a lot of time on that with our coaches. I guess the second part, which is it goes into philosophy of probably most coaches now, but certainly one I'm strong on is coaching the strengths of the players and then giving them really well-defined roles that they go to work on. And with that clarity, hopefully we see the best version of themselves. And as you said, we've seen some really growth in individuals. I think we've seen some growth in those sorts of players, but also we've seen some growth in players who have been really important players to us as well. And I'm talking about Cripper and Walshy and Curnow, and there's been some really guys that have been able to take their games to another level as well.
You were absolutely a no excuses player, but I imagine you're a no excuses coach as well. Was there a bit of illness as well around the playing group last night that wasn't mentioned?
No, we have had some. I think that's been pretty well spoken about across most clubs. We're all sort of been battling that, whether it's been COVID or some other illnesses that have been going around. So we sort of feel like we're on the back end of that. It is showing itself from time to time, but I think everyone's sort of battling that at different stages this year.
Great to have Carlton coach Michael Voss with us on the lead. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. Vossy, obviously the close shave, so you've had these quarters where you've been dominant and then teams have fought back to get within a couple of kicks of you. Hawthorn, the Western Bulldogs, the Gold Coast. So, is that a good learning for the group to go through, or do you think that's in some way showcasing that when you have the momentum, you're capitalising it to its full extent?
Oh, it's necessary. It's necessary for the learning. We'd like not to have it, but I think it's some of that is time spent together. And I've spoken a lot about this because when you come in for your first pre-season, you have so much you want to be able to get to the players, and there's just some things that you're not going to be able to get to get yourself started. And then as the season goes, there's some real challenges to try and add some layers and depth into your game model. And we're fortunate that we've been able to make some ground on that. But I suspect that the habits that we're acquired that we need in those moments aren't as strong as what they need to be just yet. It doesn't mean we're not going to get there. It doesn't mean we're not trying to address them. But what we also have to make sure we're acknowledging is what we are doing very well. And sometimes you can chase things, but what we're trying to do is reinforce what we're doing really well and just ensuring that we get that for a little bit longer.
And I guess the depth is the other pleasing part. We were trying to debate last night how many players of your best 22 might be missing. So we had sort of Martin, Oscar McDonald, McGovern, Harry Mackay, obviously, Mark Pittman and Zach Williams. So do you feel like until you get everyone fully fit, you won't know how capable this side might be?
I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about that. I mean, obviously, clearly we would like those guys out there, but we haven't spent a lot of emotional energy on what's not there. What we've had to be able to do is adapt and really go after our roles pretty strongly. I'd like them out there. They're not out there. They're busily trying to get themselves back so they can play a role in what we do next. But what we're firmly fixed on is the players that we've got and the roles that they're able to perform. And I think that that's translating into some of the performances, and it's brought different aspects to our game. It's changed the look of our forward line. You sort of look at the guys that are playing down there. We've got that, or people referring to the mosquito fleet that are down there, and they're bringing some real energy and some referred pressure down there. And Charlie's doing a great job being able to work within those guys.
Bossy, I hesitate to individualise, but I'm gonna be brave here and do it. I mean, throughout your journey, you've played alongside or worked alongside some of the greatest midfielders, but also midfield leaders in the game's history. Simon Black, Nigel Lappin, then at Port Adelaide with Travis Poke, and then more recently with Ollie Wines as well. Sam Walsh, since you've come into the club, what have you seen from him? And I mean, do you foresee seeing him in that same company of those types of guys that I just reeled off there? He's something special, isn't he?
He sure is, and he's at the beginning, which is even scarier, I think. Look, when we first got here, I get asked the question, what surprises you? And I don't know whether I was so much surprised by this, but I was certainly pleased to see it, that there isn't a person that works at his game harder than Sam Walsh. For a guy who is a good player in his own right, he's just not satisfied with where he's at, and his preparation resembles that. He's constantly working on his game. He's last off the track. He's first on it. All the numbers that we produce throughout pre-season, he's always in the top 1 or 2 when it comes to work rate. So it's not by fluke that he goes out there and does what he does. And he'll evolve as a leader. But certainly the thing that stands out for me with him right now is that he just sets the standard and expects others to be able to come with him.
Well, see, I'm just interested. This coaching gig second time round's pretty easy.
I wish it was like that. That's for sure.
I'm glad you asked that one, Ramo, because I was going to ask it.
You were $1.01 to get asked that, Michael, and unfortunately Ramo was the one who took the bait and went there. But I guess now...
Come spend a week with me, Ramo, and we'll see how we go.
So now he's opened the door to it. How much more comfortable are you in, I guess, the coach's chair to focus on the stuff that's most important to you, having been a part of footy clubs at Port Adelaide and done different roles, that now you understand the most important elements for a senior coach?
It's time spent evolving your philosophy and understanding yourself first and foremost, and that's really important because the clubland, it's a big beast, as you highlighted, and it's even bigger when you're taking on a club like Carlton. So you have to be really strong in your philosophies, but not inflexible as well, and or have some flexibility about the way that you think and way you go about things, and that's really important because when you're sort of trying to develop a team and a model on the way you want to play and what sort of culture it's going to be consistently challenged. And we've had some really great moments where we've been able to reinforce what we've been doing, and last night was another one of those. But it's constantly being tested, and it's just an important time to be able to go back and be able to spend the time learning what that looks like. So when you come in, you just got great clarity with what you think works, and then you work in with a group of people, and I'm fortunate that I've got a few of those around me, and we're just really enjoying this at the moment.
It's not a bad forward line that's missing last year's Coleman medalist Harry Mackay, is it? When you see Charlie Curnow do what he did last night, there are a few moments where even you're impressed at his athleticism and what he's able to do in one-on-one marking contests?
Yeah, and I think that's what I've probably got better at, is I appreciate the more smaller moments in games now and what they bring, and I'm just really pleased. I take some pleasure out of different moments because there's talent, and then there's how they connect in with their teammates, and Charlie's and the rest of the forward line down there. It doesn't matter whether he's kicking goals or other guys are kicking goals. He just celebrates every single moment with them, and the boys are just absolutely love playing with him down there because he just brings that energy and excitement, and he's there for others, and that's what I think I love the most about coaching him. And the environment's up and about when Charlie's running around and smiling, and we all draw energy from him.
It's hard not to get carried away. You play Freo in round 15, you play the Saints in round 16. You don't take on Brisbane and Melbourne till round 21 and round 22. You sort of feeling like your best can challenge against those sides like Melbourne who feel like they're the barometer?
Well, I think we took a hit about a month ago when we played Fremantle. We walked away from that game and sort of felt like that there was some things we needed to really tighten up. Thankfully for the last month, we've gone to work pretty hard on some of those things, and the players have trained really well and put us in a great position to be able to put in performances like that last night. So we have to keep taking the same approach. We're far from a finished product. We understand that. There's some really big challenges that are coming up. But thankfully, we've sort of worked our way through it. We've stayed really, really measured through it all, and we've got to keep learning and developing. So looking forward to the back half of the season, no doubt.
As Carlton fans are enjoying it at the moment. Vossi, as always, thanks for your time. If you're brave enough, venture down to Lygon Street. They're enjoying the Carlton ride at the moment, as are we.
And Ramo, you can come down to the club for a month, mate, and see how it goes.
I'm good, Vossi. I've had my turn.
Great to have the Carlton coach, Michael Voss, for an extended chat with us on the lead on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital. Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Lee.
I just think there's a little bit in the second time round. Yep. Like Michael Voss was a star, absolute superstar player, superstar captain. And he openly admits that he got it wrong first time at Brisbane. But now just the level of intelligence, the level of intel that he has. He was at a great club in Port Adelaide there. Did almost another apprenticeship, like a mature age apprenticeship again, to get himself right, and Carlton are reaping the benefits.
And that's why last year when the process was happening, I was so strong. Every chance I got was I wanted it to be Michael Voss because of his self-awareness to say, okay, the mistakes I made when I was at Brisbane, I'm going to go and take my time under a good coach in Ken Hinkley and relearn all the different roles, all the different aspects, as he spoke about, hone his philosophy around what the group needs to look like, what they need to believe in, the culture that he's going to try and establish. And he took his time doing that. It wasn't a token, I'll go and do it for 2 years, now give me another senior job because I'm one of the great leaders of all time as a player. He took his
6
time.
or 7 years.
I think it was 7 years, so it's perfect.
They seem a very connected team. We had Tom de Koning chat to us after the game last night and asked him sort of what he was saying at three-quarter time as the Swans were charging at him, and he said just how much he believed in him, believed in us. He had faith in us that we were good enough to withstand whatever they could throw at us, and that gave us the confidence to go out there and do it.
He's got a team that's embracing the contest at the moment. I think you listen to him and he speaks about what he knew exactly what was needed to start with, and he went to work at that. So they've had a whole pre-season of it. You know, you look at Cripps is a new man because his body's fresh and the like, but even the way George Hewitt's playing now, he's a different footballer than he was at Sydney. We never saw this at Sydney.
No.
Just a different footballer.
And the Sydney Swans, they pride themselves on contested footy.
Do they?
Well, I was going to say, they got blown out of the water in the contest. So minus 19 in the first quarter. As you said, it hadn't translated fully to the scoreboard yet. But then again, I think it was minus 11 or 12 in the second quarter. And it was minus 31, at half time. I mean, that is just complete domination. That's credit to Carlton and what they did. But the Swans,
I've got a different opinion of Sydney. I've got a different opinion. I think that's old Sydney, where it's, embrace contest, the fight, the scrap, the like.
Yeah, I think they've moved beyond that.
Yeah, but if you look at their record now, even at the SCG over recent years, those tight, confined games, their list now is more around running, open, free, get the ball moving. That's how they play their game now.
I agree.
But they still want it to be that. They'd have Josh Kennedy in the middle of the ground more.
I agree with you, and it's been a good shift for the Swans to actually hurt teams with their ball movement. They couldn't be that dour, just stoppage team anymore. But John Longmire would still be banging on about the contest. Fix the contest, and then when we get it, move it quick.
Yeah.
Well, to me, that's amazing by Carlton that they could be plus 19 at quarter time against a team that has a focus on that part of the game as well.
Just before I get your thoughts on the Swans as we tidy up last night, here was John Longmire after the Sydney Swans lost by 15 points.
Our second quarter, we went down by 39 points in the second quarter and won the other three quarters, won the inside 50 count, 37-16 the second half inside 50s, and didn't have the just that last finishing bit that we needed and required in that last quarter to be able to. We felt like we were coming home really hard, and to our players' credit, they didn't give up at half time, even though Carlton were fantastic in that second quarter. Their pressure was enormous. It was around 2-4 for most of the quarter, and they were able to scoreboard pressure, which is important. But our boys in the second half had, just come home hard, and we just couldn't quite execute in that particularly that last quarter. I think we had 18 inside 50s.
So John Longmire last night, how do your thoughts on Sydney as to where you thought they might be in season 2022 change after last night?
And to continue on this conversation with you, Lingy. So Brisbane, they lose by 24 points, losing contested footy count. Gold Coast, they lose by 14 points, losing contested footy
that was a
football
disappointing
count.
performance.
They played against Wichita last week with Essendon. And then against Carlton last night, they lose the contested footy count by 24.
Yep. So are you... The early season form of the Swans was false form?
No, not false form. Dry tracks, fast, balls moving. Okay, so that's perfect. Now they've got to slightly adjust that game style now to go, like you're saying, let's honour the contest now, boys. Let's get this absolutely right over the next month to get the rest of the game flowing again. Because you can't do that. So 3 of the last 4 weeks they've lost contested football count. They're not going to win finals playing. They're not going to be a top 4 team doing that.
And we saw Carlton, they can win the contest and also move the ball fast because it kickstarts their game. A run through, Mills, Heaney, Warner, Blakey, Florent, Papley, Goulden as young players, Logan,
talented.
McDonald. Their future's very bright. It's probably a little early for the Swans. They're not in that group of the Carlton, St Kilda, Fremantle, they're ahead of them in their development, or have you got them in that group of teams as well?
I think Carlton had 8 players 22 years and under.
Yeah.
Sydney had 7.
Yeah.
Where have you got the Swans?
Oh, the bottom part of the 8. Yeah.
And never really challenging for top 4?
I think at their very best, I think if the game was different, if the game's free-flowing, if it's a beautiful sunny day at the MCG and it's a fast track, and Sydney then are breaking even at the contest and the ball's flicking out, I think they're a good chance.
Yep.
But I think if it becomes dour, what you're saying is right. There still might be just a year off. Just a year off.
I think they're a fascinating watch. Richmond and Melbourne in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We'll know by the end of that. Josh Kennedy was the other key talking point out of last night. Collected Sam Doherty high, did his hamstring in the process. He's had such a great career for the Sydney Swans. It's been a large part of the Bloods' culture as a captain of the club, but it's probably not the way in which he would like to think he plays his footy, and unfortunately he's going to miss some time regardless of how the match review officer sees it.
Well, I think the match review penalty, and he will get a penalty, I'm not sure what it will be irrelevant because it looked like a bad hammy. And, you think at that age, maybe it's 4 or 5 weeks, he probably gets... I thought Mick Moldhouse last night said 3 weeks. I thought maybe 2 for the high hit.
Not going to continue to play.
Yeah. Well, then it comes down to the debate, is it about the action or is it about the outcome of the player's injury?
And then is it the force?
Yeah, true.
Right.
True. So I don't think he gets 3 weeks, but I don't think it matters because I just think he's going to miss that many games with the hammy.
Fingers crossed that it's a stock standard hamstring. Now, we think it looks worse, but none of us are medical experts here. Sydney need Josh Kennedy because once it does come to those tighter, tougher games, he needs to be in there. He's the one that you want in the trenches with you.
He can't do it for entire quarters anymore, but you would love to throw him in there
15-minute, 20-minute periods. No worries.
Just when things have gone the other way and a Cripps and a Walsh and that is smashing you around the ball, to put Kennedy in there, even if 6 or 7 minute burst, a big body, and then get him back out there because he can't cover the ground like he used to be able to. I still think he has a role to play there. But we'll wait and see with that hamstring.
The part with Sydney, I think, is how they continue to use Heaney and what they do there. Like, it's got to be one. Like at the moment, it looks like almost he's playing as a permanent forward and just coming up and doing what he wants. I think it's got to be defined more of how that role actually looks for him.
I think last night he played more as a mid. Because they were worried about how many mids Carlton had, and they needed that extra one. I think he's at his absolute best playing as a permanent forward who can drift up to stoppages around 70 or 80 and just create havoc.
He reminds me of a more dynamic Paul Chapman.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's what he looked like. Paul Chapman forward was unbelievable.
One-on-one, brilliant.
But then he could go up and play in the midfield in spurts and he could get you 30 as well, couldn't he?
Yep.
It did feel like last night it took away his most damaging aspect, which is inside the forward 50 when he gets the mismatch and he can challenge sides in the air. This is the Lead on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital. Matt Clinch alongside Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas. Some of the other big talking points throughout the week. We've got 2 big games today as well. So Jack Henry's going to join us from the Cats to preview their clash against Port Adelaide, and the Gold Coast Suns on their trip down to Ballarat against the Western Bulldogs. All of a sudden the Suns have found some form, but it almost felt like we're heading towards a twilight grand final. Certainly some thought it was going to be until Gil made the announcement that for the fans, it's a day grand final.
I think it was a discussion around presentation of the game versus tradition. The conclusion's clear that the for 2022 will stay at 2:30. I'm not going to comment on people's views or what's discussed in the boardroom. That's the commission made a decision. They listened to what supporters want. They also got the responsibility of making progressive decisions. I think every year just make a decision on its merits.
Gil McLaughlin on Channel 7. So the argument that day's too long if you play it at night, the kids won't get to see it. If it's your last set of decisions, why would you be the one who goes, let's play a night grand final? Let's just stick with what we know is successful, and with fans...
2 hours.
Yeah, but with fans not attending in the numbers the AFL would like, let's give them a bit of joy back. Put it back as a 2:30 start.
Rama, all week, this man's got his ear to the ground everywhere, Clinchy.
Yes.
All week, we were prepped... through the media, through leaks, through everything, discussions that it was going to be a twilight or a night grand final. It was going to shift. Then we get the surprise of we're staying with the traditional time slot. Was all of that just a prep for next year or the year after, and in the current media rights deal that they'll be promising the broadcasters you'll have a twilight or a night granny?
It's the old test the temperature of the room. right? So you test the temperature and see how much outrage there is if we're going to go to twilight. Now, I don't reckon there was. I probably think there was more people going, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm them assuming next year then we'll go to a twilight. To appease the broadcasters and the like. But you know what? At the end of the day, I look at it. All bar 2 of our finals are night finals. So the first week they play a Saturday afternoon and sometimes a Sunday
after the first
afternoon.
week, they're all at night.
They're all at night.
That's the strange part about it. But
they're pretty much now Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, plus just the Saturday twilight. So the one day-ish game of footy. I've come around. I think I said last night, Clinchy, that I love the 2:30 as going up.
I love traditions in football. I love it.
But I'm now at a point where, if it shifts, it's not the end of the world.
What we've got to remember here is now, initially we were feeding 800 mouths in terms of men's players. You've got to add another 500 now. So it's up to 1,300 with the women's league. So, and that was a terrific deal that the AFLW got. Terrific for they can now, most can become sort of full-time professional footballers. We've just got to keep evolving, continue to evolve. What's going to help? What's going to make this the best spectacle possible?
Are the broadcasters suggesting how much the ratings would jump if it went?
Well, the last grand final, that was the day grand final, was Richmond GWS.
Yep.
I think there was a little bit over 2 million viewers.
Not the best example for two teams.
No, and then so Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs last year, I think it was a touch over 3 million, and it was the most watched event of the year.
It's a big jump, isn't it?
But why would Gill make that call? Let the next person who sits in the chair make that decision when they're negotiating the TV rights. Well, that might already be done. The other big talking point, obviously, is the Bombers as to where they sit. Anthony McDonald-Tipungwuti, a bit of a surprise retirement when he fronted the playing group yesterday.
It's been hard fighting with your head and your heart, and I come to the stage where my heart's telling me it's the right decision to make. So even though it's sad, I think I'm happy within myself to come to a decision where it's time for me to move on from football. So I'll miss this club. I love this club so much. It gave me the opportunity to pursue my dream, and I'm going to miss every one of you. I love this club. I love you boys so much. The staffs. I'm really thankful enough to follow my dream. Big dream was to get an education, and from there to pursue my dream of playing AFL football. And growing up, that's what I wanted to do. And even though it's sad for me, I think I'm happy to make a decision where I think it's best for me in my life right now.
Anthony McDonald-Tipungwuti on the Essendon website, and I wanted to play that to hear the emotion in his voice, Rammer, at a time in which the Asada stuff was taking place and there weren't a lot of positives for Bombers fans. He came in from the VFL and was an instant fan favourite.
Amazing story.
And unfortunately, at a time in which the club's in all sorts of challenges, he's had some off-field challenges and has decided that his best path forward is to step away from footy.
Anthony McDonald-Tipungwuti should never have made AFL football with what he was... how his upbringing and the like. Hamish McLaughlin wrote a fantastic story a few years ago about it all. But it's a real story of persistence, really, to make it. Now, 29 years old, he's probably had football left in him, but Lingy and I know this as good as anybody. Once it's your time, it's just your time. And he's battled this year. He's battled so hard. The pre-season was a challenge for him. He got himself into some level of fitness that he could go and play in the VFL, and he battled through there. Like, you look at the stats through the VFL this year for him, and it was 6 and 7 possessions.
Yeah.
You can't put him out on an AFL field like that.
No, and personally, he wouldn't want to go out and perform like that.
No.
You're right, Clinchy. Watching him play was a joy to watch.
Yeah.
The pressure that he could put on,
loved it.
the
Every
goals,
moment.
everything, the competitiveness. He wants to be at that level, and that's what all fierce competitors want. And the effort required to be at that level is so massive. And when you can't be there, you are better off not doing it, because you just want to be at your very best self, and when you can't be at your best self, it would frustrate. Well, it certainly did. That was the thing with me. I didn't want to be 75% what I demanded from myself. I wanted to be the best version of myself.
Correct.
He would put the fear into opposition players because they would never know how close he was. And yet Essendon would love someone like that to create that pressure, the tackling, which has been such a talking point. How have you viewed your old club? I mean, Dyson Heppel came out on the front foot at the start of the week and tried to take some of the pressure off the coach. Then all of a sudden we hear that the CEO has re-signed, which the timing of that is bizarre. So dream time at the G tonight, Rama. Are you a bit mindful if you go along that it could go pear-shaped?
Oh, absolutely am I mindful of that. Gee. Look, it was horrible. It was horrible last week. There's no other way to describe it. I think you even listened to Ben Rutten this week. You listened to Dyson Heppel earlier in the week. They've fronted up, and I think they've put their hand up and said it's not good enough, and it's simply not. It's but at times, sometimes you got to look for reasoning. You got to look for reasoning, and 5 of their best 6 forwards are not playing at the moment. They don't have the options going through the middle of the ground. They've got a couple of their... So that's reasons, not excuses. That's reasons.
Yeah.
But the other part to this is, it's then the application out there. Are they applying themselves? Do you want to see... I just want to see a bit more desire. I just want to see a bit more spirit. A couple of... The instances last week where Jai Caldwell gets bowled over by Tom McCann. Really only Andy McGrath went over there and remonstrated with him. The Luke Parker stuff, everybody can say what you want, but to psychological disintegration in a game is still very, very relevant in my mind, Lingy.
Absolutely. I think of some of the things I copped on the field from the great Essendon teams, the great Brisbane teams that we delivered back.
Yep.
It's part of the game of footy, but it's then how you stay strong and united as a group and front up to what that opposition is throwing at you.
So will we see the Bombers' response tonight against the Tigers on field? I know a lot of Essendon fans will be hoping so. It's a big game here at Cardinia Park. The Cats taking on Port Adelaide. Geelong looking to try and move to 6-4. The Power trying to level there. Ledger at 5-5 after starting the season with 5 losses. Lauren Borden's a part of our team on the boundary this afternoon, and she's got a cat who would love to be out there. Lauren, welcome.
Thanks, Clinchy. I'm with Jack Henry, obviously still injured, and you're not out there today, but it is a really enticing matchup with Port Adelaide. What are your early thoughts on how it'll play out?
Yeah, well, it's going to be a good day. It's nice, great weather down here at KP, and it's always exciting. So I just sat in on the defenders meeting, and we're all pretty up and about, ready to go. So, yeah, really exciting stuff.
I'll send you up to the box now and we'll get some more questions from Cameron Ling, Adam Ravanaskas and Matt Clinch.
Jack, thanks for joining us, first of all. I'm sure you would love to be out there. How much longer until Cats fans will see you out there?
I've got a pretty good idea that it's going to be in the next sort of... whether it'll be touch and go pretty much towards the last game before the bye. So whether or not I play then or after the bye, I'm sure I'll be right. So... that's my timeline really at the moment.
Am I right in saying it's your first, I don't want to say serious injury because you're not missing the whole year, but you are missing a chunk of games. How have you coped with being removed from everything? And the rehab group can be a little bit lonely at times. How have you handled the recovery process?
Yeah, it is pretty lonely, Lingy. It is tough as well, I think. Personally, we've got a great setup here at Geelong, so we've got really good mental health support. We've got Dave Williams, he's our psych, so whether I go speak to him and, get a, talk to him and talk through my situation, and other than that, it's pretty much just try and be around the group when you can and just try and enjoy the hard tasks of getting back, but, whether it be swimming and weights or all that kind of stuff that I've been doing, you just got to try and make the most of it and enjoy it as much as possible.
You sound excited by that, Jack, all that swimming.
A few too many kilometres in the pool.
Hey, Jack, just this slightly new style that the Cats are playing at the moment. Last week against St Kilda, early in that game, it looked like how far you were going to win by. Then St Kilda come back and obviously win the game. Can you just fill us in slightly on what that change has been and how the boys have embraced that?
So pretty much just want to try and implement... we want to be very good across the board in terms of when time of game and when we want to go fast and when we want to control it, and just really try and be as broad as possible with our gameplay. But, I think just trying to control the game through our running and our decision making is probably Personally, I don't think it's been a huge change, but yeah, I think we've just tried to sharpen up a few things and probably play that bit quicker. So, and yeah, like last week against St Kilda, we looked like we pretty much had the game in our control for a lot of it. So, I mean, we probably could cash in a bit better, but yeah, we just had those lapses which hurt us last week.
So you're sitting 5-4 at the moment. So you're sitting 7th on the ladder. There's teams obviously above you with more wins, but do you feel your best is good enough to compete with the Brisbanes and the Melbournes of the world at the moment?
Definitely. I mean, we've versed Brisbane already this year, and we match up pretty well against them, and they're always a good contest, and we competed well in that game. And I mean, yeah, we think our best is definitely good enough, and you know, we've had a few moving parts in the last few weeks, and haven't quite got it right a few times, but I mean, the early part of the year, and if we start getting it right come September, if we're thereabouts, I think we could be hard to beat. So yeah, but it is very open, the competition. Like there's a lot of quality teams, like a fairly broad, I'd say. So yeah, it's hard to really tell.
Jack Henry's with us on ABC Sport. Is Paddy Dangerfield in that team meeting? He's been a bit crook, hasn't he, during the week?
Yeah, well, in rehab, I've been in the pool, I think, for a few of those meetings myself. So I'm actually not sure what Paddy was doing, to be honest. But yeah, I think he's all right. I've seen him here today. So
beautiful. And the foot, is it the same injury you had in the pre-season?
It's a little bit different. Same bone, but yeah, the initial stress fracture, which I had surgery on, is healed fine, and that's all good. So it was just, yeah, got stirred up a little bit in that game against Hawthorn. I sort of had an awkward landing on it, and yeah, just stirred it up a bit. So just wanted to build me back slowly so I could make sure that's all right, because yeah, you really don't want to mess around with feet, I think.
Finally, Indigenous round, having guys like Eddie Betts now involved in the club, Tyson Stengel. What sort of celebration has Geelong done to try and embrace this round and to learn more through going through the experience?
Yeah, we always are trying to embrace our Indigenous players. Like we got Narks and Parthi as well. So yeah, I think like we just really want to get around those guys and hear a few stories if you want, and you know, just try and make them feel good, because it is important for their cultures and bigger than that, everyone else who is Indigenous in their cultures. So, you know, I've been around the club heaps, so I haven't actually seen what's gone on in some of those meetings and that, but I'm sure they definitely looked after him in there.
Yeah, nicely spoken. Jack, great to chat to you. Good luck in your recovery. Hopefully see you back in the not too distant future.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Jack Henry, injured cat, joining us on the boundary line with Lauren Borden.
Don't worry, Clinchy. Paddy Dangerfield.
He's out there.
He's out there warming up.
I was just having a close look.
I tell you what, for Geelong fans, Jack Henry comes back in, Sam de Koning. That's a nice little defensive unit there for the next couple of years. Tom Stewart's still young.
Yep.
And frees up Mark Blitzavs nicely.
Zach too, he's playing superb footy at the moment. It's got the makings of a really good back line that could hold up strong, but the middle of the ground's a little low.
Grill me on Essendon, grill him on Geelong.
I'm about to. Give me your best 60 seconds as to what you're expecting today.
I think we've run out of time, haven't we, Clinchy?
How nervous are you?
No, the worry for me is the St Kilda game and the Fremantle game, the midfield speed of the opposition caused Geelong some concerns. So that's the worry. There's big, strong, Joel's going to be in there bashing away, Cam Guthrie the same, Paddy Dangerfield the same. But once that ball leaves the initial contest and gets to the outside, what sort of spread have they got, the Cats, and whether or not Port can get them on the outside. That's what makes me nervous. But on this ground, they've had such a good record against Port on this ground. I think they should win.
Their last start here was Fremantle, wasn't it?
Yes.
And they got them on the spread in the end. That's how they won that game.
That speed of that Freo midfield just caused me a few sleepless nights, Clinchy. So I don't want to see that today, please.
So I don't know about you, Ramo, but I did have images of late on last Saturday when I thought back to Lingy driving the kids back from Docklands, going to see the Cats and the Saints just had that 20-minute period where they went whack, whack, whack and thought, how would the drive home be for Lingy with the kids?
There was one kid in a St Kilda jumper, and I nearly made him catch a train home. So I don't want to hear from you. But no, I'd fed him up with that many chips and lollies and everything. I think they were almost in a food coma on the way home. So it was a peaceful drive. I was fine, Clinchy.
You got your seats ready for today, Lingy?
Yes. Maxie, my eldest, is on his way soon. Hopefully we'll have something to cheer about today.
Surely, as the self-appointed Lord Mayor, you'd have somewhere, Rammer, in this beautiful stadium.
He was telling me about it.
Not in the construction zone. Lingy, thank you. Look forward to chatting to you next week. Rammer's about to be joined by Sellers. The full pre-match coming up with Geelong and Port Adelaide. We'll also keep you across the Western Bulldogs and the Gold Coast Suns from Ballarat. Massive day for regional Victoria today with the two headline Saturday afternoon matches taking place out of Melbourne. Stay with us. This has been The Lead on ABC Sport. Geelong and Port Adelaide coming up.
ABC News with David Rowlands. The Prime Minister says he needs to communicate better to female voters while spruiking the Coalition's policies for women. Both parties have been trying to woo undecided female voters in the final days of the election, with former Labor Prime Minister Julia Gillard making a rare appearance on the campaign trail, while Scott Morrison's wife Jenny has helped him pitch the Coalition's policies. Mr Morrison, who voted a short time ago in his Sydney electorate of Cook, has admitted to Channel 7 that more needs to be done to close the gender pay gap.
This is an area where clearly I need to communicate better, but the results and the actions we've taken is what's important. The gender pay gap in this country now has fallen from 14.4% down to 13.8%. We've invested $2.5 billion.
A lot of people would argue it's not enough, though.
I'd agree with that.
Meantime, the opposition leader Anthony Albanese has also just cast his vote at the Marrickville Town Hall in the Sydney seat of Grayndler. Independent challenger for the eastern Sydney seat of Wentworth, Allegra Spender, says people are looking for change. Ms Spender cast her vote this morning, thanking her supporters in the area. She says people are disaffected by both parties.
I think it's going to be tight, but I think that people are really seeking change, and they're seeking change in terms of how we are represented, and both in Wentworth but actually around the country. People are disaffected with the major parties, and I think that really shows.
After an intense and at times hostile campaign, the final race for the Melbourne seat of Chisholm is underway. Zalika Ismail reports from Glen Waverley.
The ultra-marginal electorate in Melbourne's east is one of the most at-risk seats for the Coalition. Liberal MP Gladys Liu won Chisholm in 2019 with around 1,100 more votes than the Labor candidate. The seat is one of the most diverse in the country, with 20% of the population having Chinese ancestry. The race between Ms Liu and Labor challenger Dr Karina Garland has been intense and at times controversial, with the Prime Minister accusing the opposition of sewer tactics following the release of a Labor attack ad on Ms Liu. The seat is crucial for Labor's chances and is once again expected to go down to the wire.
The independent candidate for the Melbourne seat of Kooyong says a complaint by the Victorian Liberals about Chinese writing on her campaign material is a false allegation. The Liberals claim an authorisation was only made for Monique Ryan's signs in English and not in Chinese. She's fighting Liberal Josh Frydenberg for the traditionally blue ribbon seat. The Australian Electoral Commission says it's been made aware of such signage before and has been in contact. However, Dr Ryan says all her campaign material, including how to vote cards, has been authorised in the correct languages. 8 million people are due to vote today, with queues at polling stations across most of the country. The Australian Electoral Commission says it managed to find enough staff for all of its 7,000 booths after initial fears that pandemic staff shortages could affect access in some regional areas. Spokesman Evan Eakin-Smith says there's been a record number of early and postal votes.
We've had 5.5 million people cast their vote via pre-poll, which is a record by some 700,000 odd on the last election in 2019. We've had a record number of postal votes as well. So roughly half the Australian population has already voted. The other half, well, they've got to get out today.
COVID-19 is causing staff shortages and putting a strain on the country's hospital system as Australia records another 50,000 cases a day. President of the Australian Medical Association, Omar Khorshid, believes Australia should be doing more to keep a lid on transmission. Dr Khorshid says this is what living with COVID looks like. But vigilance is needed as new variants come along.
But what we haven't done is prepared our health system. We haven't continued to use masks to try and slow spread, and hence we're seeing the consequences of a very large transmission. Looks, headline says it's the highest in the world. We are actually still testing, unlike many other places.
A woman in her 90s has died with COVID-19 in the ACT. The Territory has recorded 859 new COVID-19 cases in the latest reporting period. There are a record 89 people in hospital with the virus in Canberra. And US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has been banned from receiving communion in one of her state's biggest cities. The conservative Catholic Archbishop of San Francisco, Salvatore Cordileone, says the California Democrat will no longer receive the sacrament because of her support for abortion rights. Archbishop Cordileone says he's told Ms Pelosi in a letter that she must either remove her support of abortion rights or stop speaking publicly about it.
Journey to another world as ABC Classic brings you the Classic 100 music for the screen. From Game of Thrones to The Crown, from Mario Brothers to Final Fantasy, from Jaws to Star Wars. Celebrate your favourite music from film, television and gaming with Australia's biggest weekend of classical music. The Classic 100 Music for the Screen. Log in to vote now at abc.net.au/classic.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
I'm Callan Russell, a Nullican Cage boy from the Darwin Buffaloes Football Club.
I'm Chad Wingard, a Nudgee man from the Hawthorn Football Club.
Skur Johnson, a Barkagee man from the North Broken Hill Football Club.
My name is Sharad Wellingham, a proud Nudgee man from the West Coast and Collingwood Football Clubs.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
It's where we look back and honour those Indigenous players who have led the way.
He was the only Aboriginal player playing in the VFL.
I want to be good, dominating my mind that I was their equal.
A little man walking amongst giants.
A chance to reflect on the wrongs of the past.
93 against Collingwood, I did what I had to do. I pointed to my skin and said, I'm black and I'm proud.
And learn and grow as a football community.
We need the rest of Australia to stand up, to fight, to stamp it out, because there is no room for racism in Australia.
It's a round where we remember those champions
who have led up the biggest game of all.
Away goes Michael Long. Still going. 30 metres out. Oh, what play! It may have been touched on the line. No! One of the plays of the year.
And where we showcase the contribution that the current Indigenous players make to the game and our country.
This is who we are.
And this is our stage.
Instead picked up by Pickett, who bounced it through.
High up and under. Raken upstairs with the hands.
Roving Bolton, a dummy, a snap on his right. That is brilliant.
Back to Motlop. Curls it from the left forward pocket. Centre half forward. Kicks for Wingard. Into the open goal. Hawthorn are coming.
Brisbane into attack. Cameron! He goes high as the Gabba stands.
Stack onto the footy. Rioli in the goal square. Suckers it through. Pops it up towards Ryan. Gets a run. And a fly. Ryan soars through the night sky.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Takes the mark. Bacon goal square. Buddy from 60 out. He bends it back. And he's got it.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It is election day and we're in the ultra-marginal seat of Corangamite, where the Prime Minister has been 5 times over the last 6 months. This is a ground which benefits greatly for its status as an ultra-marginal seat. But we just won an ultra-marginal game of footy this afternoon. The Geelong Cats, who are just inside the top 8, they're 5-4. They've been up and down in the last 5 weeks. While Port Adelaide, their form line is true. They were 0-5 to start the season. They're now 4-5 on a 4-game winning sequence. The Doug Nicholls round continues. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clench and Adam Ramanauskas are still here from the lead, and Mark McClure is alongside me as well. I just leant over your shoulder, Sellers, yes, and I saw your Carlton group chat on WhatsApp, which has 297 unread messages.
Yeah, they're a bunch of lunatics, I tell you. They just keep posting all the time during the game, and some of it's probably worthy to be read, but some of it is absolute rubbish. Yeah. And so I just cut them out. I should get rid of the whole thing, really. I mean, but, I was at the game last night too, as well, so and love what I saw. They have their moments. But the thing I've been more impressed with is Vossi. He may be the coach, but he's a leader. He's the leader of this whole group now. And he's got them in the palm of his hand because it's working. And what you see with them is a lot of character coming out. Two things that I really loved last night was every small forward kicked the score, kicked the goal. The chase, tackle, harass in the forward half is back. And it's tough and it's strong, and that's what you need. And if you haven't got that in your team, guess what you got? You got nothing. It doesn't work. So for mine, that's a big sign, and they're all happy, and they're enjoying themselves because they're working hard, and they're winning, and it's working for them. So that's the big point. And then you were talking about it with Essendon, with Rama. I mean, that's where they got to get to, Essendon. They're not there yet. They're miles away, but they're not miles away, but it could click any time. But you've got to have the leader of the place to be the leader. Doesn't do strategy, doesn't do all that. He just leads. And he lets assistant coaches do the rest. And I like that. I think that's a really good, powerful signal to the people. Not one man can do it all.
Michael Voss was on the lead a short time ago with Clinchie and Rama. He was asked about the start to the season for Carlton, well situated at 8-2.
We took a hit about a month ago when we played Fremantle. We walked away from that game and sort of felt like that there was some things we needed to really tighten up. Thankfully for the last month, we've gone to work pretty hard on some of those things, and the players have trained really well and put us in a great position to be able to put in performances like that last night. So we have to keep taking the same approach. We're far from a finished product. We understand that. There's some really big challenges that are coming up. But thankfully, we've sort of worked our way through it. We've stayed really, really measured through it all, and we've got to keep learning and developing. So looking forward to the back half of the season, no doubt.
It was a hell of a result last night for the Blues. So all of a sudden, 8-2. I was looking through their draw in the back end. I think the sides that they played twice, 3 of them are bottom 10 teams. They get twice in the back end. So top 4 now, all of a sudden, it's going to be hard to keep them out of it.
That actually happens when you're poor for some time.
Yep.
They put you in a position where you can play those teams. But the big test will come. Well, that was a test last night against Sydney. I thought they were a pretty good side too. They played well. They just didn't, as you know, they didn't win the contested area, and the Blues are A-grade at that. That's their big number one key thing. Then you have a look at, we're going to play Brisbane, and you're going to play Melbourne, and Geelong's always a test for anybody, as we well know. So there's 3 or 4 others around the place that are pretty good. And Fremantle are a test. We've got them up in a few weeks again. So that's a good time to have a crack at them.
Where have you got them? Are they just a finals team? Are they a top 4 side? Are they a flag threat? Where have you got them?
I tell you what, they're the most exciting team to watch. If you watch them rush out of the middle of the ground, it's extraordinary. And the tall forwards. And you can play football with a small forward line, let me tell you. And you can score. And Port Adelaide are doing it now. Without Charlie Dixon, if you watch that, they've got a small forward line, and they chase, tackle, harass. All the guys who are in that area, like Gray and Pal Pepper and Rosie and Butters and all those guys. And there's Georgiadis and Marshall. 2, they're not even huge. They're just medium-sized, 6'2", 6'3" sort of guys. And you can get away with it because of movement. So to me, you don't have to have a giant in the forward line to win a game of football.
So to answer my question, are they a flag threat?
I was getting around that. I didn't. We've all done this before. Everyone's jumped the gun before at this football club for 20 years, okay? Oh, we'll be better this year. We'll be better this year. Well, guess what? They are better this year. And we all understand that. But can they get to the end finals? I think they can make the finals. They're in a perfect position to make finals, no drama. Where they sit, that'll be up to them. But if they continue on with the way they play, if they lost another, say, 3 or 4 games, they'd still be top 4, I reckon, in that spot.
Yep.
So I think that's the scenario.
I don't like this new Carlton, Clenchy. We spoke to Brian Cook last night as part of our pre-game, and he mentioned one of their 6 pillars and their 6 values that they have going forward. One of them's humility, and he said, look, in the past, that hasn't been part of the club's DNA, but I don't like hearing that from Sellers, that he's not getting carried away. They're 8-2. It sounds far too sensible for a Carlton Football Club than what I'm used to.
Yeah, absolutely. He did acknowledge that swagger is a part of the Carlton DNA, isn't it? And they don't mind it when they're
every day.
going well. I think there is a legitimacy in terms of their contested possession and the clearance that we haven't seen in the past, but it is a long season. I can't wait for this afternoon, Geelong and Port Adelaide. There's a lot to look forward to. As always, the Cats have swung their late changes. And it's not Paddy Dangerfield, who was the one who struggled to train all week with illness. So, Reece Stanley out with an ankle injury. Quentin Arkle's out as well, and Francis Evans and Cooper Stevens comes in. So a bit of a surprise there for the Cats, and yet you feel like on this election day, if the Power can tip out Geelong in their home electorate like Fremantle were able to do, well, that might be a good indication that the Cats are no longer the force in which they once were, where for so long they've been consistently inside the top 8. They've been on a different form line to Port Adelaide, who have won their last 4, but you look at the calibre of opposition in which the Power have been able to beat North Melbourne, Bulldogs, St Kilda, West Coast. It steps up today, so it's a good way to learn where these two sides sit.
Let me don't beat up on the Carlton supporters. They've had a terrible run, 20 years of it, and now you're about to have yours, Rammer. And I'm enjoying that part of it.
You want a violin?
You need one. Anyway, but we've had a terrible time. So there's nothing wrong with walking around being proud of your footy club. I think that's a really good thing, and our supporters have started to do that and feel good about themselves, and that's great. That's the big reason why you go to the footy. Otherwise, the stands would be empty.
I'll tell you what, if Patrick Stack's listening, the head of our socials team, if we can get a GoPro put in the car when we come down to Geelong with Sellers, we got content galore there. We've always got some stories to tell.
Yeah. Talk us through the car trip. So
horrendous.
3 of the 4 of us are in the same car and hit the freeway. There's a bit of flapping going on, and I must say that the driver was a little flustered. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, cars are expensive, you know that, don't you? You don't even have one, so you wouldn't know. Correct. But look, there was a little. I ran over a log the other day.
Yep.
In Patterson Road in Bentley, and I thought, what the hell? How's a log get in Patterson Road? So it was about 4 inches thick, and I ran under it and bang and bashed the inside of my car, and I didn't know because I couldn't get on the ground and look under it. And then when I got to 100 k's, the noise was horrendous, and I'm going, the car's going to fall apart. It's only a little flat on the bottom of the car, so we went to where were the
tyre company around the corner,
and they fixed it up for us. It was good.
The pit crew was giving him no reassurance. He was worried. We were still at Werribee going, this is not good. This is not good.
I need to be careful what I say because it's a long way on foot back to Melbourne.
I was thinking it was the back wheel because you're in the back, and it might have lowered the thing a bit.
As well.
Why don't you have a car?
Self-conscious.
Huh? Why don't you own a car?
I had an old dodgy car that I brought from Perth to Brisbane to Sydney, and then when I left Sydney, I left it behind. Right. And I'm living in a city in Melbourne, and I just thought, I'll see how we go with that one for a bit, and I haven't needed one.
Or you just leave it in the road?
I think I gave it to the wreckers for a few $100.
Are you a public transport person or an Uber?
I'm on foot or Uber. Yeah. I live very central, so close to work. I don't really need one.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
No. How are you anyway, Rammer? I mentioned
going well.
I mentioned the
going well. That's been fantastic. I love it.
I mentioned the election theme off the top. You were out and voting early this morning.
Yes, Essendon Primary School's out voting. Get it out in 15 minutes.
Oh,
beautiful. Bacon and egg roll. Couple little cakes there they had, so it was quite nice. So everybody, make sure they do get out and vote, please. But I'm with Clishy. I'm really interested and fascinated in this game today. I think we'll find out a couple of things. We'll find out if Port Adelaide's form's been real, for one, and just this new Geelong sort of style that they're talking about. I want to see it firsthand. You look at it. We asked Jack Henry just a little bit earlier about, you look like you're going to blow St Kilda off the park last week, just with the way that game was flowing, and then all of a sudden it grinds to a halt. Just bang, and then St Kilda completely outrun and outpower you through the back end of that game. So they're sitting 7th at 5-4, the Cats. So they're okay, but there wouldn't want to be too many more hiccups from here, I wouldn't imagine.
Especially at home.
Yeah,
this is their fortress.
Well, last time they were here, their last start here against Fremantle overran them,
blew them off the park in the end, didn't they?
Yeah, in the end. So they're an interesting watch.
What's their biggest concern, do you think? What's the big question mark you've got?
Midfield spread.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Midfield spread. That's where they're getting exposed at the moment.
And they know it too.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, they know it. And they're not blooding any kids.
Yeah, but
where's the youth coming through? Where are they dropping people? How many people they dropped this year? Hardly any. They keep playing the same ones over and over again.
Well, Joel Selwood can't play much better.
No, I know that.
No, but here's the issue when I say midfield spread. I say that because Geelong have been so used to winning the ball at the source for a long, long time. Okay, so now the game's sort of just slightly shifted for them where they're not winning it as consistent as they were, but then teams, what's happening is once the ball goes from that contest to the next,
the opposition team's beating him to that next contest and outnumbering. And that's what's costing him. So once the team outnumbers at the contest, they win it. And that's what Fremantle did. They won the ball here, and then they get their running game going. That's where Geelong lack.
And they also lack in small forwards. They don't have any.
Stengel's been pretty good.
Okay, he's been the only one who's actually really scored.
Yeah. They don't lock it in their forward half.
They don't lock it in.
The point trying to make.
They don't chase and tackle. There's no big chase and tackle. I reckon that'd be a stat we should look at this afternoon. If they can hold the ball in their forward line long enough and chase, tackle, harass, they can win. But guess what? It just comes straight out.
So their greatest strength has always been their rebound off half-back, whether it's been Blitzarves or Stewart, and then their midfield has obviously gone to work from that point onwards. They've got a great weapon up in their forward 50 with the Tom and Jerry show, as we like to refer to it, Tom Hawkins and Jeremy Cameron. But, just that contested clearance side of the game. Patrick Dangerfield's the big watch as well. His form at the start of 2022 hasn't been nearly at the level in which you'd expect, and all of a sudden questions are being asked, does he still have that burst? Can he still influence the contest in a way in which he's been so well known for throughout his career?
So they've won back-to-back games only once this year. You've got to go way back to 3 and 4. And Ramo, as you touched on, just interesting philosophy-wise in how Geelong are going about it at the moment. So they are trying to play a different way.
They are.
The one game that they won and won convincingly was in Canberra, where by their own admission they went back to playing the style that we're used to seeing them 2021 and previous, where
141 marks they had in that game.
So it was the slow, deliberate control possession. And then when they've broken from that and tried to play a more sort of modern way that's going to stack up in big games and in finals, they've actually fallen short in the regular season. So it's sort of this interesting dilemma. Do they go back to what they're doing, bank wins, or are they trying to play something that's ultimately going to be more successful in the business end?
So they've fallen short because they've lost the game, okay. But they've fallen short because they haven't been able to maintain it long enough in a game. That's I think, where the difference lies here with Geelong. So last week, if they had played the way they started against St Kilda, they blow them off the park. But it's the sustainability of what they're trying to do, this higher tempo of game. I don't know. I'm confident on Geelong still. I'm confident on them, but like I said, I just don't think they want more hiccups.
Which is similar to what we say about the Bulldogs at times, isn't it? Where when they play their best footy, they can completely flush it out, the Bulldogs, and they look as good as anyone, but it's trying to do it across 4 quarters. Is that a matter of being able to go through the gears with your game a little bit to be able to...
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that must be, I imagine, a difficult thing to try and teach, because when you're at practice, it's hard to sort of say, right, now we're going to second year and third year and so on and so forth.
They've been a good side for a hell of a long time.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
you think Sellers,
let me tell you.
You think they've made multiple prelim finals, grand final and the like. So they've been a perennial finals team for a number of years. So implementing change quick has resistance.
Yep.
That's always the case.
We've been okay. We've been up there. That's what it's about. But we can't finish it off.
Yep.
That's the point.
So showing older, more experienced guys, hey guys, this is actually working. We've just got to go with it a bit longer. Just go with it a bit longer with us. You know, instead of it being 1.5 quarters, this week's going to be 2 quarters, then it's going to be 2.5 quarters. There's going to be a time when you need to go slow. Of course there is. But just go with it. Come on. Just work with us.
See, their defence is getting hurt now because the midfield's not strong enough, not tough enough in the midfield, not working hard enough, not running hard enough, not spreading quicker. You know, they're an old bunch. And we all know, age is not a problem for me. I don't care about that. But it's seriously, in today's game, if you watch Fremantle that day, how fast were they to move the ball? Like bang, bang, bang. And they just torched them completely. The defence got flogged. And when you look at the defence, it's either Blitzarves, and I think Stewart's a really good player. But who else is really good? Who else is the real stars in that area? I don't know. Bewes, he's okay. He does a bit. But they need help. They need protection, and they're not getting it from the midfield.
Just repeating the late changes. So, as we love to say, death taxes and a late change for Geelong. It feels like it's always the way under Chris Scott, who can scratch Reece Stanley and Quentin Narkle. They're both out of the Geelong team. Francis Evans is going to play and start, as is Cooper Stevens. So Stevens and Evans both in. Number 12 and 31 in your footy record, and Brian Myers is the Medi sub for the Cats. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, Martin Frederick is their sub. There's no late change to the starting 22. It's 15 degrees and sunny. Beautiful afternoon for footy here at Cardinia Park. Meanwhile, there's another game that's being played this afternoon. Same time slot, 1:45 Australian Eastern Standard Time. The Western Bulldogs and Gold Coast from Ballarat. Interesting game of footy. The Suns building nicely after a big win over the Dockers last week, and the Western Bulldogs, who have been patchy throughout the season so far, they haven't won back-to-back games since last year's final series. There's no late change there. Rourke Smith is the sub for the Bulldogs and Oleg Markov for the Gold Coast. Very quickly, Sellers, you got a tip in that game for us, Bulldogs Suns?
I love the Suns. I reckon they're really playing great footy, and I like the way that they're moving the ball and doing all those sorts of things. They're playing it up at Ballarat. Be nice and cold for them up there, I can assure you. The Doggies are in trouble a little bit. I like the Suns.
Ooh, yeah, I'm almost with you, I think. They're a sneaky watch. Stuart Dew's men. It is Sir Doug Nicholls' round. We'll talk more about that in just a moment. We're awaiting the arrival of the two teams in Geelong and Port Adelaide. The Banner crew just getting set up beneath us for the Cats. A short time ago, Sellers, you and I had the opportunity to head inside the Port Adelaide camp and catch up with their head of footy in Chris Davies. I started by asking him about being 4-5 after a 0-5 start. They've won 4 on the trot. So what's been responsible for the turnaround?
It's a far better spot to be in 4-5 than 0-5. Look, in fairness to Ken, he just made sure that the guys went back to working week to week, and we didn't think we were playing as bad as 0-5 would suggest. We were in a few of those games, but head down, bum up, and work through. We're probably executing a little bit better now. We've got some players back. Aaliyah makes a difference for us. Wine's coming and coming good. Certainly has helped us out.
Your profile's certainly changed. I think you've conceded the fewest scores in the competition in the last 4 weeks since you've been winning. You're also seemingly using the boundary line a lot more than what you were earlier in the season. So that looks like a change, at least statistically. How much have you actually shifted your style since that 0-5 start?
Yeah, look, there's a balance there. Obviously, we've played a couple of teams who have struggled, I guess. North Melbourne's issues and West Coast issues have been pretty well documented. So, having those two teams in this last 4 week helped us a little bit. The boundary stuff isn't necessarily the way that we have trained to go. I think that's just been where our options, have been. And Ken is very much about playing what you see in front of you, and that's just the way that the games have panned out.
You've dropped a few names in this game too, at this stage too, which is brave, and that's what you need to do to get the shape right. And so that really helped you?
Yeah, definitely. There's no doubt that having some integrity in selection is important. And if you go back to when we started to play a little bit better, Carl Amon was on the outer. Didn't miss a game because of injury late for us, but certainly is playing some better footy now. As you say, we've got some name at the end of the day. Those guys have got to get back to full fitness and find their way back. But for Dixon, if you're talking about Charlie, we've got a forward line that's actually doing some good things now. Charlie will certainly help us, but equally, we want to make sure that when those guys come ready to go.
That's really good, because I love the small forward line works. It works well in some clubs, and it did last night. If you watch Carlton, very much so with the small forwards. Every one of them kicked a goal, and that's important.
Yeah, it is, and we've got Fantasia, who's out of the team at the moment, working his way back. He hasn't played all year, but as you say, there's no doubt that that having the balance between the talls and smalls in the forward line is making a difference. So far this year, at those smaller forwards playing a role, and you wouldn't. Two pretty good players to play under in McKay and Curnow at the moment, but they're doing a fantastic job.
They are. Did you think that Vossi would be this successful?
Oh, look, there was no doubt that Michael was ready when he left our club to do it. There was also no doubt that from what I saw in my 6 or 7 years working with him, that he was going to be able to bring a group of players together. Tactically, I'm sure he's got people around him that can help him. But, Michael's great strength, whether that be as a coach or as a player, I think has clearly been bring a group of people together and getting them to follow him and full credit to him.
Ollie Wine's numbers really over the last months, I think he's averaging 30 a game, and really it's coincided after his heart scare and his health scare that he had in that game at the Adelaide Oval earlier in the year. Can you talk us through, I guess, his last month and his comeback trial from that episode?
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. Obviously, you wouldn't want anyone to have to go through that in terms of having to turn their form around, but Oll's been been great. I mean, if you think that could have really provided some sort of psychological scar, but he was, couldn't wait to get back to training, train well, and really again, he's gone back to work at what we know that he's good at, getting in and under, getting the ball out to some players who can run around him. It certainly helped, I think, Ollie as much as anything, having Rosie and Butters around him is to complement the things that Ollie can bring. But there's no doubt that so far our resurgence has come on the back of Ollie playing some pretty good footy.
The strategy between cricket and footy, it's an interesting one. And is there a lot of difference?
Oh, look, there's a lot of difference in the sense of far more players in footy, far more moving parts. But I think fundamentally, my background in cricket actually allows me to ask some of the dumb questions of Ken and not be treated in a way where Ken feels like I'm being overly critical of what he's doing at any one time.
Most of us are pretty good at that.
Well, there's plenty of people with opinions. There's no doubt about it. So my strength, and look, I've worked with Ken for a long time now. I'm sure is asking those dumb questions that maybe no one else in the room is willing to ask because they think they're far smarter than what I am.
Good luck today. Your time's appreciated.
Thank you very much.
So Chris Davies, the footy boss of the Port Adelaide Football Club, a short time ago downstairs with myself and Mark McClure. We're getting ready for a start. You can hear the Port Adelaide theme song in the background. So the power are out there on the ground. There's no late change for Port, a few for the Cats.
My fellow Australians, right now everyone wants to buy your vote. So we're back to show you how your democracy is being sold and bring you all the inside information of how the pollies are trying to spin it to win it. Join our panel of experts, insiders and me, your election guide, Will Anthony Green.
Gruen Nation. Catch up now by logging into stream on ABC iView. Spoken by Will Anderson and the voiceover guy who has to do this bit as fast as possible.
The 2022 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
Donald Tip and Woody emerges from the pack from the right forward pocket, kicks a spectacular goal. Oh, that is sensational.
The Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The Cats at 5-4, their banner lifted beneath us as they're about to make their way out onto the ground. It is the 10th annual Geelong game for the Geelong Football Club, paying tribute to the traditional owners of the land in which we're on this afternoon. So Doug Nicholls Round continues. It is Geelong and Port Adelaide, two teams that have met in the last two final series. The Cats at 5-4, Port Adelaide at 4-5. The Cats have been up and down throughout the season. They've only won back-to-back games once. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, their form line's a little more pure. They were 0-5 to start the season, their worst start in club history. They've now won 4 games on the bounce. There's no late change for Port Adelaide. Martin Frederick is the sub. Meanwhile, for the Cats, there's always late changes. You can take Reece Stanley and Quentin Narkle out. In comes Cooper Stevens and Francis Evans to the starting 22. And Brian Myers is the Medi sub for the Cats. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch in commentary, Lauren Borden on the boundary, and our grandstand AFL experts, Mark McClure and Adam Ravanauskas. Fascinating game of footy this afternoon, Rama. And you've got one team who we're used to seeing in the final, both teams used to seeing in the final setup, but the Cats trying to change what they're doing, and Port Adelaide have made adjustments on the fly as well. All of a sudden, they're both in and around the top 8.
Just firstly off the top, I'm a big fan of Port Adelaide's Indigenous Guernsey. That looks absolutely terrific. Sort of a lot more black on the front, but the story there that they have, it looks terrific, that jumper, and Geelong's obviously looks good as well. But yeah, you're right. I just think we're going to find out a lot about Port today. Just find out if their form's real, which I'm really interested in seeing. Is it just been a bit of a flash in the pan over the last couple of weeks of the teams that Port Adelaide was playing? I thought Port Adelaide turned the corner against Carlton at the MCG a few weeks ago, where they were well headed by Carlton at half time, but then made a game of it in that second half. So it looks like they've changed their game. So Ollie Wine's been playing a little bit more forward. It's almost a bit more speed around the ball. What Port Adelaide want? They want Rosie up around the ball more. They want Butters up around the ball more. Really then picking out of that stoppage, getting forward and trying to catch opposition midfields off guard. The Cats, on the other hand, though, they're just going. They're just going. They're 5-4, so but they're just going. They're at their best. They look excellent. They look like they can compete with the better teams in the competition. But then you look at last week's game when St Kilda got hold of them. They really got hold of them. They really controlled that game for long periods of time. Paddy Ryder late in that game was really dominant against the Cats. So they look. We understand they're working on a new style, trying to move the ball a little bit quicker. But old habits die hard, Sellers, sometimes.
They sure do, and but the old habits have got them in a lot of trouble. Yeah. They've missed out in a lot of games they could have won against the big boys, and it hurts in finals. And they've lost a lot of those when you go through their record. But they've still been persisting to get into the finals. The games that they've lost in the last bit was St Kilda, of course. Freo was seriously a really good win for Freo down here. They were controlling the game pretty well, Geelong, and then all of a sudden they just got blown away with speed from the middle, and then all of a sudden you could tell. Everyone knows now that their midfield's in a little bit of strife, and we all know, and everyone looked at that, and they'll charge them on those sorts of things. And then they got beaten by the Hawks, and then they got beaten by Sydney and St Kilda. So they're not big clubs when you think about it. Most of those guys have been not in the finals at all. Sydney probably has for a while, but not the other ones. So that's a bit of a worry for them, for my thinking. And I think that the big problem is that their midfield now is hurting their defence. They can control it. They can't get it to the spaces they want to get it to. They have no outside run, really. They've got a lot of speed out there. I don't see Danger with the ball in his hand running freely a lot. You know, he's always in and under trying to do the hard work. I think he should be playing on a wing almost, to put him in a space where he can actually use it properly, change it around. So because it's such a beautiful kick and a good control of the ball. They got a few little hiccups there. Their midfield and Cameron and Hawkins. Rowan comes back in as well as another tall up forward with some pace. Ryan Myers goes out, of course, rested and all those sorts of things. But the guys I really love, Blitzaz can play anywhere, and he will play everywhere today. He'll play in the ruck, he'll play on the wing, he can play up forward, he can play down back, and he's a real weapon. And I hope they use him in the right space to do those sorts of things. Stewart's a ripping player down back, and the other ones in the back half I'm not so certain about when you think about how good they are. De Conning's a young kid. Connor.
Connor.
Buse has been around a long time, steady, okay. But who's great? Who's terrific without Stewart? Just Stewart on his own.
Yeah, and they want to use him in more of an attacking role as well. So that's part of the curiosity sort of around Geelong, Rammer. And I guess the other part, I mean, for me, is their midfield. Can Port Adelaide actually take their midfield on and beat them at their own game? We know Kardinia Park is such a hard place to come and win, but is it no longer the fortress that it once was? That's a big watch for me this afternoon. And I'm interested, Sellers, as you mentioned, Gary Rowan, what impact is he going to have on that Geelong forward line? Because it's a forward line that doesn't want for too much, does it? So could he be a missing piece in the puzzle that could push up the ground and provide one of those link avenues?
Well, right now you've got Jeremy Cameron, 25 goals, Tyson Stengel, 17 goals, Tom Hawkins, 27 goals, and then you go down to Brad Close at 9 goals.
There you go.
So it's the spread of goal kickers that becomes really, really important, Sellers. Now, we know how dominant Cameron and Hawkins have been in this year, but you won't win consistently if you've just got those two twin towers. Now, but on the flip side of that, that's where my concern lies for Port Adelaide today as well, because they've had trouble in the past with those bigger key forwards. We've seen in the past a Trent McKenzie having to go to Tom Hawkins. Now, Tom Hawkins in a final kicked 5 behinds, and everyone thought Trent McKenzie done this marvellous job on him. The reality is he kicks 5 goals. He's the best man on the ground. So I'm not sure how they play those matchups today. Like, does Aaliyah go to Cameron? Does Aaliyah go to Hawkins? Does Cleary go? Yeah. What do they do with these matchups? I'm quite fascinated because that's what they lack. They lack a big key defender, Port Adelaide.
And we saw last night with Carlton, Charlie Kerner, you only need to get it wrong for a quarter or a half. All of a sudden, the game is completely changed.
See, Jonas, Aaliyah and Cleary are all the talls down there, and they're the ones who'll rotate around. And I don't know who the fastest is because Rowan's really quick, and he runs like the wind. He moves up and down the ground.
I think Ryan Burton will go to Rowan.
Probably will, yeah. He probably will. But I don't mind their defence in the way they look at it at this stage. I mean, if you can't get feed from the midfield, it's very difficult to score. And I just think that the character, I want to have a look at the character of Port Adelaide today.
Two teams are lined up for the Welcome to Country. We're on the land of the Wadawurrung people.
And we're getting set to go, waiting for the official welcome to country. The two teams lined up facing one another on the western wing. Let's kick it downstairs.
And welcome Wadawurrung woman Karina Eccles and Norm Stanley, a Kurnai and Wajibulak man, artist, musician, storyteller and all-round cultural educator on didgeridoo to perform today's Welcome to Country.
I say Wadawurrung spirit. May we acknowledge Wadawurrung spirit of Wadawurrung country. Wadawurrung spirit of Wadawurrung people. Wadawurrung spirit of Wadawurrung mother tongue. Wadawurrung language. I acknowledge all First Nations people that are gathered here today. I acknowledge Wadawurrung ancestors and Wadawurrung elders here today. I say Nyatni to Kuraringalabil. I say thank you to Bonjul for the creation of our beautiful country and our connection to our Kulin nations. I'll now welcome you to the traditional lands of my ancestors and family today, the traditional lands of Wadawurrung people. Muum Bengodingadak, Kinkim Bill, Wedigarang Guli Wadawurrung, Na Lingu Wikimbani Wadawurrung Ja, Bunini Dulama Bengadak Ba, Giyupan Gutma, Maradop Makbori. In Wadawurrung language I say, from my ancestors, family and community, I welcome you all here on Wadawurrung country. Let us all come together, embrace each other and gather in peace. Gimbani Wadawurrung Ja, Geelong, welcome to Geelong in Wadawurrung country. Thank you.
A welcome to country on the land of the Wadawurrung people The word Geelang is on the back of the Geelong jumper, D-J-I-L-A-N-G. It is the Wadawurrung word for Geelong, so you can see the leap that's been made there by the white man back in the day. The parable-like story of Bunjil is also told on the jersey as well. Bunjil, the creator, the wedge-tail eagle that floated above the earth and brought the world and life into existence. So that's part of the Geelong jumper designed by Karina Eccles. Meanwhile, the Port Adelaide jumper, you mentioned this, Rammer, designed by Lockie Jones. The centrepiece of the Port Adelaide jumper, which is predominantly black, includes a brolga, the large grey crane, which is the totem of the Yanyua people of Jones's grandmother. The footprints and the lines and circles around the V on the front of the Guernsey represent his Nana's jersey, his Nana's journey as a member of the stolen generation, while the teal symbolises the people that helped her along her journey. So a beautiful story, the Port Adelaide jumper with the brolga as the centrepiece. His Nana's totem, predominantly in black. Port Adelaide, meanwhile Geelong, predominantly in white. The late changes here in Geelong, Reece Stanley and Quinton Narkle, the two late outs. In comes Francis Evans and Cooper Stevens. The Matty subs, Brian Myers for Geelong and Martin Frederick for Port Adelaide. Lauren Borden is with us on the boundary again this afternoon. A glorious arvo in Geelong, 15 degrees and sunny. Lauren, how are things downstairs?
It sure is. It's absolutely perfect conditions down here, especially for those fans in the Reg Hickey stand getting full sun on them. Really nice down here. A bit of wind going towards the city end of the ground, so the construction zone where we're seeing a little bit of development on that stand, a little bit more than we've seen throughout this year, but really nice conditions down here. We've seen a few good contests this year up at Geelong for them playing some top 8 contenders, so hopefully we'll see another one today against Port Adelaide.
We're just witnessing the exchange of gifts and the coin toss out in the middle, so Tyson Stengel and Brendan Parfitt both out there with Joel Selwood. They've won the toss. They've decided to kick to that open end of the ground. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, they had their 5 Indigenous players out there in this part of their 22 today, along with the captain in Tom Jonas. So Sam Powell-Pepper, Stephen Motlop against his old team, Jeremy Finlayson, Carl Amon and Lockie Jones, who I mentioned designed the Guernsey for Port Adelaide today. Final thoughts, Ramo, who do you like here?
Well, I like the Cats only because it's here. I think if it's in Adelaide, I like Port Adelaide. So I just think now's the time for the Cats to start to motor in this season. I think they're starting to get some momentum into the season. You said earlier, Corbs, they've only won 2 in a row twice, really early in the season. I think it was rounds 3 and 4.
Once, yep.
Yeah, once, sorry, in rounds 3 and 4. So momentum now, starting to bank some wins. I mentioned Port Adelaide earlier around, well, is their form real? I think we're going to find out. I think we find out today if Port Adelaide's form's real, but just being here at Canidia Park, Geelong's record here is just, it's something like 90% over the last 100 games, I think. So it's super from that perspective, so I'll stick with the Cats.
Sellers?
Well, I like Port Adelaide. I just like they're in really good form. They've played 4 wins in a row. They've pulled themselves out of the wreck. And that's hard to do. You've got to pick yourself up and start going and win games in a row. And now they're confident in what they can do. And they can almost pick this side apart if they want to. I'm going to go Port. I think they might win.
Geelong at 5 and 4, Port Adelaide at 4 and 5.
It's just interesting already. So Cleary's going to Hawkins. Paddy Dangerfield started forward. Aaliyah's gone to him. And then Jeremy Cameron match up is Tom Jonas.
On Grandstand AFL, you're with Matt Clench, the Cats and the Power.
He sets himself up against Blitzouts. Went early, the young South Australian one down the tap, but Parfitt gets the clearance of the Cats. Hand pass to Cam Guthrie. Kicks to half forward. 2 wide for Izzy Smith. Racing back, Houston. Cannons into Dangerfield. Danger got it. Hand pass to Smith. Kicks long to the goal mouth. Hawkins 1-on-1. Cleary, good early battle. Punches it through for a minor score. First score of the match inside 30 seconds is behind Geelong's way.
That was great work by Cleary because he had the peak position there, Hawkins. Should have taken that mark.
From the kick out, the Power come wide out to Cleary, who marched just inside the boundary line. There's a dangerous kick from Ryan Burton, and Cleary takes it, floats a kick down the broadcast wing, and Zach Guthrie forces his way to the front to take the intercept mark. Cats predominantly in white, Port Adelaide predominantly in black, both in their Indigenous jumpers today. It's the kick inside 50, and Jonas just punches it away, double-fisted, over the boundary line, a throw-in forward pocket for the Cats. Given Ken Hinckley's link to Geelong and the fact that Port are an interstate team, it's amazing how infrequently Port have played here over the last decade. Just twice under Ken Hinkley's tenure have Port Adelaide played here at Kardinia Park the last time back in 2017.
Hawkins doing the ruck work here. He's always dangerous. A shallow throw in the end he can't run onto the end of it.
Shallow. Went 5 metres.
Well, it wasn't very good, but I'm sure the umpire's going to give a better effort for this one.
Come on. Muscles.
No. He might need to get to the gym. It's another shallow throw in. Hawkins knocks it to the front. Aaliyah's there for Port Adelaide over the footy. Can't take possession. Cam Guthrie has it. Tackled. Got it to danger. Hand pass to close to Isaac Smith. Kicks towards the goal mouth. Gary Rowan comes charging out. Picks it up clean as a whistle. Turns onto his right hand side for the dream return. Carl Amon on the goal line denies him. The last man there who was able to get a crucial touch onto it. The Cats are surging 2 behinds to Port Adelaide yet to score.
He's had a heap of back and hip issues. Gary Rowan hasn't played since last year's preliminary final where he started as the sub for Geelong as Butters marks the kick out at centre-half back. Couple of early scores for the Cats. They're 2 behinds as Butters goes short away to Wines. Hand pass to Burton. Heads to the eastern wing. Pau Pepper can't pick it up around his bootlaces. Georgiades extracts it. Hand pass away to Butters. He feeds it forward to Wines. His hand pass cut out. And Stewart knocks it out of play. So a throw-in on the eastern wing. Couple of late changes for the Cats. Stanley and Narkle, the 2 late outs. In comes Evans and Stevens, the 2 medi-subs. Grind Myers for Geelong and Martin Frederick for Port Adelaide.
Toss back in. Blitzav's doing the ruck work from behind against Hayes, who won down the tap. Wines tried to soccer it off the deck. A chance for Atkins for the Cats. Kicks up to half forward over the head of Gary Ryan, who tried to throw a hand back at it. Couldn't claim the mark. Close overruns the footy. Burne-Jones and Jonas there for Port Adelaide. Burne-Jones' hand pass towards Butters. Couldn't gather. And in the end, Joel Selwood sees it out of play. A throwing it right half forward for the Cats, heading to the construction end in this opening term. Geelong by 2 points.
They certainly turned up, the Cats. All stands are full.
And a big gaping hole, of course, at the city end or the
20 million.
The northern end of the ground. From the boundary throw-in comes down to Parfitt. Got a hand pass through to Cam Guthrie. Squeezes a kick along the ground out to half forward. But Jonas, who collects and is then tackled out of play by Jeremy Cameron. I mentioned earlier the seat of Corangamite, where we are today, is really considered one of the big bellwether seats in the election and is always an ultra-marginal seat. And the reason for that is probably why we've got the redevelopments going on and it stands the way it is.
Certainly are.
And the ground looks in the condition it does as from the boundary throw-in.
Smart business to be.
Duncan away to Selwood. A hand pass out to Atkins to Parfitt. Half forward for the Cats. Kicks inside 50. Close. Can't take it low down. Hand pass away from Aaliyah. Got it eventually to Rosie. Attacks the footy and Close. Never gave up on it. Forces the neutral ball and a ball up 35 out from the Cats' goal.
Very strong tackle.
So footy is close to the people of Geelong's hearts. That's one thing we know as it's thrown up here. Hard against the boundary. Geelong deep in attack. Hayes wins down the tap. Ricochets off Parfitt. Back to him. Hand pass to Rosie. Couldn't clear the congestion. Atkins firing shot towards the goal mouth. Rowan's outnumbered 3-on-1. Houston gets back. Good support. Takes them half of Port Adelaide. Not as good a kick out of defence. Looking for Amon in the right back pocket. The kick was just too far in front of him.
Jeez,
and rolls end over end out of play.
They spent some time in the forward half, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's just gone from the centre bounce forward every time.
3-0 the inside 50 Geelong's way, but
it's been locked in.
It hasn't left.
It hasn't left in inside 50.
2 behinds to yet to score. Geelong's way. 5 minutes played from the boundary throw-in. Hayes moved out of the way.
Hands.
Hawkins grabs it. Sweeping hand pass to Parfitt under pressure. Couldn't get it away to Smith like he wanted. Butters onto it. Got a hand from Houston and he's off and running. Butters. 3 bounces. Rowan's after him under pressure. He got a kick away but it skids out of play. Gary Rowan with a superb chase down effort. And it's out of play again inside the forward half for Geelong, so a throw-in 70 out from their goal.
That's exactly what we were talking about. Just put the pressure on, keep the ball in the forward line, and that's a new addition for them.
Toss back into play. Blitzav sets himself in front for the Cats in the ruck battle against Hayes. Knocks it down. Duncan tackled and stripped of it by Dumont. Amon onto it for the power. Quick hand pass to Wines. Squeeze the kick up to the Hickey wing side. Georgiades used his body. Got rid of his opponent. Port Adelaide free kick for a hole. Robbie Gray thought about taking the advantage. No. Georgiades now takes it. Back behind his mark. Works it back to Dumont on the wing. Good kick up to half forward. Trav Boat takes the mark. 60 from home. Wants to move it quickly. Kick to Marshall. Diving down low. Just couldn't hang on in the right forward pocket. And Zach Guthrie takes it out of play for a boundary throw-in. almost the perfect transition for Port Adelaide.
Election coverage tonight on ABC Radio from 6 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time with Sabra Lane and Raph Epstein, so you can hear it all here tonight. The footy on ABC Sport Digital for the Dreamtime game coming up tonight. From the boundary throw-in, the Cats come away with it. Hand pass from Parfitt to no one in particular. Houston out after it, half forward for Port. Hand pass to Rosie, went without it. Houston follows up, taps it to Wines, shoots a hand pass down the line. Wanted Boak, missed him. Now under pressure, Buse for the Cats. Got it to Cam Guthrie's hand pass knocked out of play. And Wines forces it out, so a throw-in. 40 out from the Port Adelaide goal. Power to the players' stand end, or the southern end, the end that is protected by the grandstand here at Cardinia Park. Geelong 2 behinds, Port Adelaide yet to score, 7 minutes in. Meanwhile in Ballarat, they're 8.5 minutes in, 2 behinds each between the Bulldogs and the Suns.
Thrown back in, Blitzhouse one down the tap, got it to Atkins for the Cats, kicks up to the wing, over the head of Hawkins and Cleary. Aliir's there, taps it straight to the boundary line. Umpire says, throw it in.
That's absolutely deliberate against Aliir.
Yep. Paddy Dangerfield had the arms outstretched.
Yep. Descent?
No.
Was it?
Asking the question. Geelong narrative's been fascinating. Win-loss over the last 6 weeks, but it was a stoppage where St Kilda exposed them last week from the throw-in. Boak with a hand pass to Butters for Port Adelaide. Great tackle, Parfitt holding the footy. He wastes no time, takes the advantage immediately, kicks inside 50. Well, charging out was Evans. He crashed the pack and now is locked up by Jonas. Jezza Cameron was there as well. So one of the late inclusions making his presence known, Francis Evans, and a boundary throw-in inside the forward 50 for the Cats.
Good contest by Evans.
Hayes and Cameron to do the ruck work. They both miss it. Cameron off the deck, slaps it down to Cam Guthrie. Hand pass to Parfitt. 40 out, jams it on the boot. Cleary back pedaling, got a hand on it. Through for a rush behind. Geelong with 3 of them. Port Adelaide yet to score, 8 minutes in. Cats by 3. Just repeating, Reece Stanley came out late, so Quentin Narkle also a late withdrawal for the Cats. So Cooper Stevens and Francis Evans both starting.
Cleary into the back pocket for Burn Jones at Port Adelaide. He looks up the wing. Long kick in the Finlay direction. In from the side, Farrell as well. No mark claim. Onto it is Tui for the Cats. Feeds the hand pass back into the middle of the ground. Mitch Duncan, such a great user, and here's no exception. Spots Evans free on 50. Probably just beyond his reach. Hawkins wants it deep in the pocket. He puts it there over the head of Cleary. Hawkins almost juggled the mark. Hard against the boundary. Snaps, but he is over the line. Nothing wrong with your eyesight, Sellers.
Yeah, there's a few things wrong with me, though.
Wanted to know that. We just put in a phone call to Verge. Throw in.
We can talk about that
3
later.
points. Yeah,
that needs a whole half an hour.
That's a drive home conversation.
9 minutes into the first, Cats with the first 3 scores all behinds. Hawkins tries to soccer it out of the ruck. There's a free. He was holding the opposing ruckman out of it, and so Hayes will get the free kick. Sam Hayes in his 6th game shares it with Cleary, and he goes back and across to Wines, and Wines pokes the kick to Willem Drew, who marks it half back for Port. Power, no late change. Martin Frederick there, sub. Grind Myers, the sub for the Cats.
You're almost playing one-on-one here, the Cats. Just trying to
Stewart's still the one that hasn't got an opponent.
He never does.
Nah, you look at him now, he's just standing by himself,
he's got one there.
Controlling where he wants to go.
He's got one going with him.
Switch on.
That's not him.
No, he's not
Switch on for Port Adelaide as Lockie Jones goes short to Amon against the boundary line. Shorter still to Drew, who's worked from one back flank to the other. He plays on now with a hand pass away to Amon. Lifts it to the ruckman on the wing. Hayes. Look away, hand pass, turnover. Close for Geelong. Zach Guthrie by hand to Evans, and he's knocked out of play by Amon. So a boundary throw-in right in front of the interchange gates. Port Adelaide, the number 1 boundary team over the last 4 weeks. So it has been a bit of a shake-up, Rammer, in the way they've gone about it.
And loopy handballs don't work.
Toss back into play.
Pepper.
Yep, doing the ruck work here against Blitzhouse.
And he won it.
And won a free kick and will take his own advantage. Kicks Port Adelaide towards half forward. In the pack to Koning, good fly, couldn't come down with it. Stewart's there as well, he's stripped of it. To Koning on his backside, got a hand pass, but only as far as Georgiades. Feeds it to Marshall, blazes inside the 50. No one there from a Port Adelaide point of view, but it rolls out of play in front of Mark O'Connor, which is not a bad result. Up against the right behind post. The Cats by 3 points, but all of a sudden the inside 50s, the Power have had 3 to Geelong's 5.
Deep forward for Port Adelaide. Boundary throw-in. Again, Pau Pepper and Blitzarves. Blitzarves wins it down. There's a free. It's going Geelong's way. Dumped after getting rid of it. It's Joel Selwood against Willem Drew. Game number 342 today for Joel Selwood. The Cats skipper deep in defence, 11.5 into the opening term. Port still looking for their first score. Geelong 3 behinds. Short kick to Duncan, his premiership teammate, and he goes for the long kick out to Atkins, who marks and moves it on immediately. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie from the low goal to wing. Kicks to Rowan. Rowan's up and marking. And there are a chance here the Cats on the counter-attack. Untangles himself from Lockie Jones, and now Rowan, 55 out, just lays it up to the hot spot. Hawkins down there, Tui in from the side, no mark. Chucks it on the boot. Aaliyah stops at top of the goal square. Second attempt. Tui tries to soccer it, picked up by Cameron, kick smothered, still alive. Jonas eventually whacks it through. They tried 3 times, Port Adelaide, to kill it, eventually forced the rush behind. Geelong 4 behinds. Port Adelaide yet to score 12 minutes in.
That was a pretty good little contest down there in that little square. It's fantastic.
Perfect Saturday afternoon for footy. The Cats are asking the question. Geelong's forward line unable to capitalise on Port Adelaide's defence so far. Jonas's long kick out of defence, looking for Powell, Pepper, and Rowan spoils it out of play.
I think the way Geelong moved that ball to get that behind was the best reflection of how their game's changed. Like that little forward handball was not in their system in previous years, but it's just that willingness now to give that and move the ball on.
Powell Pepper up against Blitzouts once more. This time it's knocked to the front. A chance for Stevens. He gathers on 50, stripped of it, lost the footy. It lands in front of Atkins. He's locked up by Jones. Great tackle. And now Ollie Wines over it, spinning out of traffic and taken over the boundary line for a throw in. Interestingly, the clearance is Rammer, 11-3, Geelong's way after that masterclass by the Saints last week.
Well, I'm tipping it would have been highlighted through the week how badly they were beaten in that area.
Cats 4 behinds. Port yet to score. 13 minutes in. A tangle between the 2 rucks and a free kick.
He's the smallest ruckman I've ever seen.
And he's going to get alone against Blitzards at the moment. He wins another free here. Involved in a ruck infringement there. Hand pass to Wines. Kicks down the wing. There's a free. There's a number of bodies on the ground, and the kick's going to Cats' way. It was for the tangle with Georgiades and Zach Guthrie. So
it's an interesting move, isn't it? Have Blitzards and Powell Pepper on him. Interesting.
Guthrie pokes the kick down the line. Hawkins takes the mark on his chest. Just forward of the wing for the Cats. Looks inside the forward 50. Rowan's deep. The kick heads in his direction. Hits him square in the face. Spills front and centre. Port Adelaide come up with it. Houston bangs it out of the defensive arc.
Up towards the Hickey wing where Georgiades on a long lead takes a great mark. Wasn't too much Zach Guthrie could do about that one. Some of the matchups so far. O'Connor's gone to Finlayson. Marshall's playing as the deepest forward. He's got Sam de Koning. Sends it in that direction. Brought down by Ollie Wines. A chance for Farrell between wing and half forward. Looks inside the 50. Gray. Long kick. Finlayson up. Couldn't complete the mark. Robbie Gray swoops on it. Gives the hand pass to Finlayson. Snaps on the left and he misses to the right-hand side. A golden opportunity for Port Adelaide, and Robbie Gray, the wizard, created something from nothing. Geelong's lead is 3 points. Cats 4 behind, Port Adelaide 1 behind through the opening 14 minutes.
It's easy after the party, but gee whiz, he could have ran another 5 metres and kicked a drop punt instead of trying to kick one around the corner.
Nice hand pass for Robbie Gray as well. It would have been a good goal assist off his backside, but Finlayson couldn't quite thread it. Port's first score. 4 behinds to 1 behind. Geelong short kicking game out of defence. O'Connor to Duncan. Marks against the boundary line at half-back. Short to Evans. 5th game yet to play in a loss.
Oh, he started well. He's been involved.
The bright red boots on. Long kick down to Rowan against Aaliyah, his former teammate. And ball spits out the back. Stengel tries to knock it on. Butters got it away to Amon. Amon, great work. 2-on-1. Gave it back to Butters. Hooks the kick out of defensive 50. Centre half forward for the Cats. Loose ball. Drew first one there for Port Adelaide. Hand pass and turnover. Buse picks it up. He's tackled straight away. Up lets them roll. Eventually comes out the back door of the pack. And the Cats turn it over. Stewart's hand pass to Drew with the power.
To the back of Rosie, but he gathers and tries to get away from
Great
close.
pace.
Good acceleration. Kicks off the outside of the boot towards half forward. Gray caught behind. Spoils against O'Connor. O'Connor regathers though. Won the one-on-one. Got it to DeConing. Hand pass almost pinched by Marshall. Cam Guthrie's able to make it work. To Tui. He's tackled by Powell Pepper. Back to Guthrie. Squeeze the king into the middle of the ground. To Mort one direction. Parfitt the other. Both couldn't take the footy. Now Parfitt hurries a kick to half forward, but Jonas was able to just come off Jezza Cameron and take the intercepting mark. Works in the middle of the ground to Ollie Wines. A tough ball for Amon to gather, but he does have time. Hand pass to Wines, who slips over. Aaliyah gathers. Hand pass to Butters. Works it out to Finlayson on the wing.
Off his left boot, pokes it down the boundary line to Georgiades, who marks just forward of the wing for Port. Looks inboard. Demont takes the mark. The former Roo swings his kick alongside the centre circles. Burton marks for Port Adelaide, shadows of the light tower, kicks out to half forward. Farrell, the target, keeps his feet close, got a hand on it but went to ground. Farrell spears the kick to Motlop, who takes the mark left half forward. Adelaide.
Hardly one Port Adelaide player moved. No one moved at all in that forward half, and that's what you need to do when the bloke's got the ball in his hand. Come towards him. Give him an opportunity to kick it to you. May not be you, but gee whiz, not one person moved.
Only 8 guys have played on this ground in a game for Port Adelaide from their 23 today. There's a further 4 that have played here for other clubs. And one of them is this guy, who's played here on 41 occasions. A former Cat, Stephen Motlop, against his old team. He moves in from 49 metres out. It won't have the trip. It's across the goal mouth. Stewart spills the mark. Kept alive. Finlayson kicks the goal from the behind line. Kept it alive and made sure he had a play at it. Jeremy Finlayson bangs it off his preferred left boot and through it goes. The power with the first goal in the most unlikely of fashion. Port Adelaide 1-1-7, Geelong 4 behinds, 18 minutes in.
Geez, that's frustrating. Well, so Geelong have had the ball locked a lot of time in their forward half of the ground. So Port Adelaide, that's only their 6th occasion where they've been inside their forward 50, and a lot of those have been shallow entries, but Motlop's kicking that from outside 50 metres on the boundary line. It drifts across the face of goal. The ball then doesn't get spoiled over the line by Geelong, where there's DeConning there, there's Blitzars was in there, Stewart was there, so they had numerous opportunities to spoil it. Finlayson stays down, and he's a crafty player. For a taller player, he's got very good skills and was just able to capitalise on the goal line.
They did exactly what Geelong had failed to do on 4 occasions,
correct.
Getting it to the goal line. Clearing soccer off the ground from Boak. He gets the 1-2 with Butters, kicks towards 50. On a long lead, Georgiades, Kolachasny's right there with him. And the ball goes out of play in front of the 2, right where the boundary line meets the 50-metre arc. Port Adelaide in attack, leading by 3 points. Jeremy Finlayson, all of a sudden, he and Marshall and Georgiades has found some form and synergy, and Charlie Dixon's playing his 2nd game in the Sample, not far away. Thrown back in, non-officiating umpire says a push, and it's going to be a Port Adelaide free kick, and Sam Hayes, the ruckman, he wants to give the hand pass off to Farrell, just inside 50, standing start, good hands to have the foot in. Back-to-back quick goals in succession for Port Adelaide. Kane Farrell was awake to make the most of the opportunity. All of a sudden, the Power lead by 9 points. 2-1-13 to the Cats, 4 behinds. 19 minutes gone, opening term, ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure.
Well, this quarter's gone 19 minutes and 40 seconds, round figures, and Port Adelaide have had the ball in their forward line, I reckon probably 3 to 4 minutes maximum in that period. The rest of the time it's been in the front half of the Geelong side, and they've made the most of it, which is fantastic. I love it. They share with each other. I watch the numbers around the ball. They start to outnumber the Cats now with some people around the ball, so there's someone to hit the ball to. Now they've made a little statement. They've kicked 4 points, the Cats, and Port Adelaide 2-1 for 13, so terrific start.
Dogs by 2 points in Ballarat as we tick into time on in the opening quarter over the Suns. 2 goals each there. We've got a crooked bounce here. Port Adelaide by 9. Sam Hayes and Mark Blitzarves to do the ruck work. Blitzarves going it alone today without Stanley. And he wins it down, but Port Adelaide at the coalface. Drew to Boak.
It's a push.
To Wines as he gets his kick away. He's pushed in the back.
Push back there, that's it.
And Wines will take it inside the centre square. Port by 9 points. They're going forward again. He looks for the ruckman and Hayes takes the mark.
See, they're leading players on their own, Rammer. Just let them roll around and chip the ball about.
Attacking edge of the centre square. Hayes kicks it to the top of the goal square. Finlay sort of played it. There's a whistle, a hold. It's a Geelong free. There was about 16 players at the drop of that footy and a free kick plucked out. It's going De Koning's way. The man Chris Scott referred to last week as the Djakovic to Max King's Carey. He's got it deep in defence here for the Cats.
Jeremy Finlayson is still down as De Koning kicks long towards Blitzab, spoiled away. Zach Guthrie at the front becomes the tackler on Carl Amon. The footy's stuck underneath, and the umpire will pull it up. Interesting, in the pre-game ceremony, Rama couldn't spot Chris Scott out there, standing along the Cats' side.
I noticed that also. Kent was out there, I think.
Might have been in the coach's box already, ready to go. From the throw-in, Powell Pepper sees it out of play, a boundary throw-in. Port Adelaide by 9 points. Kane Farrell's been handy in front of goal. He's kicked a goal in each game he's played, in just his 4th game for season 2022. 2 goals in 2 minutes. Thrown back in. Blitzouts wins the tap to the front for Selwood at Geelong. Drew's fighting hard for Port Adelaide. Cam Guthrie right there with him. Blitzouts knocks it back towards the boundary line. Trying to link up with Cam Guthrie, but it goes out of play with Ollie Wines right there. Port Adelaide 2-1-13. The Cats 4 behinds. 22 minutes gone. Opening term, ABC Sport.
Approaching quarter time in Ballarat. The Dogs now by 8 points over the Suns. Big Saturday afternoon for regional Victoria from the boundary throw-in. Parfitt, hand pass away to Cam Guthrie. He's kick a turnover. Lockie Jones takes the mark. He didn't think it was 15. He played on and now he's told to go. Centering kicks dangerous. Smith there for Geelong. Loops a hand pass to Selwood, who's met hard. Jones following up in the other direction. And Selwood still on his knees, but he's getting up now as Port Adelaide send it down the wing through Burn-Jones. Taken by Marshall, hand pass to Rosie, links up with Georgiades, inboard to Powell Pepper. It's gone up a notch. He's caught by Kolajasny, holding the ball, says the umpire. And a free kick for Kolajasny, but Rama, take us back to that.
I love that by Lockie Jones.
Lockie Jones and Joel Selwood.
Joel Selwood going as hard as he always does at the ball, but Lockie Jones, just beautiful hip and shoulder.
Kolajasny long towards Rowan. He's outmanoeuvred by Burton, and Burn-Jones takes the mark. So Jones got the mark, didn't think it was 15, played on, kicked in the middle of the ground, missed the target, then tried to redeem himself by crashing into Joel Selwood for the loose ball. It had everything you wanted it to have. A long kick, Stewart takes the intercepting mark for Geelong, through the middle of the ground, hand pass to Smith, to close to the run of Cam Guthrie, long towards Jezza and Aaliyah. Cameron can't take the mark. He was held though. As Hawkins is front and centre, he puts the ball up there, not taking the advantage.
That's their new style.
Yeah, but that's the matchup. That's what you get, Sellers.
Totally agree.
So you go into Aaliyah and Cameron one-on-one. Aaliyah can't drop off, run his own show. He has to actually try to compete one-on-one with Jeremy Cameron. He gives away an easy free kick.
They are so good at that, Hawkins and Cameron, at not flying against each other. Yet both were in the vicinity. Jezza Cameron for Geelong's first. The goal umpire has a good look at it as it's right at the right goalpost. And Geelong finally have their opening goal 24 minutes in, after they kicked the first 4 behinds of the match. The Cats 1-4-10 to Port Adelaide 2-1-13. Jezza Cameron, one of their marksmen, up to 26 goals for the season, just one behind Tom Hawkins.
It just looks so much better. That ball flow that Geelong gets. So previously they've had, so that's their 10th inside 50 for the game. They've had the ball locked in, so it's allowed Port Adelaide to have numbers back. As soon as it's quick, it's just you got 2 of the best key forwards in the competition at the moment as it stands. More chances they get, you think they're going to kick the more goals, but it's taking the defenders out of their comfort zone. In that case, it was Aaliyah.
Port by 3 points, back in the middle, Hayes and Blitz halves, they share it, spills down to Dangerfield, he gets the centre break, kicks towards Hawkins and Cameron, spills off the pack, Isaac Smith in the pocket, retreats by hand to Stengel, he goes back to Tui at half forward, kicks to the hot spot, slips off the hands of Stevens, into the path of Close, who chucks it on the boot, and Geelong are in front. 2 in a row for the Cats. And the second lead change of the afternoon. Cats back in front by 3 points. 2-4-16. Port Adelaide 2-1-13. Cats by 3. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and Sport Digital.
Well, I love the way that they're moving the ball much quicker now. the Cats. They're moving it in there. There's space. They're putting them under pressure. And all of a sudden, they pick up 2 goals in a hurry. They had to. They were 4 points with a hell of a lot of ball in their forward line and couldn't get a goal. But all of a sudden, the movement, the quick movement, it finds out the defenders. They can't hold on to you. They can't push you. They can't shove you. They're in trouble all the time, and they found their way.
Really smart kick by Zach
Yeah,
Tui.
it was a beauty.
12-8. All of a sudden, the clearances Geelong's way. The Cats lead by 3 points. Back in the middle. Hayes up against Blitzavs. Hayes got it down to Boak. Gets a clearing kick towards half forward. Motlop waited for the bounce. Didn't get a kind one. And Stewart runs onto it for the Cats. Works the hand pass to Duncan. Hard against the boundary at left half back. Turns. Good vision. Works it back. And Atkins takes the mark on the defensive 50. Now, no one's on the mark, but he's in no intention to move it quickly.
No.
Duncan leads up at him.
That's where his mark was.
Yep. So Port Adelaide kicked 2 goals in 2 minutes at the 17 and the 19-minute mark of the first term, and then Geelong just went bang, bang, 2 in a minute. Cats by 3 points. Gets the hand pass to Isaac Smith. Long kick towards Evans. Aaliyah got rid of him, but dropped the chest mark for Port Adelaide. Has support. Slipping over Rosie. Now gets the hand pass to DeMont through the middle of Cardinia Park. Good vision. Flares the kick out to the Red Chicky wing, and Farrell takes the mark. He works it up to Robbie Graves on a long lead. He marks between wing and half forward.
Hand pass to the runner, Butters. Some indecision. Takes on the tackler. Hand pass back to Gray. Drops it. Zach Guthrie for Geelong. Cats on the counter attack. Hand pass to Dangerfield. Long kick down to half forward. Bounces in front. There is a free kick. A downfield free going the Cats' way. Hawkins to take it. Kicks into the pocket. Stengel the target. And Aaliyah knocks it out of play. It was a whistle, and it was almost like they just sort of set it up themselves and quickly decided to take it without the umpire sorting it out or getting them in position. After all that, we got a boundary throw in right forward pocket for Geelong.
Toss back in. Hawkins trying to work it to the back against Hayes, and now he gets a second go at it. Hand pass straight to Burton of Port Adelaide. Squeeze a kick to the top of the 50. Charging through was O'Connor for the Cats. Rosie for Port Adelaide. Eventually Geelong have the numbers through Tui in the middle of the ground. Kicks wide and Isaac Smith marks. 70 from home. Veers out on that left. Sends it long to the goal mouth. Cam Guthrie's outnumbered. And in the end it's punched through by Hayes for a minor score. The Cats 2-5-17 to Port Adelaide 2-1-13. Geelong by 4 points. 28 minutes gone opening term.
Ballarat half-hour mark. First quarter. Dogs by 14. Over the Gold Coast Suns. Quick kick out. Jones marks it. Hands it back to Burton. Long kick towards the eastern wing. De Koning gives away a free. No, he's going to get a free.
It's probably right, that call, Corbs. It's shepherding against Finlayson there. Just didn't allow De Koning a run at the ball.
De Koning down to Jeremy Cameron in a tangle with Butters. Cameron takes the mark and immediately rolls, kicks to the top of the goal square, slips out the back close, his second coming up, outside of the right boot, a little too cute, and slapped through by Burn Jones. He could have rolled onto his left, he tried to kick it back over his head to the right, and it slides up the side of his boot and in the end had to be helped through for a rush behind.
I don't mind the creativity.
Yeah, but it was silly. He had plenty of time.
Try something.
Could have rolled and kicked it straight on his left boot.
Yeah, well.
It's not a circus trick.
Could have, should have, did it.
Geelong by 5 points, half-hour mark opening quarter.
Ryan Burton to bring the power back into play. He's going to go straight down the middle in the direction of Hayes. He's in a tangle. Finlayson tried to almost claim the mark. Now at ground level, he knocks it out to Willem Drew. Tackled by Cam Guthrie. Dropped it. Cameron takes the advantage for the Cats. Kicks inside 50. And Cleary juggles the mark. That's one area Geelong could probably look at. Their inside 50 disposals, just 41% as opposed to Port Adelaide's 69.
Yeah, well, they're bombing at Geelong rather than kicking to space or to a lead.
Aaliyah from the back pocket, long kick down the eastern boundary line, winds up in front. Can't take the mark, and now he's out of room. A boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Geelong. Counts by 5.
We've only had 2 goals, and we're nearly at the 30-minute mark. Unusual.
2-6 to 2-1. Cats lead it. Meanwhile, in Ballarat, it's just gone quarter time. So the Bulldogs 4-5-29. They lead the Gold Coast 3-3-21.
From the throw-in, Dangerfield runs onto it. Can't get past Farrell, but he does get a hand pass wide to Cam Guthrie. It's just too wide for him and out on the full as you hear the crowd roar as Dangerfield's linking hand pass was just wide.
We had to keep going there, Dangerfield. Yep. Once he brushed that tackle, I don't think he realised he had space in front of him.
Possessions also Geelong's way, 17-13, so well set across half-back from the throw-in. Dangerfield's tackle is over the shoulders of Butters, and Danger is slow to rise. We're going to keep an eye on him as he slowly gets to his feet. Not sure the immediate concern, maybe an ankle, as Butters kicks long to the wing. Sam de Koning in the pack, free kick going Tom Stewart's way. Who quickly moves it into the middle of the ground. Mark taken by Isaac Smith. Hand pass to Duncan. Works it forwards. Further still. Stevens kicks it inside the 50. It's wide of Stengel. Close runs onto it. Hand pass to Stengel. Off balance. Snaps over his shoulder. Great finish. Hasn't he brought some class and some tricks to Kardinia Park? Tyson Stengel. A footy lifeline at his fourth club. And isn't Geelong reaping his benefits. His 18th goal of the season so far, only behind Hawkins and Cameron. And Geelong with a much-needed goal just before quarter time to try and assert their dominance. They lead by 11 points, 3-6-24 to Port Adelaide, 2-1-13, 32 minutes gone. ABC Sport.
Chalk that goal up to Tom Stewart, Sellers.
Yeah.
So he got the free kick, dead on centre wing. But rather than, he would have noticed late in the quarter, rather than go back slowly, kick it down the line, just got back off his mark quickly, straight back into the centre of the ground, and that got a bit of the unpredictability of the ball movement going. And it just then Stengel makes something out of nothing inside the forward 50 in the forward pocket.
Bounce back in the middle. Hayes knocks it forward for Port Adelaide. Rosie runs onto it, got boot to ball. It ends up in the lap of Duncan for Geelong. Sweeping hand pass to the broadcast wing for Blitzarves. Hands it away to the player in Atkins right on the bell. He's kicked down to half forward. Won't matter. And that'll do us through one. Port Adelaide with the first two of the game. We had to wait 18 minutes for the game's first goal, and then Port kicked 2 in 3 minutes. Back down the other end, and the Cats kicking the last 3 of the quarter. So it's Geelong with 3-6-24. Port Adelaide 2-1-13. The goal kickers to quarter time, Jeremy Cameron, Tyson Stengel and Brad Close all have 1 each. While for Port Adelaide, 1 for Finlayson, 1 for Farrell. Here it is, Geelong by 11 points, 2 lead changes in that opening term. Meanwhile, quarter time in Ballarat, the Western Bulldogs by 8 over Gold Coast, 4-5 to the Suns, 3-3. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
Ever heard of Helpers High?
The satisfaction, literally, I cannot define in words.
By volunteering our time, we feed our own positive mood and boost our overall physical and mental health. To celebrate the ABC's 90th year of connecting communities, we're asking you to take the 90 for 90 pledge. Just 90 minutes of your time to help a cause that you care about.
One person can make a difference.
For more information, go to our website, ABC Gives.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The former Cat, Stephen Motlop, against his old team. He moves in from 49 metres out. It won't have the trip to cross the goal mouth. Stewart spills the mark. Kept alive. Finlayson kicks the goal from the behind line.
Thrown back in. Non-officiating umpire says a push. And it's going to be a Port Adelaide free kick, and Sam Hayes, the ruckman. He wants to give the hand pass off to Farrell. Just inside 50. Standing start. Good hands to have the footy in. Back-to-back quick goals in succession for Port Adelaide.
Isaac Smith in the pocket. Retreats by hand to Stengel. He goes back 2 to Tui at half forward. Kicks to the hot spot. Slips off the hands of Stevens into the path of Close, who chucks it on the boot. And Geelong are in front.
Mark taken by Isaac Smith. Hand pass to Duncan. Works it forwards. Further still, Stevens kicks it inside the 50. It's wide of Stengel. Close runs onto it. Hand pass to Stengel. Off balance. Snaps over his shoulder. Great finish.
The Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Sounds there from the opening quarter of footy. It is Geelong by 11 points. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. And for our audience on ABC Radio, of course, coming up tonight, you will get coverage of the federal election with Sabra Lane and Raph Epstein. So that starts from 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. It means if you're planning to listen to the game between Richmond and Essendon, you can do so on ABC Sport Digital in Melbourne, Hobart, Perth and Darwin. Plus, it's streamed through the official AFL app, so look out for it there. If you're on ABC Sport Digital in Adelaide, you'll be getting coverage of the game between the Crows and St Kilda. It's also available on the AFL app. So ABC Radio tonight, the federal election on Sport Digital. You will have the footy in your market. Cats by 11 points, quarter time, Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, it's all been done by the midfield. Actually, they've had a big improvement in their midfield when you look at the Duncan, Parford, Guthrie and Smith. Those sort of guys are up around the 10 and 11 mark in their possessions. Their clearance work has been really good. They've got the ball into their forward line, the Cats, 18 to 8 inside 50s, which is massive. And you give yourself 18 chances to kick a score. They've had 9 shots at goal, so 50% of the time they score when they get in there. So, but that's, to me, and Adelaide have really battled to get there too. They had a quick flash with 2 of them, bang, bang, and then all of a sudden, the Cats come back in with another goal. I love the way that they're playing. They're pushing it quickly. They're starting to move the ball. They're actually giving it off really quickly. And every now and then they kick to space, and I love it when they kick to space. It's no good kicking to a pack, kick it to the space, and their speed beats them up forward. They've just been terrific in that area. The goal kickers, Findlas has got one, Cameron's got one, Stengel's got one, Farrell's got one, Close has got one. So it's just spread amongst whoever it is, and I really like that. I think Port, they'll kick with a breeze this time. There's a bit of breeze going down the ground, the left-hand side of us, you would say, to the where they're building the new stand. And that may help, and I think it'll get stronger as the day goes on. So they may have had some assistance in the first quarter, but gee whiz, I thought they played really well.
I think quarter time couldn't have come sooner for Port Adelaide, if I'm being honest. 9 scoring shots to 3, 18 to 8 inside 50s, contested possession, tackles all clearly in Geelong's favour. So I think now they get a chance to recalibrate what happened in that first quarter. Geelong probably missed some opportunities. I've got it as 4 rush behinds in that quarter to the Cats, so it's been deep in their forward 50. So a little bit of concern, I think. And Ken's got to be pretty tight there at the moment, really talking to him, and I think asking for a really big effort in the first 10 minutes of this quarter. Cats now, Sal, as you mentioned it, on those couple of occasions we saw that quick ball movement, and it worried Port Adelaide. It worried their defenders. It catches a Lear napping. Tommy Jonas caught napping.
One thing I have got is they've 15 tackles to 11. Yeah. So all of a sudden they're at the contest trying to work hard, and that's what the midfield needs to do.
We mentioned Patrick Dangerfield as well in the latter stages of that quarter. I'm just trying to spot him, to be honest, if he's making his way
forward.
He's out there on the ground, so that's good news. He did look just a little sore getting up after a tackle on Zach Butters. Dogs by 15 points against the Gold Coast Suns, that game in Ballarat. So both games in regional Victoria this afternoon. Doggies 5-6-36, the Suns 3-3-21.
The use of Isaac Smith in that first quarter was really interesting, Corbs. He's played mainly as a half forward, but he got himself up to create that space behind, and he started to get his hands on the ball late in that quarter. 8 possessions for the quarter.
The Cats by 11, second quarter underway. Hayes favoured by the bounce, knocks it to Butters, centre clearance for Port, kicks to half forward. Georgiades edged underneath it by DeConing. Kolajasny tackled out of play by Marshall, so a throw in, 40 out from the power goal.
Just watching Tom Atkins in that first quarter, he's still got that run with roll with Ollie Wines. Just watching out this contest, it's pushing, it's shoving, it's bumping, just getting Wines off his game.
The Rucks share it down to Rosie in tight, hand pass picked off. Zach Guthrie grabs it, he's gang tackled. The ball up, 45 out from the power goal.
The other 2 players is Boak and Selwood are side by side as this is thrown up. Blitzhouse tried to take it after the ruck battle, got it to Parford, hand pass to Zach Guthrie, up towards Hawkins, a 2-on-1. And Port Adelaide through Cleary and Jones, see it out of play for a boundary throw-in.
Yeah, they're certainly worried about Hawkins, I can tell you.
Last 5 scores of that opening quarter, 3 goals for Geelong and 2 behinds. Had a lot of the quarter played on their terms. Thrown back in, Blitzhouse in front, but Hayes just swats it forward. Jones runs onto it on the wing, Rowan right there with him, couldn't take it cleanly. Cam Guthrie with a hand pass to Rowan for Geelong. Hand pass to Selwood. Kicks up towards Hawkins at half forward. And Cleary wrestling. The battle of strength, and Hawkins got rid of him to take it at its lowest point. Turns 50. And kicks inward to Duncan, but it's going to be 50. The Cats would have kicked a goal anyway. Cameron was out in the back. And instead, Hawkins is going to be taken within striking distance, and the umpire stops backpedaling. It's going to be about 30 metres out.
That's so good by Tom Hawkins.
Oh, powerful.
Just used his backside initially to get the position, then just started to get the arms out to create where the drop zone was going to be for him. Last minute, takes the mark.
That's why they're worried about him. One-on-one, they want to separate. They don't want anyone else with him. That's what they want.
We like to quote Brett Delidio's dad, who says, every team needs a bear tamer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you need something special for Tom Hawkins, and there's not too many who have the height and the size to try and match it with him when you're in that battle of strength. On a 45-degree angle, Hawkins with a 50-metre penalty, shooting from about 40 metres out. Looking to extend the Cats' lead. Hawkins comes in, it fades to the right. It wasn't a great ball drop, and as a result, it sort of had a bit of a duck dive to the right. Cats by 12 points, 3-7-25 to Port Adelaide, 2-1-13. 2.5 gone, second term.
He's at 27 for the year, Hawkins, so 6 behind Charlie Curnow, the Coleman leader. Cleary into a Lear in the back pocket, kicks to the outer wing. A few fumbles for Marshall, still tracking it ahead of him. There's a free kick for Butters being felt behind all of that. And he'll get the free back edge of the centre square for Port. Was busy in quarter number 1, Butters.
They continually kick that little 15-metre pass.
Goes short to Wines. Wines hand pass to Jonas. Cuts through the middle. Hand pass away towards Houston, who loads up. Kicks it inside 50. And Georgiades just got a little separation from Kolajasny and takes the mark left forward pocket for Port.
And the reason why I say that little short pass sometimes does break it up and get you to kick over the line a bit further as they do. But gee whiz, the forwards up there need to be moving and move, and once you start to move, the ball will come.
He kicked 3 last week, Georgiades, but was goalless in the 2 previous games. And he's 10-12 for the year. 20 metres out, 45-degree angle. Georgiades skips in, his set shot misses. Near side. Poor finish.
Never gave it a chance.
Geelong 3-7, Port Adelaide 2-2, 4 minutes into the second quarter.
Cats through Stewart, long kick out towards half-back. Marshall and O'Connor in a battle. Marshall gathers, chips it inside 50. Robbie Gray on the lead. He marks 50 out. Hand pass to Farrell, veers out onto his left. He goes bang! Straight over the goal umpire's hat for his second. That's how you do it. Don't worry about the leading forwards, just do it all yourself. And Port Adelaide with the first goal of the second quarter to cut the Cats' lead back to 5 points. 3-2-20 the power to Geelong, 3-7-25. I don't know about you guys, but if Kane Farrell can do that, he should be in the team every week.
Well, if he's anywhere near you, you would give it to him because he just ducked around someone around on the mark and then just kicked it beautifully, went straight through. Both goals he's kicked have been spectacular from hard angles and difficult spots. I really like him, but you know what? He's got, the thing that they've got to do is they've got to get in his hands more often. He uses it well.
Remember these left footers, they just have a happy knack of trying to make it look a little neater, don't they?
Well, look.
Some do.
Look, it's hard to find a bad left foot kick.
I was about to say this. Speaking to the man himself. Farrell with his second. And kicking a cannon off a couple of steps from outside 50. Back in the middle of the ground. Here's Wines. Head over the footy as always for Port. Got it out to Boak. To Rosie on the wing. Swings his hand pass for Amon. Some hesitation. Geelong win it back. Stevens through to Parfitt. Hand pass out to Tui. Runs along the boundary line. Then beside. Sweeping hand pass to Close. Feeds it forward to Cameron. They're now inside 50 to Cats. Over to Rowan. Steadies on the run. Not a great kick. It reaches a Lear on the bounce. And in the end he rushes it through to make that 5 rammer on the rush behind count.
What's he thinking?
And Gary Rowan, a little rusty first game back, 3-8 to 3-2. Geelong by 6 points as many minutes into the second term.
I think even Lear was surprised he didn't kick it when he fumbled it through from behind. The power work it out of defence. Cleary takes the mark from the kick in from Houston up to the wing. Georgiades is there. He's
got flattened.
Yep, got absolutely flattened as the ball spoiled out of play for a boundary throw in front of the 2 benches. Geelong by 6 points.
He got flattened by Parfitt. Okay.
Dogs by 17, by the way. 10 minutes into the second term in Ballarat over the Suns.
Blitzouts works his way to the front against Hayes. Taps it down to Wines, who gives it back to Hayes. Hand pass to Boak. Kicks Port Adelaide to half forward. Marshall was in the pack, but Geelong had the numbers. Kolajasny down to Stewart. Up towards the wing. Blitzouts palms it down to Cam Guthrie. Hand pass to Evans. Right on the boundary line.
He's got to come back.
Out in the full.
Kicks it straight out on the full.
He's got to come back onto his left foot there. I understand he's a right footer, but you tucked up hard against and you had space to come back inside on your left foot. You can't. Yeah, there's an impossible kick he was trying to make there, Evans.
Is he a left footer?
No, he's a right footer, but just...
Whether he has a left foot, we don't know.
Correct.
Just there for balance as Burn Jones heads down to half forward. DeConey flies, no mark. Spills the Cats' way though. Colin Jasney to Stewart, to Cam Guthrie, and now to O'Connor. Ships down the boundary line, and mark taken by Cooper Stevens, first round pick back in 2019. One of the late inclusions with Stanley and Narkle going out late. Evans and Stevens part of the starting 22 for the Cats. Heads down to a contest at half forward, and in the end the only man contesting it is Ollie Wines, a Brownlow medalist.
My memory serves me correct. Cooper Stevens, when he first was drafted, had a bad broken leg. That's why it's taken him probably a little bit of time.
Wines hand pass to Amon, heads down to half forward. Marshall arrives late, makes a contest of it. Pack forms at his feet. Umpire says ball up. 60 metres out from the Port Adelaide goal. It's a 6-point lead for Geelong, 3-8 over Port Adelaide, 3-2, 7.5 into the second term.
Guthrie with 13, Parford with 12 disposals. Meanwhile for Port Adelaide, Wines with 11 and Butters with 10. Free kick for a hole. And it's going Port Adelaide's way. So the locals discussed, and Sam Hayes is going to take it.
Well, there's not too many Port fans here, I can assure you.
A handball to him.
Thought about the hand pass to Houston, or in fact he probably didn't. Just sends it long towards the teeth of goal. Finlayson's there, Georgiades as well. Marshall and Georgiades are down and slow to rise. Both tackle, got a hand pass forward. Cam Guthrie knots at the blitz halves. In turn to Buse, who's over the boundary line. Now Marshall is still down and Georgiades hasn't quite got to his feet. So they're going to have to move it here as the umpire's about to throw it back in.
Sam Hayes has got to give that handball to Houston. Let your kickers kick inside forward 50.
Boundary throw in deep forward for Port. Hayes, 2 goes at it on the hit out, but straight to Dangerfield. Can get it out of the defensive arc. Kicks down the wing. In from the side. Jones out the back. Aaliyah drops the chest mark. Follows up. Got a hand pass away to Burton. Port keep possession. Amon under pressure. Hand pass back into dispute. Wines and Rowan, and the ball spits over the boundary line. A throw in front of the interchange. I think it was a head clash, Clinchy, with Georgiades and Marshall. Marshall was just holding his nose and his teeth, but sort of put his mouth guard back in, and they're both staying out there. Cats by 6.
Hayes wins it down to Wines. Can't get a disposal away as he's tackled by Cooper Stevens. Eventually the ball does come clear. Drew with a hand pass to Houston. Holds his kick up in the air to Jones. That works in the middle of the ground. Running hard is DeMont. He gathers between wing and half forward. Kicks down the leader. Finlayson can't take the mark. Zach Guthrie right there with him. Gathered by Farrell. Hand pass to DeMont. He's able to brush the tackle abuse. Works it to Drew. Back to Farrell, 70 from home. He spirals a kick inside 50. That was a great kick to Robbie Gray. Now, I'm not sure around where the left foot there was intended, but it hit the target.
He meant that he was trying to kick it to Robbie Gray. I don't mean he meant to kick it like that, but that's the issue there with Tom Stewart. So Tom Stewart's direct opponent was Robbie Gray. So Stewart's thinking the ball's coming high, so he's dropping off. Robbie Gray's one of the smartest footballers you'll ever come across. Found the space, and Farrell's just good enough to get it to him.
Robbie Gray on a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out, the class of the number 9 as he steers it through. And Port Adelaide have drawn scores level at the 10-minute mark of the second term. They've kicked the only 2 goals of this second term. They're 4-2-26 to an inaccurate Geelong 3-8-26. We played 10 minutes in the second term.
There's been a lot of really close clinches type thing with 5 or 6 or 10 around the ball where they've actually motored their way through that and thought their way through it. And all of a sudden, Robbie Gray picks that ball up on the half-forward flank. No one knew what he was going to do. All of a sudden, it went a foot, I reckon, 2 foot off the ground all the way and hit him right on the chest. It was absolutely brilliant pass. And everyone's frightened of Robbie Gray, I tell you. You can't get him on your own. He's a star.
Well, just looking now, nobody wants to go stand next to him. He's like 450. Not my player.
He's a player.
Kane Farrell as well, just his 4th game of the year. That left foot is an absolute weapon, and he's got a couple of goals and now a key goal assist. Port Adelaide back in the middle though. Drew to Rosie, away to Houston. Back edge of the centre square, kicks out to the wing. Bouncing footy, unkind for Finlayson. Buse, hand pass and turnover. Here's Farrell to put it inside 50 again. Looks for Marshall. Leaping up Atkins, can't mark. Slips through to Stewart. Under pressure immediately.
Still under pressure.
Got rid of it. Comes to Gray. Hand pass to Georgiades. Shoots a hand pass back to Drew.
Port at centre half forward. Now to Robbie Gray. Hand pass out wide to Amon. A little fumble. He's bowled over and lost it. Stengel in the defensive half. Hand pass over to Selwood.
Selwood right up against the boundary line. Tries to kick up towards Hawkins. Wrestling with Cleary. Won't get to him. And Jonas takes the intercepting mark for Port Adelaide. Turns and looks to kick straight into the middle of the ground where the mark is taken by Houston. They've got Butters on the outer wing. He marks under the Hickey stand. Can work it wider still to Farrell. Possession number 8 coming up, going at 100% kicking efficiency. He wheels out onto his left foot. Where can he put this one? Right into the teeth of goal. Charging out Georgiades. He lost it in the flight. Pal Pepper hard against the boundary. He's seen out by Stewart and a boundary throw in. Right forward pocket for Port Adelaide. Scores level at 26 apiece through 12 minutes.
We're going to make Kane Farrell a star, aren't we? I feel it this afternoon.
Such a neat kicking style.
Yep.
It's effortless.
Scores level, 26 apiece, 12 and a half played second term. Forward 50 for Port. Pal Pepper goes it alone in the ruck. Knocks it back into dispute. Pack at his feet. Selwood, of course, on the bottom of it. Got it out to Buse. Geelong off the back flank. Buse off the left boot. Kicks down the boundary line. Cameron went without it. The awkward half volley pick up. Evans sockers it along the boundary line and ultimately out of play. A throw in underneath the Reg Hickey stand. Lauren Borden's on the boundary. Lauren.
Just keeping an eye on Paddy Dangerfield on the bench. We know he went down late in the first term. Didn't participate much at the quarter-time huddle, and we know he's battled illness as well, so he's just having a little bit of a breather, and we're watching him as well as Zach Guthrie's come off with a blood rule with blood spilling out of his nose at the moment.
Well, let me tell you, Port have actually picked up a bit here. The inside 50s, it's now 20 to 15. So they've gone 7 to 2.
Pal Pepper went up uncontested in the ruck. They get it to Ollie Wines. Kicks inside 50. Marshall in the pack at the back. Couldn't take the mark. Stewart for Geelong. Kolajazzi almost run down. Great lunging effort from Robbie Gray. They can't come up with it though. Deep out of defence. Tui up towards Stengel. Gave away the free kick. Or Jones took the mark anyway. It didn't matter. Short to Demont. Inside 50. Looking for Wines. Couldn't get to it. Selwood spoiled it down. Smith over the footy. Tries to knock it on to Kolajazzi. Now Smith has it locked underneath him. Rosie over the top. And then Drew lays the tackle on O'Connor. Careful not to fall on his back. The umpire will throw it up 40 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal.
The other game in Ballarat, halfway through the second quarter, Dogs by 14 over the Suns. Scores level here from the restart. Duncan off the back flank. Hammers a kick down the wing. It skids along the ground. Aaliyah chops it off. Hand pass to Wine. Sweeping hand pass out to Jones. Gets around Gary Rowan. Kicks from the wing inside 50. Georgiades leaps at it. Can't complete the juggled mark. Falls down to Buse. Hand pass to Tui. Back pocket for the Cats. Away to Stewart. The All-Australian kicks in the Cameron direction. He's up and marking. And Jez has got it, but a long way from goal between wing and half-back for the Cats. Scores level. 14 played second quarter.
Selwood offers a short lead. Cameron kicks to that. He marks still between wing and half back. And Geelong are well set down the broadcast wing. Happy to just go short with their disposals to try and advance down the field. To Tom Stewart, who takes the mark. Stewart has Hawkins long. Dangerfield as well. Waits for an option to present. In the end it did, but Duncan dropped the mark. Cam Guthrie gets it to him again, and he was taken high. So Geelong will hang on to possession as Guthrie was collared. Gets the hand pass back to Jeremy Cameron, who veers out onto his left. Good vision. Spies a free player at the top of the 50. It's Tom Atkins. I think he's beyond his distance, but Jez is trying to work around the back. Farrell was awake to that. So Atkins is going to just have to poke it over the top, trying to give it back to Jezza. Turn it straight over to Farrell, but he's got no one further afield. Has to kick laterally and finds Dan Houston at left half back. That was interesting from Tom Atkins.
Scores level, 15 played second term.
What were you thinking?
I think it was an alley-oop sort of attempt, but it never came off.
Houston back and across, goes back to Burton back pocket and now out to Cleary back flank. In the Sunshine Eastern side, short to Butters. Had a heap of it in the opening term. He chips along the boundary line here. And Jamont takes the mark. Turns and plays on. Defensive side of the logo on the outer wing. Kicks down to half forward and Blitzarves takes a chest mark. There was a hold alongside all of that, and in the end it's going to be a Blitzarves free anyway. 3-8 to 4-2, 26 apiece. Short to DeConey. We learnt last night, talking to his brother Tom, that Sam actually grew up a Carlton fan. His brother, of course, now with the Blues, and Sam
playing his trade down here at the Cattery. Kicks down the wing. Hawkins can't mark but traps it. Hand pass to Close. Away to Selwood. Sweeping Polyfarmer. Hand pass into the middle for Tui. He's up and running. Arches the back away from Pepper. Kicks to Stengel. One-on-one. He's outmarked. And Houston, the taller man, plucks it from him. And Houston in the back pocket for Port has the footy.
Great chase by Pepper. Put some pressure on. Force the kick to go wide.
Inboard to Lockie Jones. It goes short to Rosie, who was hit around the midriff by Parfitt. Lucky not to concede 50, and then Danger's run right through the mark, although to be fair,
he had ran with his partner.
He's moved a fair few steps off the line. So Rosie now put back behind his mark to take the kick. Looks out to right half back. There are loose players if the Power are smart enough to find them. Cleary all up against the boundary, works it around the wing. Hand pass trying to link up with Dumont. Not a great hand pass in the end. Cam Guthrie takes it back to Parfitt at half forward for Geelong. To Jezza Cameron. Kick is partially smothered by Cleary. Charging out Jonas. Great pickup. Works it to Rosie at right half back for the Power.
Pokes the pass into the path of Farrell, who marks between wing and half back for Port. Scores level, 17.5 played second term. Farrell, who's kicked 2 and set up at least one other, goes on a run down the eastern wing. Long kick to a contest at half forward. Marshall flies. Spills front and centre. Butters had a hand on it. Now Motlop is tackled, taken to ground. The pack forms around him. 55 out from the Port goal.
He's a hell of a kick, that Farrell, isn't he?
Umpire Chris Donlan chucks it in the air. Blitz halves. Hooks it down behind in the ruck. Drew and Selwood go to ground. Still no clean possession. Wines picks it up. Tackled, taken in the tackle, and a ball up again. 60 metres out here from the Port goal. Still at right half forward. 26 points apiece. We haven't had a score since the 10-minute mark of the quarter. Now 18 travel.
Pepper tried to kick it out of the air in the ruck. He gave away the free kick, and Blitzhouse will take it. You mentioned in Ballarat, the Bulldogs by 8 points. Aaron Norton with 3 goals. Joel Jeffrey with 3 as well. From the Northern Territory for the Suns. Would have expected Casbolt or Chol not to be. Not so far anyway. Blitzhouse long to the wing. Dangerfield in the pack, can't take the mark. Aaliyah spoils it down. Dumont 1-2 with Drew, then kicks towards half forward. Pepper has it. Has a free player in the middle of the ground. It's Carl Lamont. He marks on 50. He can work it over the top, and Todd Marshall all on his own. On a 45-degree angle, he'll kick from just inside 50. He wasn't interested in the short pass to Motlop into the pocket.
Used the ball well, didn't he?
Yeah, well, that was all a bit easy, really.
Yeah, too easy.
What does a Carl Amon get your rammer on the open market as a restricted free agent?
What do you, as a...
If he goes, what sort of combo?
Come back to me, Rammer.
Come back to me on that one. That's a half-time discussion.
Todd Marshall, the 6-year Power, comes in from right on 50, starts it right, bends it back beautifully, and Port Adelaide return to the lead. Off the boot of Todd Marshall. His 18th goal for the season and first of the afternoon. His career best is 24 back in 2021, so he's looking like he'll surpass that this year. Port Adelaide by 6 points, 5-2-32 to Geelong 3-8-26. 19 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport.
Well, they just controlled the ball well. They used the ball really well. They chipped it around from one wing to the other, and then all of a sudden a little pass to Marshall. And he goes back and finishes it off. The actual change in statistics here is a massive. When you think about Port Adelaide, have had much more of the ball this quarter. They've had much more inside 50s this quarter as well. They've doubled their inside 50s to what they were.
11-5 this quarter.
This quarter, it's huge. Big difference on how they've worked it and moved the ball around, and they're getting results.
3 goals, 1-2, 2 behinds in this term.
Crooked bounce again, but the Rucks both get a piece of it. Blitzhalves follows up after winning the hit out. Kicks it deep inside 50. Hawkins goes to ground. Aaliyah spoils. Won't find the safety of the boundary line. Burn-Jones happy to knock it out. Says spin that in. Forward pocket for the Cats.
I think they're starting to look a bit more comfortable, Port.
Yeah, well, what's got Port back into this game is their kicking efficiency. They're going absolutely. At 91% this quarter.
Fantastic.
Power by goal, third lead change of the game. They all miss it from the boundary throwing.
Two Cats collide in Blitzarves and Selwood. Blitzarves follows up. Under pressure. Hand pass to Stewart at centre half forward. Slips the Rosie tackle. Hand pass to Close. Kicks in the Hawkins direction. Half volley pick up successfully. Gets it to Evans. Evans slips over. Now Port can mop up. Burton hand pass to Aaliyah.
Wanted to work the hand pass over the top. Good pressure in the end provided by Zach Guthrie. And Rowan for the Cats. Hand pass to Stewart. Kicks to Close. 60 metres out from home. Cats have managed just 2 behinds in this second quarter. Port Adelaide have put on 3 at the other end.
Lear's got to stick to the first thing in his mind, I think.
Close to the bit of a shuffle. Kicks as long as he can towards Dangerfield. Stengel brought it down as well.
Whoa.
Jonas is there. High up and under kick to the top of the 50. Atkins backpedaling takes the mark. He can move it quickly with options. Short to Stevens. He marks directly in front. 50 from home. I mentioned Cooper Stevens, who didn't play any footy in 2021. Cole, that boy with ankle injuries. Long kick. Rowan with a running start. Can't take the mark. Hawkins hard against the boundary. Kicks across the face of goal. And it pitches on its point and bounces out in front of Burne-Jones. Up against the right behind post. Cats deep in attack. Port Adelaide by 6 points.
Hawkins coming off 4 last week. Hasn't kicked one so far today. In Ballarat, the Dogs by 8. Here it's Port Adelaide by 6. Latter stages of the second for the boundary throw-in. Hawkins threw his arms back, wanted a free, won't get it. Then whacks it down to Cameron, his partner in crime. Hand pass out to Stengel. Hooks a kick from half forward. Rowan leaping over the top of the Lear. Takes a Lear out, makes contact with the ball. And it slips out of bounds. A throw-in in the forward pocket for Geelong.
Look, great courage by Lear to stand under that ball, but even better by Gary Rowan just to make the contest there.
Two guys that played a bit of footy together at the Swans, now in different colours. From the boundary throw-in, Dangerfield tries to knock Hayes out of the way. Gives away the free kick with a ruck infringement. And Sam Hayes for Port Adelaide.
Let's play on.
Works it towards the back pocket where Wines advances it up. Now in the hands of Burton. Kicks long around the outer wing. Finlayson couldn't take the mark and then hacks it with a volley into the middle of the ground. Overrunning the footy was Kolajasny for Geelong. Stevens the tackler. DeMont cannon into his own teammate in Georgiades. Hand pass along the ground to Burton. It still works for Port Adelaide. Kicks out towards the broadcast wing. Rosie races after it. He gathers just inside the boundary. Close corrals him. Works it to Wines. He takes the mark. Fumbles it. Regathers. Kicks to Trav Boak. He marks just inside 50. Slightly left of centre.
That was a beautiful kick.
Maybe just doesn't quite have the distance. So from 52 goes bang to Robbie Gray, who marks up against the behind line in the left forward pocket. It's pretty hard to stop Robbie Gray in those one-on-one battles.
He's a handful, I tell you.
Zach too, he couldn't do too much, and Gray just needs to think his way through here. He's only about 5 metres out. Deep in the left forward pocket, 2 steps out, snaps, hits it into the post, and then ricochets to the other. I was getting to that.
That is good business.
Which again, degree of difficulty.
You should get 2 points for that.
Yeah.
Do it again.
There's got to be something.
2 points or 12 points?
2. Port
That's
Adelaide by
impressive.
7.
So if you hit both of them like that, he could do that 100 times again and not do that.
No chance.
Do you ever think they'll bring the rule in that if it hits the post and comes back in, play on?
Well, they did that in
the
pre-season games for a few
I remember.
years.
Yeah.
I'll leave that for AFLX.
Here's Tui off the back flank, exits defensive 50. Evans the target, outnumbered though. Houston there for Port Adelaide, traps it in the front half. Kicks to half forward, Finlayson arriving late, brings it to ground for the power. Fumble from Wines, Boak under pressure, got his hand pass to Finlayson. Back to Wines, wet one-handed again, doesn't come up with it. Tui to Cameron, hand pass away to Selwood, to Blitzarves, all
Still
by
haven't got
hand.
out.
Off half-back, Stevens under pressure to Zach Guthrie, now to Buse, off the back flank.
Cats haven't kicked a goal in this second quarter. Buse sends it long towards Hawkins and Aaliyah. It won't get to him. Rowan back with the fly, dropped the mark. Amon with the hand pass to Burton, to Aaliyah. Back to Amon, hard against the boundary. Hawkins with some good pressure and forces the ball out of play.
It's on the full.
Oh, it came off his toe,
He
yeah.
handballed into his leg.
Correct.
Ah.
Yeah. Smart by Amon.
Very clever.
So Amon takes the free kick, switches
Here's
back
one out
inside
here.
the defensive 50. Houston
Another
can
one,
work it
but
up
he
to
should score
Motlop.
here.
So the marks in this quarter, Port Adelaide 31
Flogging them.
to Geelong 12. They're stretching them wide to Boak. Tackled or bumped just as he got his kick away, forced the turnover. And Tui for Geelong gathers at half back. Hand pass to O'Connor. Rosie got him. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie, to brother Cam. And then to Tui at half back, inboard to Tom Stewart.
That Carl Amon hand pass was like the basketball trick with a foot violation. Just throw it straight off your opponent's shoe. Cats are out on the open side as Buse marks, chips down the wing to Cooper Stevens, the fourth-year Cat. Kicks down to half forward. Hawkins in a one-on-one. He'll get a free. Ryan Burton caught in the wrestle, and Burton tried to hold him out, and Hawkins played it beautifully. He'll get the free kick right half forward. Wide out, though. A man on the mark 48 metres from the goal line. Mentioned earlier, the Tomahawk still looking for his first goal today. He's got 27 for the season.
Can you believe that? 60 to 32 marks, Port Adelaide's way.
Hawkins right peg against the fence from 55 metres out. That is a rocket. Through it goes, straight over the goal umpire's cap. Hawkins gets himself involved in a big, big way. 27 minutes travelled in this second quarter. Geelong 4-8-32, Port Adelaide 5-3-33. Power by one, Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and Sport Digital.
You take it back, Sellers, to the Travis Boak mistake.
That's the one.
Just at the right at the centre wing, Reg Hickey side of the ground. They were out, Port Adelaide, and you said they're going to score here.
They should have.
But the kick was really poor by Boak, unfortunately.
He ambled instead of actually putting his foot down.
So the pressure then came from Geelong, and then they were good enough across their half-back line just to work their way through that. This is the thing with Hawkins, because he's so strong. It was Ryan Burton as his direct opponent there. Your natural thing to do with Hawkins, just try to grab him, try to lock him up.
Port Adelaide keep 2 goals in a behind, so it was against the run of play. Stevens with the clearance, long kick. Hawkins could have been held. It clears Cameron and Hawkins. Aaliyah races back after it. Dangerfield hard against the boundary. Jessa tries to keep it alive. Tackled by Jonas. Burn-Jones to the toe poke. Was that on the full?
No.
Umpire says no, throw it in.
He did knock it towards the line, though.
I guess the other thing too, Raymer, is if he grabs you and starts holding you, good luck trying to keep him off you. You got to try and put your hands on him somehow.
Spot on.
Yeah, I don't think Ram will be playing on him.
I think so. Geelong deep in attack. Hawkins taps it into the corridor. Lear didn't take it cleanly. Evans over the footy for the Cats. Can't get it to danger. Hand pass comes to Demont. He's locked up by Rowan. No whistle. Sock it off the deck for Port Adelaide. They get it out to half-back. Motlop is pushed out of play by Zach Guthrie. The two tangle after the ball goes out of play.
But, sometimes you might have to do that if you're a small player on Hawkins. You've got to actually work it. Otherwise, he just pushes you out of the way.
Approaching half-time in Ballarat. Dogs now by just 6 points. They did lead it by 17 over the Suns. And closing in on the half here, Port Adelaide by 1 from the boundary throw-in. Cameron attacks it, lost it in the tackle, spills to Blitzarps, kicks inside 50, but Burn-Jones marks. Right on the bell. And that'll do us to half-time. Just a game separating these two teams leading into round 10. And there's just a point separating them on the scoreboard at the half. Port Adelaide 5-3, Geelong 4-8. It's Port Adelaide by 1 at half-time. The goal kickers. First of all, for Port Adelaide, 2 for Kane Farrell, and he's the only multiple goal kicker on the ground. 1 for Marshall, Gray and Finlayson, while for Geelong, 1 each for Jeremy Cameron, Tyson Stengel, Tom Hawkins and Brad Close. Meanwhile, in Ballarat, still ticking down towards half-time. We're 34 minutes into the second quarter. The Western Bulldogs by 6. 6-11 over the Gold Coast Suns, 6-5. So a 6-point advantage for the Dogs there. Our focus here, though, at Cardinia Park. Half-time action. It is, or half-time. Now, Saturday afternoon action. It is Port Adelaide by a point. Adam Ramanaskas and Mark McClure.
Well, it's the ball movement, I think, there with Port Adelaide. That got them back into that game. 3 goals in a row to start that quarter. So 3 goals to 1 in their favour for that second quarter. But that's where we spoke about before the game. That's where you've been able to get Geelong with spread and run, and that's what Port Adelaide were able to do. Kane Farrell was lethal in that second quarter, the way he was able to kick. They went at 83% kicking efficiency, Port Adelaide there. So the pressure was lacking from Geelong where Port Adelaide did have the ball. They were just allowing them the space and the time to make decisions. When you're playing AFL football, you need to put the pressure on your opponent so it's a split-second decision. You give them time and space, they'll generally hit the target pretty comfortably. Port Adelaide were able to do that. Robbie Gray was really dangerous in that second quarter, inside forward 50. He's an interesting player, I think, Robbie Gray. We know how fantastic he has been for Port Adelaide for a long period of time. But now in the twilight of his career, does he just become that permanent forward now, inside forward 50, kicks you 30, 35 goals? It's sort of a match-up nightmare because he can get it on the ground, he can get it on the lead, he can mark the ball really well. Geelong don't look like they've got a natural match-up. Maybe it's Jed Buse that has to go to him in this second half to slow him down. But I speak of the kicking efficiency in that second quarter. Dan Houston, 10 kicks at 80%. Kane Farrell, 6 kicks at 100%. The other one was Zach Butters, 4 kicks at 100%. So getting the ball into your better kickers and allowing them space to work with the football, that's what then gets you into scoring positions. Port Adelaide were able to do that early. Geelong, on the other hand, again, they do so much well in the first quarter. 9 scoring shots, ball movement. We talk about how that's all going, and then it changes. It changes back into this slow, grinding type of game. Now I know the game and your opponent sometimes dictate that, but there was times where Geelong had opportunity to go, and they chose just to sit back and slow or do a chip 15-metre kick rather than get it 40 metres down further. Get it to a target, open up the game a little bit more.
They're not a side that punishes you, Geelong, are they? +5 contested possession, +4 clearances. And yet Port Adelaide kind of worked their way out. If we get them on the outside, they had 34 to 15 marks in that second quarter. They got 2 more inside 50s, and then in the end, they had guys like Kane Farrell who could kick it from outside 50, which it seemed like everyone knew except for Geelong that was a possibility.
And I think it's a really good word that you use, punishing the opposition. Like, Geelong always give you a chance. They give you a look at some stage throughout the game. So they've given Port Adelaide a look in that second quarter. Now Port Adelaide take a 1-point lead into half-time.
Well, 1-point lead, it's hard to separate the teams when you think about it. And when you have a look at the statistics, I mean, the statistics of the second quarter was just so far ahead for Port Adelaide in every part of it. The marks are 60 to 32, so they're controlling the ball well. They're chipping it around and using each other. The clearance work they won that quite clearly. They won the contested stuff as well. They were poorish in the first quarter, but picked themselves up, and all of a sudden the scoreboard changes on the back of those things. I just thought they were really good. I mean, they got to get Hawkins on his own. I mean, I'd be putting Cameron up on a wing or someone, just to take him right out of the whole way and just let Hawkins on his own in the square and work it. Because with them, they have one way or none. They have no small forwards who kick goals, and they've got Tyson Stengel. Tyson Stengel, yep. Got that mixed up. But he's the only one who really kicks them for them, and it's Hawkins or Cameron. That's it or bust for them. So to me, they have to work on their strengths. Don't worry about their weaknesses. Work on your strengths and use them properly, and they can win this game, Geelong. But at the moment, they've had 12 shots to 8, and they're just a point in front, which is ridiculous for me.
They had 9 scoring shots in the first quarter.
I know.
So 3 in the second quarter.
Yeah, I know. They got flogged in the second quarter.
How many of the Cats behind to a rush? Was it 5?
There were 4 or 5.
Yeah. But there are concerns for Geelong around transition, isn't there?
Oh,
when Port Adelaide have them on the outside, that's when they look really vulnerable.
I reckon 3 or 4 occasions in that second quarter. So ball locked in Geelong's forward line, then switch out to that Reg Hickey stand side. And there's 4 Port Adelaide. You can see the ball just going from one to the next to the next. And then you look, where's Geelong? Where are they? They're 30 metres behind.
So is that their zone, or they don't want to man up in the way in which...
That's work rate.
Yeah, okay.
That's absolute work rate out of contest.
It's half-time here at Cardinia Park. Port Adelaide by a point. It's also half-time in Ballarat. The Western Bulldogs by 7. So the Dogs 6-2. They lead the Gold Coast Suns 6-5. So a 7-point advantage at half-time for the Bulldogs. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, second half action around the corner. But first, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. Labor leader Anthony Albanese has voted in today's federal election, saying he's left nothing on the field. He spent the last 24 hours travelling through a number of marginal Liberal electorates, but ended the day in his own seat of Grainler in Sydney's Inner West, where he voted alongside his partner and son. Mr Albanese says he's not preempting tonight's result.
We'll see how we go tonight. Whether I lead Labor into government, I know that I've done my best. I know I've left nothing on the field. I know that I lead a team that will give Australia a government of which Australians will be proud.
The federal court has ordered that green-coloured signs urging voters to put Labor last can be removed from Melbourne polling stations, including in the knife-edge seat of Higgins. Labor lodged the urgent court bid this morning, saying members of its campaign team witnessed people putting up signs in a number of Melbourne seats. Labor claims the signs are misleading as they use the same colour scheme as the Greens party, but were instead authorised by the Business Owners and Contractors Union. Higgins is a key seat to watch this election and is held by the Liberal Party on a 2.6% margin. Staying in Melbourne, and candidates for the hotly contested Bayside seat of Goldstein have been talking up their chances of winning in what could prove to be a key contest of this election. Christian Silver reports from a polling booth in Beaumaris.
If the bookmakers are to be believed, there could be quite a big upset here in Goldstein. The Teal independent candidate Zoe Daniel, who is a former ABC reporter, has been challenging Tim Wilson. And this seat, just for a bit of context, is seen as quite a Liberal Party stronghold. It's been held by the Liberals for 4 decades. But I guess the key question, of course, is whether it's enough to win. Both candidates have been out today pressing the flesh with voters, hitting up those electoral booths for that last-minute conversation with voters.
Tasmanian Liberal Senator Eric Abetz says he's nervous but hopeful that he'll retain his seat. Loretta Lohberger has the story.
Senator Abetz has been relegated to third on the Liberal ticket, meaning it will be difficult for him to retain his seat. He voted at Blackmans Bay Primary School south of Hobart this morning.
Always nervous on election day, and it's up to the people to decide.
The Liberal and Labor parties are each expected to win 2 Senate seats in Tasmania, the Greens 1, and the 6th will be a tight race, most likely between the Jackie Lambie network, the local party, Senator Abetz and Labor.
So voting is well underway as Australians across the nation continue to cast their ballot and claim their sausage sizzles. Tui Ong has more.
About 50% of Australians have already voted, with the last 2 days seeing the highest amount of pre-polling in the country's history. The rest are heading to polling booths today, with many tracking sausage sizzles and cake stalls using a crowdsourced democracy sausage map online, which is updating in real time. A cake stall in Tasmania's Mount Nelson Primary School is offering Bob brownies, Jackie Lamingtons and pale mail and stale butter cookies. For those isolating with COVID-19, the Australian Electoral Commission says registrations for phone voting will close at 4 p.m. and voting will finish at 6 p.m. local time.
To other news, and Russia is claiming victory in the months-long battle for the southern Ukrainian city of Mariupol. The last Ukrainian forces holed up in Mariupol's smashed Azovstal steelworks surrendered, ending the most destructive siege of the war. The Red Cross says it has registered hundreds of Ukrainians who surrendered at the plant as prisoners of war. And Kyiv says it wants a prisoner swap. Moscow says the prisoners will be treated humanely. However, Russian politicians have been quoted as saying some must be tried or even executed. Natalia Zaritska, the wife of an Azovstal fighter who surrendered, says she's not heard from him since a telegram message exchange 2 days ago.
My husband is on the way from one hell to another hell, from Azovstal plant to the prison, to the captivity. And this is hard for me and for him.
And Australia's Cameron Smith is 7 shots off the pace at the halfway mark of the second golf major of the year, the US PGA Championship in Oklahoma. The 28-year-old Queenslander hit a fellow golfer in the head with a drive early in his second round, but still managed to card an even par score. The tournament leader is Will Zalatoris, who is 9 under overall. ABC News.
Can art and creativity heal invisible wounds?
It takes a lot to come out and talk about mental health.
Now, a unique social experiment hosted by Natalie Bassingthwaite harnesses the healing quality of art.
All will be revealed.
To find out if art can build a brighter future for our mental health.
I think you found your thing. You've nailed it.
Space 22, Tuesday nights on ABC TV or log in to stream on ABC iView.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls Round
Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
That Marks through Stewart. Long kick out towards half-back. Marshall and O'Connor in a battle. Marshall gathers, chips it inside 50. Robbie Gray on the lead. He marks 50 out. Half past to Farrell. Veers out onto his left. He goes bang! Straight over the goal. Umpire's hat for his second. Demont 1-2 with Drew, then kicks towards half forward. Powell Pepper has it. Has a free player in the middle of the ground. It's Carl Lamont. He marks on 50. He can work it over the top, and Todd Marshall all on his own. Todd Marshall, the 6-year power, comes in from right on 50. Starts it right, bends it back beautifully. And Port Adelaide return to the lead.
Cats are out on the open side as Hughes marks, chips down the wing to Cooper Stevens, the 4th-year Cat. Kicks down to half forward. Hawkins in a one-on-one. He'll get a free. Hawkins right peg against the fence from 55 metres out. That is a rocket. Through it goes, straight over the goal umpire's cap.
The Sir Doug Nichols Round.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
A monster goal from Tom Hawkins. It was Geelong's only goal. In that second term, they led by 11 points at quarter time. At the half, they trail by 1. It is Port Adelaide 5-3-33. Geelong 4-8-32. It's half-time as well in Ballarat. It's a 7-point lead for the Western Bulldogs there. 6-12-48 over the Gold Coast Suns. 6-5-41. Now, there's a bit of news kicking around the footy world. Michael Voss was with us earlier today on the lead. But some of the Sunday teams, there's drama at the GWS Giants, obviously with Spike McVeigh coming in to lead the team for the remaining 12 games or 13 games of the season. They already had 6 confirmed outs on the team sheet on Thursday. You can add another 3 to that list. Braden Pruce, the ruckman, and Lockie Ash, the 3rd-year Giant, both out with illness. While Tim Taranto, best and fairest winner from a couple of years back, is missing with a back complaint. So big outs for GWS. They have 9 confirmed outs now in total to play the West Coast Eagles tomorrow. In comes Matt Flynn, Matt DeBoer, and Xavier O'Halloran into that expanded squad for GWS. So heavily depleted with illness and injury. The Giants tomorrow for their game against the Eagles. Meanwhile, for Hawthorn, they've made a change as well. Jack Scrimshaw is out with a shoulder injury. He's been replaced in the 22 by Liam Shields. The Hawks are in Launceston tomorrow to play the Brisbane Lions. I mentioned Michael Voss with us a little earlier on the lead. He was asked about coaching a second time with the Carlton Football Club. Of course, they're sitting pretty 8-2 inside the top 4.
Time spent evolving your philosophy and understanding yourself first and foremost, and that's really important because the clubland, it's a big beast, as you highlighted, and it's even bigger when you're taking on a club like Carlton. So you have to be really strong in your philosophies, but not inflexible as well, and or have some flexibility about the way that you think and way you go about things, and that's really important because when you're sort of trying to develop a team and a model and the way you want to play and what sort of culture it's going to be consistently challenged. And we've had some really great moments where we've been able to reinforce what we've been doing, and last night was another one of those.
So it was Michael Voss a little earlier on the lead. You can catch up anytime in the podcast store under the Best of ABC Sport folder, so you can listen to the full interview and the full episode from the lead. You were part of that, Clinchy, obviously, as the host of the program, alongside Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling. What did you get out of it?
Well, I guess we asked him about the clearance and contested possession style game of Carlton and whether kind of that was part of the strength before he got there. But I think Rama, he sort of really learned that was an area of the game which you're going to have to target in season 2022. So it sounds like a lot of their off-speed season they'd spent working on what was going to be one of their strengths.
Yeah.
And really, part of his astute nature was realising that was going to be the way in which the game was going to be played. So I think the good part for Carlton fans is their upside is this is what they've worked on, what we're seeing at the moment, and what they're going to improve on will be in the second half of the season, where defensively they've still got some area for growth there.
Well, contest and forward half turnover is the other one that they've really really worked on. Now, the contest side of things, so then through a trade period they go and add Adam Chera and George Hewitt to that style and to that system that Michael Voss wanted. So it's all looking terrific for Carlton at the moment. What I got out of that interview is that, and I asked him the question about unlocking those role type of players, and just listening to them, giving him confidence, encourage him to play to their strengths and the like. Allowing. Sometimes what we see a lot, Sellers, in football is coaches overcoach a player, and they drive a player crazy because you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to run here, you got to be here, you got to do that. Just let them play, give them confidence.
That's the big point about you have to actually emphasise their good points, big time, and work on those. Be good at that. I want you to be good at that. And I want you to be good at that. You don't have to be good at this. We've got someone else who does that, and that's what you need to do. And that builds confidence in the player and the system in which you're working, because they sit there and go, well, I don't have to do everything.
Yeah,
I just can't do everything.
And there's clearly some standards there that have to be met. They are a team with phenomenal talent, but the standards is what's going to.
They hadn't been met in the previous years. They are now.
You've got players for Carlton at the moment having career years, and that's then you've got Cripps back to his very best. You've got Walsh, who just continues to grow as a player, as a leader. I think most importantly, Jacob Wiedering looks like he's right at the peak of his powers now as a key defender. So it's
Charlie Curnow.
Well, Charlie's as good as he can get now. He's absolutely fantastic.
It hurts me talking this positively about Carlton. But
poor old Harry Mackay gets it.
I hope it hurts.
Harry Mackay was referred to as the best forward at Carlton since Fev. Well, Charlie Curnow's the best forward since Harry Mackay last season. And all of a sudden he's doing stuff that Carlton fans would have dreamed of seeing him to do when he was fully fit. Imagine when they're both together.
He hasn't reached his peak yet either.
Curnow?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Let me tell you, he's got so much left in the tank, you've got no idea.
The athleticism of that goal out at left half forward, where he took the mark on the run, didn't break stride, turned and dobbed it from 55. Woo-wee.
That's unbelievable.
That's enough. Done with the Carlton chat. I'm with you, Raymer.
Ring the bell.
I got something for you.
It's like poison in my mouth talking about how well Carlton
I got something for you. The midfield of Geelong is performing averagely. Selwood with 8.
Yeah.
Dangerfield with 8. Guthrie with 8. Smith with 8. They're just not.
That's Zach Guthrie.
That's Zach Guthrie.
I understand that.
Cam's got 17, but going at 33%.
Yeah.
At 33% as well.
Kicking
there you go. So they're
yeah.
just not operating in the right manner. They're not working hard enough and not pushing.
Well, why not working hard enough is the marks. 32 to 60 in Port Adelaide's.
Correct.
Port Adelaide's favour.
The SMS number is 0437 774 774. Let us know where you're listening, what you're up to on this election day. Shout out to Muzz, who's one of our loyal listeners, who's hit us up on the SMS, and also to Bill Porter, playing the same old style of football they've been using for years. Cats need to do better, can't rely on red time goals all day. So I think he's given both teams a bit of a drive-by in that, Bill. It's Port Adelaide by 1 point. We got the Power just on the outside of the 8. The Cats clinging onto their spot, a 5-4 team up against a 4-5 side. But it's Port Adelaide who are on the outside looking in, who lead it by a point at half-time. Half-time as well in Ballarat, and the Western Bulldogs by 7 over the Suns. Players in position, we're ready to go for the second half in Geelong. You're with Matt Clinch.
Blitzarves and Hayes to resume their battle. Hayes gets a punch forward and then Drew with another punch to half forward. Motlop in front position against Zach Guthrie. Couldn't take it and then becomes the tackler with Georgiades. And the player on the very bottom of that pack who was worse for wear is Mark O'Connor. How have you seen the role of Mark Blitzarves? He's had 10 disposals and 5 clearances leading the way for Geelong. Ollie Wines can't get a soccering ball away from the stoppage. It's picked up by Cam Guthrie. Kick straight down the middle. Tough bounce for Jessa Cameron. Couldn't get onto it. Hawkins with a pick bump as Jonas came charging in. In the end, Hawkins got a hand pass to Stengel. He's tackled. It comes to Burton. Up and under kick. Doesn't gain 15 metres. Jonas is still wrestling for it. It's gathered by Hayes. Hand pass to Drew, to Burton, to Demont. And now they're cleared through Houston at half-back for Port Adelaide.
He just kicks to Motlop and Zach Guthrie. They both got hands to it and spills out a play in front of the Red Hickey stand. Port by a point. 2 Medi subs, neither of them used. Brian Myers for Geelong and Martin Frederick for Port. Blitzarves and Hayes, the 2 first-choice rucks today. Hayes down to Drew. He's spun around 360 up, lets them roll. Can't squeeze a kick forward, but Burne-Jones chops it off. Hand pass out to Butters. Sweeping hand pass down the boundary line to Wines. He gives it to Demond. Hands it over the top to Motlop. Port keep it going forward. Kicks inside 50, and there's Robbie. Out on the lead, takes the mark in a channel at half forward and pokes it over to Marshall, who was left unmarked. Takes it 5 in from the boundary line, left half forward, a little closer to goal.
There's that ball use again. cleverly poke it around, put it in the right spots.
11 goals in the last 4 weeks, Todd Marshall. And make that 12, given the fact he kicked 1 in the first half here, but 18 goals, 3 for the season. Very tidy. Todd Marshall, the emerging key forward. He is a sharp shooter, a goal kicker. Todd Marshall with his second. And Port Adelaide get the ball rolling to start the third term. 2 minutes in, the Power 6-3-39, Geelong 4-8-32, Port by 7.
Well, again, they hurt the Port side. Port side hurt Geelong with a little bit of ball movement and use of the ball, controlled it, won it, used it around the flanks. All of a sudden, they get into Marshall's hands. They got Farrell and Marshall. You want them kicking for your life. I can tell you, both of those guys, they were tremendous. And Marshall just poked it straight through the middle. The umpire did not move 1 inch. It's beautiful.
13 disposals of 3, Sellers. Port Adelaide's way through the opening.
They've killed them in the second quarter, and they started again. You're
a successful key forward, Sellers. Do you have moments like that where he's 18, 19, 3 for the year, where you just feel warm on the set shot?
Never.
Right. I thought you'd have little purple patches. You might think, gee, I'm on today.
You really didn't know your audience there. Bounce back in the middle. Surely that's going to be recalled as it flares out to the left, away at Hayes. So Port Adelaide by 7 points. Be a big win if they could square their ledger at 5-5 and take down the Cats this afternoon. Thrown up back in the middle of the ground. Hayes up against Blitzavs. Hayes won it down to Cam Guthrie, though. Tackled. Good tackle from Will and Drew, who's done some good lockdown jobs. He scraps with it. Eventually, Blitzavs comes in with Ollie Wines, and they can't be separated.
Actually, the umpire had let that go too long. They've got to pull them up.
Yep, it wasn't coming out. Blitzavs wins it down to Atkins. Had the arm pin. Can't get rid of it. Now Dangerfield over the top, trying to knock it out. Close with a hand pass to Cam Guthrie. Squeeze the kick to a vacant half-forward line. Hawkins comes charging out. Cleary shoves him out of the way. Aliir through the gauntlet and ended up with the footy. He charges forward. His kick is not a great one, though. Back with the flight, Zach Guthrie, who was taken high by Motlop. They take the advantage through Kolajasny up towards Selwood. He has it spoiled away by Aliir and Farrell for a boundary throw-in. Port by 7 points.
It's only been going 4 minutes, but it's hard to say the Cats have looked dynamic out of the gates to start the third term. Port Adelaide by 7. As Hayes knocks it straight down to Wines, gets boot the ball, but it's close to the boundary line. One bounce and out of play in front of Zach Guthrie.
Just look at that clearance there. It's just Russian roulette. You got Wines standing by himself on one side of the contest. You got Selwood standing on himself by himself on the other side of the contest.
Boundary throwing on the wing. Blitzarves gets there first, knocks it back towards the boundary line. Dangerfield sockers it out of bounds on the full. Trying to make 30 metres down the boundary line.
And I say that, Sellers, because you've got Blitzarves as your ruckman, who's not a natural ruckman, against Hayes, who is probably got 6 or 7 centimetres on him. He's more than likely going to win the hit out, Hayes.
Free kick for Carl Amon. What do you get for him as compound as a free agent, Rama?
No, to me, if you're allowed to shark on the other ruckman, aren't you?
Port win it at half forward from the Amon kick. Boak, hand pass away to Houston. Sells the dummy around Blitzarves. Hand pass set Wines a real task. Parfitt wins it away to Cam Guthrie for the Cats.
Kicks towards Hawkins, but it's a 2-on-1. Jonas in from the side. Hawkins sported away. Burne-Jones is there. Taps it towards the boundary line. Close off the ground. Looking for Rowan. Good tackle laid. And that has definitely hurt a shoulder there as it comes out to close. And Houston slow to rise. Stengel gets onto it. Snaps onto the right boot. Tyson Stengel with his second. And didn't the Cats need that? Cuts the margin back to 1 point Port Adelaide's way. And Carl Amon it was the man who, which you were talking about, Corby, who had that shoulder awkwardly hitting the turf.
No, he's up.
But he is okay. Port Adelaide 6-3-39 at Geelong 5-8-38. 6 minutes gone, third term.
Well, it's a long time between drinks for goals for this mob. They haven't kicked a goal since the first quarter. I don't think they kicked one in the second.
Hawkins kicked one late in the second, but they kicked only 1 goal since the first quarter.
Yeah, I know it's been really, really poor in that area, but all of a sudden, once you get the ball moving and Stengel gets his hands on it, he's really good. He's a great forward. He's been the only one in the forward line who's really given him a spark.
Interestingly, Sellers, Tom Stewart's now up on playing on a wing. They've moved Mitch Duncan back to a half-back flank. Just wondering if they want a bit of drive from Tom Stewart up on that wing.
Maybe.
Port by a point. Hayes wins the head out, but Parfitt has the first possession. Hand pass for Geelong out to Selwood. Little fumble, mops it up. Back to O'Connor, who kicks Geelong down to half forward. Flying for it, Cameron. Spoil comes from the power. It's straight into the hands of Tui. Spears his kick out to half forward. It'll sit okay for Aaliyah. First one there for Port Adelaide. Hand pass to Wines, away to Burn-Jones, the All-Australian from a few years back. Kicks down the wing and O'Connor again chops it off. The sunshine on the Hickey wing. He goes short to Smith. Smith rolls onto his preferred left boot, kicks inside 50. Rowan and Aaliyah slips past them both, touched on the way through. Hawkins thought about going off the left, back on the right, turns it over. And Burn-Jones takes the intercept mark in the back pocket for the power. Port by 1, 7 minutes into the third.
I think he's going to dribble that along the ground, but he saw Amon in the goal square, so that's what changed his mind 4 or 5 times.
I know, but sometimes you've got to take the first thought.
Yeah, correct.
Aim on to Demont, who runs around Tom Hawkins on the mark, sends it long to the wing. In the pack, Marshall couldn't take the mark and then becomes the tackler on Jeremy Cameron with Stephen Motlop, and the umpire will throw it up. Port Adelaide by a point.
Again, Cam Guthrie, 5 possessions in this quarter, but his kicking efficiency only 25%.
Yep, for the amount of times he's getting the footy, he's not making the opposition pay. Ollie Wines with a big tackle on Selwood, but it was over the shoulder, and Joel Selwood will take it. Goes back to Mark O'Connor on the wing. He comes into the middle of the ground.
How many reckon he's had around the neck tackles?
Yeah,
and
plenty.
Free kick?
Selwood.
Hundreds.
Stewart up to 16 disposals, out to Kolajazzi on the broadcast wing, kicks towards Isaac Smith. Good battle, physical contest with Houston, and Houston won the contest. Takes the mark on half-back for Port Adelaide.
I think what happens sometimes with Geelong, so Selwood had the ball on the other wing.
Houston across the half-back line, and Jonas was the target. Cameron ran at him, trying to run back with the flight, and gives away the free. So Jonas hand pass away to Cleary for Port, kicks down the boundary line. Target is Drew. Drew's been held without it by Selwood, and a free kick for Willem Drew.
The crowd know the rules, do they?
Port by point, 9 minutes into the third.
What I say, they bring the ball all the way to the other side of the ground, Geelong, so they make no ground. At one point, with one of the kicks, they have to go and take the ball inside their forward 50.
Mark, the beauty.
Drew down the wing, and DeConing takes the intercept mark for Geelong.
Gets the hand pass away to Stewart. He is one who normally uses the ball well. Kicks up to Zach Guthrie, who marks it right half forward. Wants to come inboard, but there's no real offers on offer. So sends it long in the direction of Jezza Cameron. He's got 3 to compete against. It clears to the back. Racing after it is Evans. He can't keep it alive as it goes out of play up against the right behind post. At 40 disposals, Tom Stewart, in a game against Freo. So he can...
he can rack them up.
But often he plays without an opponent.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the lever Chris Scott's trying to pull. Powell Pepper doing the ruck work against Hawkins. That's a good battle from Powell Pepper. Comes to Demont, kicks up towards half-back. Duncan onto it. Hand pass to Stewart, ran into Finlayson. Gets it to Atkins. Now to Kolajazzi from 50. An unlikely goal scorer. He's got it. Jake Kolajazzi with just the 3rd goal of his career. And maybe that's a lifter for the Cats. And he gets to do the trot all the way back to half-back and high-five everyone on the path forward. Geelong by 5 points. 6-8-44 to Port Adelaide, 6-3-39. Jake Kolajazzi with a long-range bomb for back-to-back goals for the Cats.
Well, it wasn't necessarily pretty, but you can see what sort of Geelong were trying to do there. It was a rush kick outside of defensive 50 by Port Adelaide, but just the ability then to try and get the ball somewhat back through the middle of the corridor allows Kolajazzi to overlap run to kick that goal. It's scrappy, but it's effective at the moment by the Cats.
Didn't kick a goal in his first 126 games. Kolajazzi has now got 3 in his last 16. So all of a sudden...
he's a goal scorer.
Yeah, starting to make it a little more regular. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Lachie Jones really wasn't looking comfortable after that goal was kicked by Geelong there. He's still stayed on the field, but doesn't look too great at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on him for you.
Lead swung on that Kolajazzi goal as well, so 4th lead change of the game. Port in the middle of the ground, win it through Demont, hand pass to Houston, kicks out to half forward, and Georgiades marks between wing and half forward, kicks inside the forward 50, Gray caught at the back, spoils it down to Rosie caught in a tackle, ball spits out Gray's way, who shoots goalward, doesn't have enough on it. And Sam DeConing back as the goalkeeper, takes it in front of their big sticks at the southern end of the ground, shares it with Stewart in the pocket. Cats by 5, 12 minutes into the third.
Stewart short to Duncan, still inside the defensive 50 for Geelong, who now lead by 5 points. Works it over the top to O'Connor, not 15, hard against the boundary, turns on his left side, kicks towards Cooper Stevens, spoiled away by Dan Houston, and a boundary throw in. Guthrie with 22 disposals, Stewart with 18, Tui with 16 for the Cats. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, Houston with 22, Wines with 19, and Demont with 18. From the throw-in, Blitzouts got it to the front. Parfitt, hand pass to Selwood, hand pass to Evans, who slipped over. Duncan crashed into by Butters and Jonas. Jonas with a bit of a tap on the back while he's still laying on his back, Mitch Duncan.
He tripped over the blades of grass there, Evans.
Yep.
I don't know why I always find those things, little things funny.
He's actually getting a free kick, Mitch Duncan, which
couldn't
is
get him
rather
more.
fortunate.
The ground is perfect.
It
I
is.
walked on it. It's absolutely perfect.
So Duncan in front of the interchange, kicks inside 50, up strong, and Houston takes the intercept mark.
Do you think to yourself, Sellers, from when you played in some of the bogs, why couldn't they just get the grounds like this?
I did describe a game against Geelong at Princess Park where it was 6 inches water the whole day.
Yeah.
We kicked 3 goals to three-quarter time. They kicked 2 in the third and we thought we were in trouble.
Houston heads down the wing. There's a free kick there. DeConing was taken over the shoulder in the marking contest. Can pump Geelong back inside 50. Aaliyah puts his fist through it. Centre half forward for the Cats. Parfitt slides in. Got a hand pass away to Aaliyah, who's tackled, taken to ground. The ball up, 35 out from the Cats' goal.
Yeah, that was a day.
13 minutes into the third term in Ballarat. The Bulldogs now by 15 points over the Suns. Here it's the Cats by 5.
Hawkins taps it down to Cam Guthrie, hand pass to Tui, tackle by Amon, fires a hand pass forward, got it to close, couldn't finish it. Trying to snap over his shoulder from 20 metres out, he missed everything out to the right.
That was a brilliant handball by Tui.
Yep, deserved better. So a throw in, the Cats deep in attack, leading by 5 points. Always on the watch for Hawkins doing the ruck here against Hayes, tries to shovel him out of the way. Hawkins still trying to tap it to the front, still a chance. Flying shot on goal by Cam Guthrie. Just squeezes in for a behind to the right. 6 points, Geelong's lead at the 14-minute mark of the third term.
Burne-Jones misses Aaliyah in the back pocket from the kick out, and Aaliyah mops it up and then kicks out to half back. Georgiades trying to take a one-hander, unsuccessful. Spills to Amon, shoots a hand pass to Pau Pepper. He's helped over the boundary line with Atkins. Ball stays alive, says the umpire. Tiptoeing the boundary line, eventually Amon shoved out and a throw-in.
It's interesting what you're speaking about earlier in this game, Corb, about Port Adelaide playing the boundary.
Yep.
They're playing the boundary. They're not trying to take the ball out. They're trying to be very creative along the boundary, as we just saw then.
Boundary throw-in, just defensive side of the wing for Port. Comes to Rosie, kick smothered. Ricochets towards the boundary. Rosie keeps it alive. Hand pass to Aaliyah, to Butters. They're backpedaling Port. Hand pass to Burne-Jones. Kicks off a single step down the wing. Farrell works his way in front of Stewart.
Wow.
And Stewart just lost it in the sun. Hand pass from Farrell away to Rosie. Sweeps a hand pass down to half
Free
forward.
kick down, up forward. Yep.
And Rosie was dumped after getting rid of it. So free kick for Port. Downfield free for Boak, who draws the player on the mark, hands it to Farrell, who kicks inside the forward 50. Half volley pickup unsuccessful for Pau Pepper. Cam Guthrie away to Stewart, who runs out away from his defensive goal line. Shares it with Close, now to Evans, who chips for Stevens at half back.
A couple of the young Cats combining, looking for opportunities in front of their home crowd. Cooper Stevens has it at half back. Looks at long options down the wing. Tom Hawkins is there. He's in a wrestle. He's got 3 to compete against as Jonas spoils it down. Parfitt couldn't take it. Hawkins shovels a hand pass forward. Smith knocked it on. That'll work. Close gets on the end of it. Runs to 50. Cleary racing after him. Draws the opponent. Hand pass to Danger, who squares it up. And pushing forward, taking the mark, is Joel Selwood. A couple of the old firm combining there. Danger to Selwood. Close was the player who was able to have the explosive pace after the knock on forward.
It's good by Hawkins. It's just discipline. Like, it's a little 1%er there where grab the ball, take a tackle, and we got a ball up on centre wing. But just get it forward into some sort of space. Give you chance.
1 goal 1 for Joel Selwood this year from 30 metres out. The captain comes in and bangs it straight through the middle. All of a sudden, the Cats have kicked 3 on the trot. They're out by 12 points. 7-9-51 to Port Adelaide 6-3-39. 17 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport. You with Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure.
Selwood. Well, not that often that he gets up forward and gets an easy kick like that. You would never get that. But the teamwork there by the Cats is superb. Just a turnover, quick turnover, bang, little kick, quick handball, and then Selwood's on the end of it.
So, Sellers, you look now, this game, so 10 inside 50s to 3 in this quarter in Geelong's favour. Port's kicking efficiency now is down at only 50% for the quarter. They're up at 85% in that second quarter.
Tipped on its head
so the
completely.
pressure's been lifted by Geelong.
Absolutely.
17 and a half played, third term, Cats by 12. I'd make that the biggest lead of the afternoon either way. Back in the middle of the ground, Hayes wins the hit out to Cam Guthrie for the Cats. Hand pass to Parfitt, kicks a spiral out of the centre square. Close marks it, gives it to Cameron. He was crunched immediately by Amon. Ball spits out to Tui, shoots goalward, but Burton back takes the intercept mark. Top of the defensive goal square for Port. It feels like the game's on the line right now. 18 minutes into the third term as Burton goes long out to half back and Drew takes the mark. They've played a lot of the half in Geelong's front half of the ground, Port Adelaide. How do they work their way through here? Willem Drew at half back. He goes with a long kick down the wing. Bounce favours Finlayson. Port keep possession. Hand pass to Gray. Feeds it to Butters. 55 out. Butters pokes the kick to the top of the goal square. No one back. First to arrive, Smith for the Cats. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie. And he feeds it out to O'Connor. They're coming out of the defensive arc.
He kicks to Stengel and Jones, though. Jones gets a fist onto it in front, looking for a leer. Close, good once more to Stengel, to Selwood. The Cats looking up better now. Fraser Evans had to put his head down over the footy as a loose hand pass missed him. Trav Boat gets a hand pass forward, but Buse is there for the Cats. To Parfitt, to Atkins. Ricochets on the hand. Robbie Gray could have been tackled when he didn't have it. Cam Guthrie links up with Dangerfield through the middle of the ground. Hand pass to close to Parfitt. Run down by Farrell.
Is he going to pay at the back?
Yeah. He is.
Yes.
Give Rammer a whistle. Spot on. And just as Geelong looked like they had one hand pass too many, they win a free kick.
Same thing happens again. Smith gets it running shotgun. He's crunched by Houston. Port win possession at centre half back. Amon kicks out to Motlop.
I don't mind this from Geelong.
No, it's good.
It's encouraging the run from behind, the overlap run. Yep, you might get caught a few times, but it looks a lot quicker. Their game looks a lot quicker this quarter.
Do you reckon the message at halftime had something to do with hand passing?
They were embarrassed at half-time, I can tell you.
Gee, it's a hot footy at the moment. The short kick from Motlop to Finlayson. He just takes a breather and then goes long to the ruckman. Blitzarf spoils it to the boundary line and it's out of play. 70 out from the Port goal.
But you say that, Clinchy, it just looks so much better. It looks so much more exciting. It looks like more people, more players are involved for the Cats. Yeah.
12-point lead for Geelong, a game high. They've kicked the last 3 in the game, 4 of the last 5. Boundary throw in. Blitzarves works his way to the front. Close, grabs it, immediately under pressure, lost it. Dangerfield still at the stoppage. Hand pass to Atkins, kicks down the wing. Bouncing footy in front of Byrne-Jones. He sees it out of play. And a throw in on the wing. Dogs by 32, by the way. They've kicked away from the Suns in the third quarter, approaching time on in the third.
It's not often with Geelong we're oohing and ahhing about, it just doesn't happen because they're so systematic with the way they try to move the ball.
Toss back in, Blitzouts knocks it to the front. Butters dragged down by Danger, comes the way of Drew of Port Adelaide, kicks towards half forward over the head of Marshall. And the mark taken by Zach Guthrie. He's playing a few better games over the last season and a half, feeling more comfortable.
He's got a body now.
Inside the best 22. Drives a long kick around the Hickey wing. Danger the target. Bumped out of it. Aaliyah got a hand to it. Danger back onto it. Hand pass to Jezza Cameron. Brushes off a tackle of Butters. Hand pass to Cam Guthrie. Back to Cameron. Fires the hand pass to Smith on 50. Options are plenty. He splits that. He missed Rowan. And the happiest man is Ryan Burton as he sees it go flying past his shoulder and out of play for a throw-in in the left forward pocket. They should have ended up with a shot on goal there, and Isaac Smith doesn't normally make mistakes like that.
Who missed that tackle? Was that Butters?
Yep.
That was pathetic.
Just that Guthrie.
Pathetic.
I reckon he came at about 70 kilos, ringing wet to Geelong. He's now up to 84 kilos.
Boundary throw in half forward for the Cats. Hawkins slaps it on. Or Burn-Jones, the bump on Stevens. Stevens still over the foot. He got it out to Cam Guthrie. High up and under the hot spot. Spills down to Drews. Locked up by Close and a ball up. 30 out from the Cats' goal. Geelong by 12. Time on in the third. Time on in the third in Ballarat. The Bulldogs by 32 over the Suns. Up it goes here, forward for the Cats. Down to Cooper Stevens. He's tackled, dispossessed. Comes to Hawkins. Hand pass. Ends up with Houston. Houston's tackled straight away. And we'll do it all again. Another ball up, another stoppage. 45 out from the Cats' goal at true centre half forward.
Hawkins tries to get rid of Hayes. Can't take possession. Slapped away. Butters with a hand pass. Demont dragged down. Dangerfield, no whistle. As Drew runs onto it, Stewart's after him. He hurries the kick towards half forward, but Finlayson led up to the footy. Allows DeConey to gather for the Cats. Hand pass to Kolajasny on half-back. Looks on the members' side. The kick to Cooper Stevens won't reach him. And Travis Boak takes the intercepting mark for Port Adelaide. Inboard he comes to Demont. Geelong by 12 points. Power have managed just one goal in this third quarter. The Cats are 3-1. The kick to Marshall in the lead. And right there with him, Zach Guthrie spoils it out of play. It's probably not going to get much bigger, Zach Guthrie, but it's just that confidence knowing when you are playing on a like-minded forward.
Well, you've got the physical size now.
Last time Port played in a win here, it was Travis Boak's 10th game. He's now playing game number 316. Back in 2007 from the boundary throw in, Buse tackled. Hand pass back into dispute. Rosie wins it. Hand pass to Wines to Butters. Slips over. Got it to Burn-Jones. Squeezed the kick out. They're still not out. Port Adelaide. Cam Guthrie on the bottom of it for Geelong. To Selwood. His hand pass went to Drew. Tough stuff at the moment. Out to Buse. And Buse got it out of the stoppage and out of traffic. Cooper Stevens attacks it. Puts his head over it. Tackled by Burton. And the ball gets a free kick. They're taken high.
That's terrific by both teams there. Just crashing in. Ball just bobbling around everywhere. Tackles, bumps. Geelong eventually win it, but terrific by both teams.
A premium on every possession at the moment as Stevens goes short to Izzy Smith. A four-time premiership winning Hawk sends his kick out to half forward. Hawkins takes the catch in the cordon. Falling over the top of his teammate in the process in Mitch Duncan.
He kicks this one, he's a genius.
I think he could kick this.
A mark from Tom Hawkins.
It's a long way around, though, isn't it, from 35?
He looks like he's going to snap it.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's up against the fence here, left half forward, about 35-40 out. He'll open up the angle with the right boot. In the shadows of the grandstand, he bends it back. He's hit the post. Off a single step behind. 13 points, Geelong's lead. The biggest lead of the afternoon grows. Geelong 7-10, Port 6-3.
It's not enough, though.
Time on in the
to
third.
Call this game, I can tell you. Not enough.
Burton for Port Adelaide into a Lear in the back pocket. They'll continue around the boundary line to Amon, who gets the hand pass to Rosie, trying to find a way past Tui. Hand pass to Butters, wanted to feed it back. Now Dutt's back onto his right, switches across half-back to Burn-Jones, who takes the mark at the back edge of the square for Port Adelaide. Kicks out to Ollie Wines. He marks just in front of the interchange. Now where to? Has Marshall long down the line, puts it towards he and Kolajasny in a one-on-one. It bounces off Marshall straight to Kolajasny. Hand pass to Cooper Stevens. Off a step, kick to Parford, not 15. Play on's the call. Kicks to Blitzhamps in the middle of the ground.
So Geelong in transition here as Blitzhamps sends a hand pass out into the path of Duncan, who runs onto it. Ugly looking hand pass over to Jeremy Cameron on the run. Cameron misses. On with you, Sellers.
That was a throw.
There wasn't much of a fist on that from Mitch Duncan. As they say in the NBA, the ball don't lie. The footy gods took care of it. A minor score for Jeremy Cameron. A 14-point lead for the Cats.
Dear, oh dear. Port Adelaide running the outer side. Carl Lamont giving full measure. Robbie Gray's free. He marks right on 50. Powell Pepper's on from the bench. He's charging to the goal mouth. Gray doesn't have 50 in him, you wouldn't have thought. He goes short to Finlayson. Eventually, the options did present. It was just about finding the right one. And Jeremy Finlayson, who kicked a goal in the first quarter, kicked the opening goal of the match with a chance to try and kick his second and cut the margin back to single digits Geelong's way.
Quick ball movement. Yeah, that was really quick. Robbie Gray had 20 metres of space when he took that mark.
He's kicked goals in 5 of his 10 matches, Jeremy Finlayson. You feel like he's sort of better suited as the third forward. Here he is inside 50, having a shot slightly left of centre. He's dragged it out to the right and hits the right behind post, out of bounds on the full.
So close to the man on the mark.
Yep.
Yeah, got too close.
No change to the score. Geelong by 14. An opportunity goes begging for Port Adelaide.
Yeah, that was one they needed.
Stewart next to the behind post, kicks out to half-back. Rowan went for a fly, but it spills down to Collijaz, and he's still with the Cats. Hand pass to Parfitt, sends it down the wing, away towards Duncan. His hand pass out wide to Izzy Smith. Kicks deep inside 50. Hawkins and Cameron both down there. Jonas had it, lost it. Zach Guthrie, hand pass to Stengel, into the open goal and bangs it into the advertising hoardings. A third for Stengel, and the Cats are rolling at Kidinya Park. Geelong now out by 20. 8-11-59. Port Adelaide flat-footed. 6-3-39 late in the third term.
Well, one end of the ground, the other Sellers.
Yeah, couldn't keep with them.
Nah, through handball as well. Like, you know, the handballs weren't perfect. The one to Duncan was along the ground. Then Duncan to Isaac Smith was along the ground. But it's the forward momentum and the speed that's allowing the ball to move. Then Isaac Smith's kick inside forward 50. Didn't hit a target. But it's just dangerous. You're going into one-on-one contest inside forward 50. Stengel's been dangerous all day now. Terrific and unselfish by Zach Guthrie there to give the handball off. He must feel pretty good about himself, Stengel.
That's the
3
best
goals.
piece of play they've had all day.
Yeah,
the
no
best
doubt.
part of it.
The irony, of course, Port Adelaide moved it to the other end of the ground and couldn't take their chance with Geelong not even touching the footy. Finlayson having a run on the ruck here against Blitzouch. Comes down to Wines, gets the clearance for Port Adelaide, kicks towards half forward. Trying to run onto it is Isaac Smith, taps it away from Dumont. Dumont engages in a good battle physically, charging through Powell Pepper. Got it to Drew, hand pass to Boak, kicks Port Adelaide to 50. De Koning comes racing out, it bounces off his knee and lands just on the line for a throw-in.
So Cooper Stevens had 13 possessions now for the game. It looks like he's made of the right stuff.
What position do you reckon he's playing?
He's a mid.
He's sort of a cross half back, isn't he, today?
I think he's more mid.
Okay. Blitzouch tries to take it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Selwood. Gets the hand pass to Smith. Kicks up to the wing. Cameron trying to run onto it. Right there with him is Burton. He has his arms out as Cameron taps it over the boundary line for a throw-in. Sorry, Corby, I was going to say, you mentioned Travis Boak, who played in his first season here at Kidinya Park in his 10th game. Of course, he and Joel Selwood, high draft picks back in 2006. Travis Boak was taken at pick number 5 and Joel Selwood was taken at pick number 7. They featured in a grand final.
He certainly did, and it was a wide result that day.
Sorry, Port Adelaide fans.
Yeah. Free kick here from the boundary throw-in. Ruck infringement going Blitzhalf's way. Hand pass to Isaac Smith. High kick to half forward. Cameron had his name written all over it. Enters the pack and comes down with the footy at left half forward for the Cats.
That would have gone over a skyscraper. It was huge, hugely high. And Cameron had his eyes on it. The only one who got a hand on it.
He turns his back on the goals as well, and will kick after the siren at three-quarter time.
Is this barrel territory?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I think he's got a drop punt in him.
I think he's going to barrel. Jeremy Cameron is going to kick the tall. He's got hold of it. It's all the way there. The spiral from Jeremy Cameron after the three-quarter time siren. What a roost. It's been Geelong's quarter, and doesn't that emphasise it? The Cats by 26 at three-quarter time, and Jeremy Cameron with a 60-metre torp after the bell. Geelong 9-11-65, Port Adelaide 6-3-39. And isn't that a moment in front of the home fans? A 26-point lead for the Cats. Just quickly on the talk before we do the goal kickers and all the formalities. How about that, Salas?
No, that was spectacular.
How would you rate
I wish more people would do it.
How would you rate the spin? You wouldn't say it was the most cleanly executed talk, but it doesn't matter if it goes through.
Well, he's on 50. Just on 50. He has to kick a torpedo to get the distance. And they actually do move in the air different ways. Once you start your kick, it goes in and then sometimes comes back. So that was a great kick. What's the difference? How to go? Have a chip at it?
all the purists say, why didn't you kick a drop punt, you idiot, you know?
It's a shame that that's really the only time that exists in our game, is after the siren. Is the only time the players have a go at the barrel. And
they've had a couple, though. Mitch Duncan kicked one on
at that end.
The other end. I reckon after a siren as well. So they've had more than you'd expect have been successful.
3 for Tyson Stengel, 2 for Jeremy Cameron, 1 for Colajasny, Selwood, Hawkins and Close, while for Port Adelaide 2 for Marshall, 2 for Farrell, 1 each for Gray and Finlayson. So 9 goals to 6, but it's 9-11 to 6-3, so 26 points, a game high at three-quarter time. The Cats have kicked the last 5 goals in the game. Meanwhile, the Suns fell behind by 32. They won't go away. Western Bulldogs by 14. 32 played third term, Dogs by 14. That's in Ballarat, approaching three-quarter time there. On ABC Radio and Sport Digital, you're listening to Grandstand AFL.
Massive interest rate cuts from the
25% increase in
infectious.
Keep across the news that matters to you with the ABC Listen app.
Get up-to-the-minute local, national and world news. Live and on demand.
Where some NATO officials believe
In-depth investigations from ABC podcasts.
Like Triple J's Hack, ABC News Daily, and many more.
all the news that matters to you.
With the ABC Listen app.
This is Sir Doug Nicholls' Round
Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Comes to Demont, kicks up towards half-back, Duncan onto it. Half-pass to Stewart, ran into Finlayson. Gets it to Atkins, now to Colajasny from 50, an unlikely goal scorer. He's got it!
Duncan, his half pass out wide to Izzy Smith. Kicks deep inside 50. Hawkins and Cameron both down there. Jonas had it, lost it. Zach Guthrie, hand pass to Stengel into the open goal and bangs it into the advertising hoardings. A third for Stengel. Free kick here from the boundary throw-in. Ruck infringement going blitz half's way. Hand pass to Isaac Smith. High kick to half forward. Cameron had his name written all over it. Enters the pack and comes down with the footy at left half forward for the Cats. I think he's going to barrel. Jeremy Cameron is going to kick the talk. He's got hold of it. It's all the way there. The spiral from Jeremy Cameron after the three-quarter time siren.
The Sir Doug Nicholls Round
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Cats off and running. They're up by 26, having trailed by 7 early stages of that third term. Meanwhile, late in the third quarter in Ballarat, it's the Bulldogs by 13 points over the Suns. Up next on ABC Radio and Sport Digital, it is North Melbourne up against Nam. As Sir Doug Nicholls' round continues under the roof at Docklands, Brett Sprigg heading up the call. Spriggy.
Corbin, today the reigning premiers become the Nam Demons, as you mentioned, to reflect the true history of the land. Their branding adorned with the traditional place name of the Kulin Nation to mark Sir Doug Nicholls' round, while they continue to chase their own piece of history. 16 straight wins currently, 17 it would put them top 8 all time, and of course one step closer to Reg Hickey's great Geelong team of the 1950s. News here is there are no late changes for either side. North Melbourne brings in Greenwood, Horne-Francis, Simpkin and Sherry, so some good names back for them. Jake Melksham recalled for the Demons. The respective subs are Atu Pazenovallagi and, surprise, surprise, Toby Bedford. North Melbourne would especially be keen to improve on their typically slow starts. If that doesn't change today against the unbeaten defending premiers, well, we could be in for an election day landslide. I'll be joined by Andrew Mays, Brad Sewell and Luke Ball for the call. The Kangaroos and the Nam Demons up at Docklands next.
Thanks, Spriggy. Looking forward to that on the drive home from 6 p.m. tonight on ABC Radio. Sabra Lane alongside Raph Epstein for the coverage of the federal election. You can hear it on ABC Radio tonight. If you want the footy, the dream time at the G game, it'll be on ABC Sport Digital. For those of you in Adelaide, you'll get the game between the Crows and the Saints. Of course, both games will be streamed through the AFL app. Just click on the ABC worm in the match centre. Three-quarter time here, Cats by 26, Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, the Cats just tipped it on their head. They just flogged them in every area. When you have a look at the inside 50s, they're 46 to 27 now. They actually just tipped it over and continue to punch away. And they put on how many goals that quarter? Was it 3 goals that quarter? Oh, no, 4 5 goals that quarter, wasn't it? Five goals that quarter.
5-3.
Yeah, 5-3. And then they just did it easy. There was a beautiful football around the place. And you know where it came from? The midfield. They got a bashing at half-time, I can tell you. And all of a sudden you can see the pickup of blokes in the midfield who are starting to run with the ball, move the ball. You know, they can see that Danger had like 6 or 7 for the quarter. Some had 8 and 9. Zach Guthrie had a lot more. All those sort of guys. They were all around the place and the game's just started.
We're away in Q4 as Amon Sockers inside the forward 50 for Port. Out to meet it, Marshall. He's bowled over in the hip and shoulder from Stewart and a little slow to get up as well, Todd Marshall. Stewart's hand pass out to Dangerfield. Too hot for Cam Guthrie. Farrell's onto it against the boundary line. He pulls the kick to Gray in a one-on-one. Spoiled away by Buse. It'll sit okay for Zach Guthrie. Can run it out of defence.
Through the middle, he kicks to Duncan, who looks to work into the Hickey stand wing, where Stengel has space. Takes the mark on half-back, but not a lot of options. Long down the line, he has Hawkins. He's reluctant to go to that. Now cuts back, boundary side around. Amon has to kick to it. It's a 2-on-1. Setting himself in front was Houston. Couldn't take the mark. Hawkins wrestles with it. Houston got it to Powell Pepper. Retreats back to Aaliyah. He kicks around the wing. The mark is taken by Amon. Works up with a hand pass to Boat. Ran into a dead end. O'Connor got him. Stenger with the tackle as well. Geelong through Dangerfield. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie. He kicks straight back to where it was. Hawkins 1-on-1 with Cleary. Hawkins with a bit of a shove. Got away with it. Couldn't take the mark. And now he becomes the tackler as he absolutely dumps Dan Houston, and the ball goes out of play.
Does that rule still exist?
No.
What, you can push him in the back, doesn't matter what happens.
You're more chance of giving away a 50-metre descent from arguing than you are from giving a push. Don't worry about it.
Come on.
No, it's a disgrace, I'll tell you. That's terrible.
Hayes reaching over the top, wins the hit out from the boundary throw-in, down to Smith, who's locked up, and a ball up on the wing. Lauren Borden's on the boundary. Lauren, any side of Todd Marshall? Might just come back to Lauren, who's, I think Todd's just made his way off after being involved in that hip and shoulder moments ago from Tom Stewart. He was slow to get up and then had a towel as he made his way off the ground. I could see him sort of putting it to his face. I'm not sure if he was busted open or not, but he's certainly come to the bench. There's a free kick here, back edge to the centre square. It's going to go Port Adelaide's way, and Wines will take it. He was taken high and all of that. Three-quarter time, by the way, in Ballarat, a 14-point lead for the Bulldogs over the Suns. As Wines off half-back, sends it down the wing. Gee, out the back, Georgiades is...
Someone got knocked over.
Yeah, holding his neck and his shoulder, and he's going to be given the free. Wants to move it on at all costs. Hand pass to Boat, kicks inside 50. There's Robbie Gray.
Great.
And that duo links up again as Gray takes it on the fly.
Well, I like what they're doing. They're putting him in a dangerous spot. They want to get him in there so he can score. And he's small and he's quick, and that's the difference.
So Robbie Gray, the last bit of sunshine. The shadows starting to lengthen here at Kiddinya Park. Robbie Gray, right foot against the boundary line. Beautiful drop punt. It's one to grow on for Port Adelaide. Back to a 20-point game. The power move to 7-3-45. Chasing Geelong. The Cats 9-11-65. Port by 20, 3.5 played. Sorry, Geelong by 20, 3.5 played final term.
He sort of, when he kicks his set shots, Robbie Gray, it's like a flop shot in golf. He just gets it up there and just let the wind do it. Yeah, just let the wind do it nicely. But he's a beautiful kick for goal. He's been a clutch kick for goal over many years. But like you said, Cobb, we've said that combination, Boat to Gray or Gray to Boat, so many times through their 300 almost games playing together. So what they needed, Port, they needed that start. They needed the first goal of the first quarter. They try to build now.
Second goal for Robbie Gray in the match. Cancels out the Tom Hawkins one right on three-quarter time. The bounce is going to be recalled. And the umpire will throw it up in the middle of the ground. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Yeah, so you did say Todd Marshall did come to the bench. He had blood coming from his left eye. It looks like he might have copped a little bit of a boot in the face. So he's been patched up now and should be able to go on.
Thanks, Lauren. Blitzhouse took it out of the ruck and then tapped it out to the wing. Got the clearance. Stengel shoved out of it.
Yeah, that's not rules, not there.
The mark is taken by Dan
We can
Houston.
see it. Everyone else can see it, but the umpires can't.
I'm telling you, just don't let it bother you.
It's going to bother me.
Houston kicks up towards half forward. It comes to Rosie. Kicks inside 50. Robbie Gray caught behind against Jed Hughes. And Hughes sliding in front position takes the mark for the Cats. Kicks across half back to Cam Guthrie. He still has it inside 50 and short to Tom Stewart. So all of a sudden the Cats happy to just chip it laterally rather than trying to go forward.
Yeah. They don't want to do this, Geelong, though, because
20 points in front.
Stewart down the wing to Dangerfield, who marks overhead.
Possession number 17, Corb, coming up.
Right in front of the interchange. Of course, he played 13 showdowns in some pretty big games against Port in his career. Heads to half forward. Jonas trying to reel in a one-hander. It slips away from him and out of play. Boundary throw in half forward for the Cats. 50 out from their goal at the southern end. The Barwon River end. The end of the ground protected by the players' stand. Cats by 20. Port with the first goal of his final term through Robbie Gray.
Blitzhouse works his way to the front against Hayes, knocks it down to Cam Guthrie, hand pass to Cameron, kicks towards the teeth of goal. Aaliyah couldn't gather. Hawkins tries to run on it, tapping it to Stengel, can't get it, and Aaliyah knocks it through for a minor score. Almost that chemistry between Hawkins and Stengel is starting to grow. Geelong by 21 points. 5 minutes gone, final term.
Cats 6-3 in final quarters this year. Port Adelaide 5-4. So not a clear advantage there. As a long kick down the middle of the ground to centre half back reaches its way to Pau Pepper, who's tackled high. Free kick for Port. Jeremy Cameron's trying to claim it. The Geelong fans are slow to realise this is kicks going against them.
Pau Pepper said thanks for that. That was good.
That's going to be taken by Port Adelaide. I think your phone's going off, Salas. I can hear a bunch of noise bleeding through as Butters takes the mark on the outer wing. Kicks down to half forward for the Power and finds Finlayson. Looks into the middle of the ground. This is Hayes, the big ruckman, marks alongside the centre circles. Geelong by 21. Hayes continues to shift out to the members' wing. Houston looks inside the forward 50. Rosie upstairs, can't come down with it. Slips out the back to De Koning to Cam Guthrie, who trickles a kick to half back.
Farrell couldn't get it to Rosie. Still a chance for Cam Guthrie. Hand pass to Kolajasny, a goal scorer up towards Evans on the wing. Couldn't take the mark. Cleary spoils it down. Demont over the footy. Outworked by Evans, who comes up with it. 1-2 with Hawkins. Hand passes straight to Cleary. He kicks inside 50. Geelong have all the numbers and Blitzhouse marks on his chest. Charging out was Finlayson, but he was outnumbered. And the Cats across half back. Blitzhouse to Buse. Has it left half back. Can work it over the top to Cam Guthrie. What happened to the handball happy Cats in the third quarter?
Correct.
They've gone away.
This just worries me a little bit here to start this quarter with Geelong.
In the third term, they took the game on through the middle of the ground with a lot of hand passes. Kicked 5 goals, which is almost their best quarter since back to round 1 3 weeks ago. Quarter 1 against Freo 3 weeks ago. Aaliyah dragged down when he didn't have possession. A chance for Wines trying to get it back to Aaliyah. On the bottom of the pack is Evans. He's taken high. The Cats are going to take the advantage through Parfitt. Sends it long towards Cameron. Outmanoeuvred by Tom Jonas. And the Port Adelaide captain takes the mark.
Geelong by 21 as Jonas goes out wide and Amon marks underneath the scoreboard. I know you didn't want to give me your take, Rammer. I think you'll be flat out getting a second round compo pick for Carl Amon. Is that unfair?
It was a trade week or something, is it?
Yeah. It's an interesting one, Corp. I'm going to just keep my powder dry on that one, I think.
Surely a late first rounder.
I feel like he's
not playing his best football at the moment. So that's why I think the second half of the season will be important for him.
Stocks falling as Drew on the wing kicks inside 50 for Port Adelaide. A shove from Georgiades. Says play on.
They don't play him.
Buse for Geelong. Hand pass to Stewart. Kicks to half back and De Koning takes the mark on the back flank. So the Cats lead it by 21 points. 9 travelled final term.
This kid's done a pretty good job.
Yeah. Look, he's definitely their key defender for the future. So
yeah, he's pretty good.
That's a given.
Sam De Koning kicks up to the wing towards Blitzhouse. Couldn't take the mark. Burton over the footy for Port Adelaide. Hand pass to Demont. Kicks up towards Farrell. And there he is again. De Koning spoils it out of play for a boundary throw-in. We spoke to his brother Tom. You mentioned Corby last night. Sam grew up a Carlton fan. The part you left out is that Tom grew up a St Kilda fan. Wore number 12, Nick Revolt, throughout all his playing career. And I was a bit disappointed on the SMS. They mentioned we didn't give him the nickname The Tape, TDK. From the throw-in, Travis Boat trying to knock it on to Drew. Hand buster to Mott. I'm glad you're on board, Sellers. It bounces out of play in front of Jed Hughes for a boundary throw-in.
I don't think anyone else got it.
Well, we didn't think of it last night, but there's some pretty sharp people on the text line.
Meanwhile, in Ballarat, 15 minutes into the final term. 15 points the margin the Dogs way, 6 minutes into the final term. And back here, Houston trying to go inside 50 as his kick smothered, ricochets out of bounds, a throw-in. Brennan Parfitt doing the 1%er there, forces the neutral ball. Boundary throw-in, Finlayson wins it down to Wines. Wines hooks the kick to centre half forward. Clean bowls a couple, including Marshall inside the forward 50 for Port. Here's Buse. He's tackled by Marshall, who's back out there, and we'll have a ball up here. Forward pocket for Port Adelaide. They're coming over to the northern end or the city end of the ground in this final term. It's a 21-point lead for Geelong, 11 played in the last.
With the only goal this final term, Blitzavs knocks it down. Parfitt tackle by Drew. Ball spills clear. Jed Hughes can't break away. Robbie Gray has the tackle. Umpire waits a few moments. Eventually Butters had it. Tackled, dispossessed. It does come out to Isaac Smith of Geelong. Kicks up and under the wing. Cameron and Dangerfield there. Cameron couldn't take the mark. Got it on to Dangerfield. Free kick Geelong's way. Advantage taken for Selwood. Wanted Rowan to lead towards him. Eventually Alear in front. Was able to pick off the intercepting kick. Kicks up towards Boak. It's a 3-on-1 Geelong's way. And this time Cooper Stevens kicks it straight back to Jonas. The Port Adelaide captain takes the mark at half-back. Played 64 consecutive games before missing last week with health and safety protocols, so that streak comes to a close. Kicks to Carl Amon inside the defensive 50.
Amon off the back flank to Butters, who leaps up, can't take the mark, ends up going over his head. Atkins under pressure, got a hand pass through to De Koning. In fact, it was Kolajasny. This is Atkins, got the hand pass, kicks out to Tui. Tui up into the front half, looks for Hawkins in a one-on-one with Cleary. Carries them both and slips out of play. And a boundary throw in, 70 out from the Geelong goal. Cats by 21, 12 travelled final term. Meanwhile, in Ballarat, 9 minutes played in the last. It's the Bulldogs by 21 over the Suns.
Finlayson doing a bit more in the ruck in this final term up against Blitzavs here. Wins down the tap towards Amon, who knocks it on to Powell Pepper. Little underground kick from Finlayson works. Getting the hand pass was Houston. He drives a kick towards Robbie Gray. One-on-one with O'Connor. Clears the two of them. Marshall tries to run onto it. Toe pokes it to the boundary. Then tried to tap it back to Robbie Gray. But O'Connor sees it out of play. 45 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal. The Cats by 21 points, but we're now 13 minutes through the final term. The only goal in this final term have come through Port Adelaide, so they'll need to get a bit of a wriggle on if they're to mount a charge here.
4 lead changes in the game, but the last of them midway through the third quarter from the boundary throw-in. Blitzarps grabs it out of the ruck, going to the line without Stanley, but kicks it out on the full. Free kick for Port. And a chance to go back inside 50. And taken by Amon here at high half forward. Kicks inside the forward arc. Blitzarps had hands on it again. Can't mark. Slips to Tui. Marshall wraps him up straight away and we'll have a ball up 20 metres out from the Port goal. They need a nice bit of stoppage work here. 21 points the Cats lead. Deep inside the forward 50. Up it goes for Port Adelaide. Spills down to Wines. He went without it. Off the deck, Stevens. Hand pass to the boundary line. Out of play and a throw-in. 50 out from the Port Adelaide goal at right half forward. And Geelong by 21. Just repeating, 6 p.m. tonight, ABC Radio, Sabra Lane and Rath Epstein, your coverage of the federal election. If you want the footy, it's on ABC Sport Digital.
You'll be listening to that, won't you, Corby? You'll be all over the election.
I am a big election fan.
I need to get a bit of Anthony Green, so I need my TV on as well. Gathered by Cleary, who runs onto it at half-back, kicks towards half forward. Rosie brought it down to the front. Georgiades couldn't gather for Port Adelaide. There's still a chance as Rosie's hand pass just too sharp for Wines. He gets back onto it himself, Rosie. 1-2 with Powell Pepper. He was down when he wasn't in possession, Rosie. So Wines takes the advantage, kicks inside 50. Farrell had it spoiled away from him by Stewart of Geelong. It ricochets out to Isaac Smith. Took a bounce which initially didn't come back. He gathers and kicks to Fraser Evans, who takes the mark on right half back.
Yet to lose a game in his career as he just stabs at the kick along the boundary line, and Duncan skids in to take the mark.
I think I might have called poor old Francis Fraser. Sorry, Francis.
I gave Isaac Smith a premiership in the third quarter. He's only a 3-time premiership winning Hawkers. People reminded me on the SMS, not the 4 that I gave him, as Duncan's kick goes down the wing, and intercept mark taken by Wines. Hand pass to Burn-Jones, kicks in the middle of the ground. There is Francis Evans, collects for Geelong. Hand pass away to Buse. Buse can put Geelong deep inside 50. Cameron down there, punches it away. Still a light ball, 30 out from the Cats' goal. Jonas takes on Cameron, caught, holding the ball. Free kick for Jezza, dead in front. He'll shoot from 30 out.
Yeah, forward half tackle. That's what you want. What you need, and all of a sudden you get the reward.
This will make it tough for Port.
Oh, very tough. I think they're actually cruising now, Geelong. They're actually controlling the game very, very well. And this will finish it off.
They kicked their last goal after the three-quarter time siren. Jeremy Cameron. And that's just about game. Through it goes. And Cameron comes up with his third. Geelong are out by 27 points, 16 minutes into the final term. And the Cats move to 10-12-72. Port Adelaide 7-3-45. The Cats by 27 on Grandstand AFL. Mark McClure.
Well, they're just cruising to victory now. I mean, they've had that little battle through the second quarter where they were really ordinary, and then they picked themselves up in the third and actually dominated that quarter completely. Scored very well, and they're now doing it again. Now they're stretching their friendship a little bit from Port Adelaide. They're not quite up to it at this stage and this afternoon, and they're now finding it quite simple to do what things that they haven't been able to do early in the game. They've been very, very good the second half of this game.
Warren Borden on the boundary.
Geelong ready to activate their medical sub. It'll be Dangerfield coming off for Myers. Dangerfield hasn't looked right all day, and especially with that knock at the end of the first term to his left leg. Looks like he's heading to the back of the bench, and Myers will come on.
Thanks, Lauren. Missed a large portion of the week with illness. Didn't train a lot. Port Adelaide had won their last 4, but the Cats seem to have their measure today. Blitzhouse wins down the tap. Cameron having a run in the middle of the ground. Kicks inside 50. Close, knocked it down. A chance for Evans. Dragged down by Jonas. Did he fall on his back? The umpire said he did. Geelong free kick going the way of Francis Evans. He's 60 metres out from goal, though. Looks into the pocket. Hawkins in front. Cleary couldn't take the mark. Chance for Amon to try and clear it up for Port Adelaide. Hand pass to Burn-Jones. Looks out the half-back. Kicks towards Motlop. Got rid of Buse. Gathers the footy. Now has Selwood to deal with, who takes him over the boundary line. Buse and Selwood both tackle him into the signage. There's a few Geelong fans who are leaning over the fence with words and claps of encouragement for the Geelong captain alongside his fellow defender.
They'd be constructive with their feedback, I'm sure.
Very. Yep. You get an earful.
Meanwhile, in Ballarat, 14 played final term. It's the Bulldogs who lead it there, so Dogs by 14 points over the Suns.
That's not over.
No, they did have it out by as many as 32 at one point, but the Suns hanging around. Finlayson from the stoppage, kicks down the wing. Rosie to Gray, and he fumbles out of play at halfway.
And it's not really hard to get a bake from the crowd, I can assure you. If you get close to them, they just find something ordinary about you, and there's a lot of that around. They do. Even the Carlton people gave it to me.
18 minutes into the final term, 27 points the lead for the Cats. Finlayson out of the ruck, kicks to centre half forward. Marshall knocks it down to Georgiades. He overruns it, spills to Motlop. Hand pass to Rosie, still at centre half forward. Shoots goalward, Rosie offline. He misses.
Just can't find one, can they?
Nope.
They've only had 11 shots to 22 to the opposition. That is a bit of a flogging in a sense.
10-12 to 7-4, so Geelong by 26, 19 played in the last.
Smith into Tui, works it up to half-back. Selwood just nudged out of it by Sam Powell-Pepper. Goes long from 65. Unfortunately, Tom Stewart it was, who was standing in the middle, was able to take an uncontested mark. Works it out to the back pocket. And Jeremy Cameron takes the mark. He seems to be having a run through the middle. He's able to link up with Cam Guthrie. Back to Jezza, who runs the Hickey wing. Looks up towards the middle of the ground and finds Blitzavs. He can switch play. Selwood's pushing down the middle of the ground, uncontested. He marks it right half forward, can work it over the top, inside 50. And the mark is taken by Mark O'Connor, who's pushed forward. Just kicked the 4 goals throughout his 72 games.
That was interesting, that Pal Pepper kick. He had no hope of making the distance, but he still banged it to the goal square. There was one player, and it was a Geelong player. Instead of actually holding it and trying to hit somebody with the ball, that sums him up in a nutshell.
What do you think of Jeremy Cameron having a run in the middle?
I love it. I think he's great athlete, incredible athlete.
Mark O'Connor, the Irishman, from just on 50, sets fly, he drags it across the left, and it's going to be a minor score. Geelong by 27 points. 20 minutes gone, final term.
Ryan Burton in the kick-out duties for Port, so a 4-game winning sequence looks like it's about to be halted here at Kardinia Park for Port Adelaide after that zip and 5 start, so it puts them 2 games below 500, still with a lot of work to do to play finals. As Burn-Jones hand pass to Pal Pepper, he knocks it on to Selwood, who tries to do a U-turn and slips out of play. A boundary throw-in on the Hickey wing. Meanwhile, down in Ballarat, 8.5 minutes on the game clock. Bulldogs still by 14 over the Suns. Here it's the Cats by 27 as we tick into time on in the final term. Cameron, there he is around the footy again and winning it from the boundary throw-in. Jams it on the boot, surge, kick to centre half forward. It pitches, slips through, looks like it was favouring Stengel. Rowland attacks it, knocks it onto Close. Close snaps but misses.
See, freeing up the full forward to go into the midfield is a really good thing because he gets the ball. And he's had 20-odd possessions, Cameron. 20 plus.
Cats by 28, time on final term.
Does allow them to play a smaller forward line. Yeah. Houston from half back, worked it up to the wing. Stewart dragged down. Good tackle laid by Georgiades.
They've also got a ball down there too, don't worry about that.
Tom Hawkins, absolutely.
They don't need too many.
Georgiades takes the free kick. He's going to kick it in the middle of the ground where Burton takes the mark. Gets the hand pass away to Darcy Burn-Jones, who's a bit loose with his hand pass on the bounce to Cleary. Has enough time to gather. 1-2 with Jones. Jones works it to Jonas at left half back. Short kick too wide for Wally Wines, and Evans picks it up for Geelong. Hand pass to Close to Zach Guthrie to brother Cam. Over the top to Stengel. Inboard to Jesse Cameron on the fly from 45. He pokes it out in front of Hawkins. Missed him by 5 metres. Hawkins has enough space to run onto it. Steps out. Snaps on the right. He likes it tougher from the pockets anyway. The Tomahawk kicks his second. Jezza and the Tomahawk combined in the end. You probably could have made the case that Cameron could have just done it all himself because he was streaming through 50. But Geelong are out by 34 points, 11-14-80 to Port Adelaide 7-4-46. 22 minutes gone in the final term. The Cats are running away with it now.
When you actually go in the midfield like he does and run around on his own when no one's actually pushing and shoving and bashing him all over the place, it's a freedom that you don't get in the forward line at all. You're always under the pump by somebody or 2 or 3 sometimes who want to come over the top of you. So that's a really good move by them. But that was a pretty poor kick by Cameron. But it ended up okay because Hawkins actually is very good at that hook kick from the boundary line. And that is the end of this game now. They've just completely crushed him. They're well in front.
New game high. They've kicked 7 of the last 8 goals in the game. 34 points, Geelong's lead. Hayes in the middle of the ground wins it down to Travis Boak. He goes charging out of the middle and kicks to the top of the goal square. De Koning spoils, but straight down to Georgiades, who snaps and hits the post. And behind, as you said, Sellers, they can't buy one here, Port. 33 points, Geelong's lead. Time on in the last. Meanwhile, goals to Bontempelli and then the immediate response for Rankin. So still at 14 points in Ballarat. The Bulldogs 12-16, Gold Coast 11-8, 7.5 minutes left on the game clock there.
Atkins into the back pocket for Mitch Duncan, who takes the mark. He works it to the defensive 50, and Zach Tui has it. So the Cats have got Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs in the next 2 weeks. We're back here at Kardinia Park for Saturday afternoon footy next week, ahead of the bye. Long kick up to the wing. Blitzhouse is in the pack, knocks it on to Hawkins, tries to combine with Parfitt, gets it back to Hawkins, works it forward to Blitzhouse, and now they're clear. Close with a hand pass to Cameron. He drives a long kick inside 50. Stengel and Rowan are there. It bounces off Rowan's head. A free kick going Port Adelaide's way as Aaliyah was cannon into.
He found a push in the back, did he?
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Yep, so Aaliyah slowly gets up.
And you have such little faith. You didn't think we were doing that anymore.
I think they gave up on it.
Yeah, I didn't think we were.
As Burn Jones goes short to Zach Butters. And his shoulders taped us. And he always has Butters. He switches the play out to the left-back flank to Farrell, who's up and running with a couple of bounces. In front of the interchange, he's dumped by Cam Guthrie after kicking downfield. And a downfield free kick will go to Todd Marshall. And Marshall will get it. The man on the mark stands 49 metres from goal. Dangerous kick. Pokes it into the pocket. Just gets it to Robbie Gray.
Yeah, he'll just get it through the middle.
Marks the left up forward.
He's pretty good at it.
He's about 2 steps in from the boundary line on his left, but I'm with you, Sellers. I wouldn't be betting against him.
Nope.
Nabi Charles missed a shot in Ballarat, so Dogs by 13. Final 6 minutes on the game clock there.
Hung around pretty good, though. Pretty well, haven't they?
Power down 33 here. Robbie Gray's kick fades dramatically to the left. And misses the whole set near side. Out on the full. Geelong by 33. 26 travelled in the last. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Geelong's just confirmed it's tightness in Dangerfield's calf, the reason that he's not playing out the rest of this match. Obviously, he's had a few issues with that calf throughout the season.
He'll miss next week then, I imagine, Clinchy?
Well, you keep tabs on these things, so you'll tell me he won't, because for every chance a player is subbed out there, every chance to return the next week.
18% chance is what we've seen this year, Clinchy, which is a dramatic rise on last year of subbed out players featuring the following week.
It used to be if you're subbed out, an automatic 7-day miss. As Atkins kicks up to the wing, Sam De Koning takes the mark and then quickly gives a hand pass to Rowan, who's run down by Farrell, got to his feet and brushed out of the tackle. Not sure how he did that. Stevens kicks inside 50 and Stengel marks on his chest. Just inside 50, wants to go short, Parfitt, not 15. Now he's tackled, has to get rid of it as Eamon lays the tackle. Myers gets the hand pass to Stengel in the right forward pocket. It's across the face, and Tui has it spoiled away from him by Willem Drew through for a minor score. Geelong by 33 points. At 34 make it at the 26-minute mark of the final term.
Doesn't get any easier for Port. They play the mighty Bombers next Sunday at Adelaide Oval. They might be coming off a win, the Dons.
Who against?
Great time at the G tonight, over the Optimist.
Play Richmond tonight. We'll see what happens there for the poor old Dons.
I don't think they... Ask Rammer.
Where
is Rammer anyway?
I think he's already on the way there. As Geelong chop Port Adelaide's thrust forward off at centre-half back. This is Brian Myers, the man who's come on the ground for Dangerfield. He kicks out wide to Atkins. So the Cats by 34 points. They've taken over in the second half after trailing by 7 early in the third quarter. And Atkins goes back to Myers. And the logo signalling Sir Doug Nicholls round, the first of 2 weeks. And the beautiful Indigenous jumpers.
They're playing with them now.
On display as Myers goes short and wide out to College Asney. He goes long with a contest, kick to half forward. In from the side, Lockie Jones spoils. He was the only man who went up. Here's Stengel in the pocket, trying to bounce it through, and Butters helps it on its way. The rush behind. Last touch by Butters in the goal square. Cats by 35. So the lead continues to grow. A new game high again. Geelong 11-16, Port 7-5. Late going final turn.
Burton brings the power back in, finds Farrell at half back, straight through the middle looking for Finlayson. Had to hold his ground as O'Connor came late. Looking straight down the middle with a long kick inside 50. Robbie Gray, 1-1 with Buse. Motlop front and centre. Back to Robbie Gray, one way, then the other. Hand pass to Willem Drew. He snaps from 45 towards the goal mouth. They're queuing up.
That was
Travis Boak takes the mark.
That was a Shepherd too.
And it was a Shepherd.
Yeah, it was a Shepherd.
So Boak won't get the shot on goal. Zach Guthrie takes the free kick. He chips it into the back pocket. Cooper Stevens over the top to Mitch Duncan, and Geelong defend their home turf. Too strong for Port Adelaide with a third quarter burst. The Cats by 35 points as they move to 6-4.
The greatest team of all, we are Geelong. We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from doors to doors.
points at quarter time. Port Adelaide by a point at half-time, and the Cats kicked 5 goals to 1 in the third term to open up a 26-point advantage, which included a Tom Hawkins barrel after the siren. Jeremy Cameron, wasn't it? After three-quarter time. And in the end, the Cats were able to get clear and win by 35 points, 11-16-82 to Port Adelaide, 7-5-47.
We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dawn, down at Gardenia Park.
For the winners, Jeremy Cameron booted 3, Tyson Stengel with 3 as well. A couple to Tom Hawkins, individuals to College Asney, Selwood, and close for the Cats. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, 2 goals to Robbie Gray, 2 goals to Todd Marshall, 2 goals to Kane Farrell, and Jeremy Finlayson, the other goal scorer for Port Adelaide. Their 4-game winning streak comes to an end. The Cats too strong at home. It means they remain inside the top 8, a game clear of the charging pack.
So a 35-point win for Geelong. Meanwhile, a goal for the Western Bulldogs down in Ballarat. So that'll just about end the game down there. The Dogs now lead by 13 points. There's just over 2 minutes left on the game clock. So a spirited showing by the Gold Coast. They were within 7 points, but the Dogs just steadying up late. Cats by 35, Sellers. They defend their place in the top 8. They get themselves to 6-4. The Power are now 4-6. What did you make of it all?
Well, I just made of it in the third quarter. They just changed the game around completely for mine. They just absolutely dominated from that moment on. They went in at half-time and they were poor the first half. I thought they were very, very poor in how they played and how they operated. And I'm sure Chris Scott did too, and gave them a mouthful and actually straightened them up. Sometimes you need a bit of a clip every now and then to straighten yourself up. And they did very, very well. In the third quarter, they kicked... in the second half, they kicked 6 goals. They kicked 7 goals in the second half of the game versus 4 in the first half. And I tell you, Cameron was fantastic. I love the way he plays, and he's such an athletic player. And with Hawkins as a real bull, and I love the way that they put him in the middle to give him a chance to free him up, get away from his opponent. Don't have to worry about it. He had a big day as well, all those areas. But I actually enjoyed what they actually finished at the end. They controlled the game comfortably. In the third quarter, they kicked away, and then they held it. They held their nerve, and they kept going at it and kept the actual ball movement really good. They chewed them up in the last half. The disposal difference is massive when you think about it for the team area there. And they had 400 possessions in that game. That's a massive day out. And the other team had 375. A lot of chip passes, short ones, this and that. But 400 possessions is huge. And I really like the way they're 57 inside 50s to 43. So they had to dominate the game. They had to outscore them when you think about that. 14 more. That's a lot, you know, if you're working on those sort of areas. So to me, I love the way that the contested ball as well, contested they won. They won that by 30. And if you win the contested ball and the clearances in this game, you win. You get it into the forward line as quick as you can, and most forward lines can score from that area. That's the judgment point for mine. Contested ball was huge in that area, and their clearance work was enormous. They won that by 10. So all of a sudden you have a look around the ground and you go, well, gee whiz, they're a pretty balanced side. I know they're some of them are getting a little old and all that sort of stuff. I don't care how old you are, as long as you continue to play in the right manner. And I love the way they changed their style in the second half, in the third quarter especially, with quickness and speed and all those different things. So that's a difference we've seen from Geelong. Port Adelaide, well, I look for character in teams. Who's the character in this team that's going to run this team? Who's going to stand up in this team? Who's the one who's going to make the decision? Who's the one who's going to do the push? I suppose Robbie Gray is one of them. He's the one who stands out to me as one who can. The other one is Jonas. I love him. And to me, I really like Dan Houston. I thought Dan Houston's game was a superb game for him. And you can see the character in these people in how they play and how they operate as a teammate and all those sorts of things. And there's lots of others, but you know what? It's in patches, though. It's not in consistency, not from quarter to quarter to quarter to quarter. It's a flash here and it's a flash there from some. They need to actually straighten themselves up a bit. Take a little breath and just sort of sit there and say, well, how good was I today? Did I actually play okay or not? You know what I mean? Think about it. Did I? No, I didn't cover you there. I didn't do those little things there. I didn't do that there. And that's why we're an ordinary team. And that's what that's going to stay as.
Full-time Geelong by 35 points, so as wide as it got was at the finish. A game-high margin, 35 points. Geelong winners over Port Adelaide, 11-16-82 over Port Adelaide, 7-5-47. Coming up for our audience on ABC Radio throughout the ACT, you will be getting coverage of the NRL game between the Dragons and the Warriors. Thanks to Brian off the SMS, who's been listening to us through Canberra. I hope you've enjoyed the call this afternoon. Shout out to Dean as well, who messaged about which end has really been the scoring end in the games at Kardinia Park here this year. I haven't got all the numbers in front of me, Dean, but I agree with your theory that it feels like, probably against what you would ordinarily think, the scoring end's actually been the end that's been exposed and wide open, that hasn't got the protection.
There was a bit of breeze there today too.
Yeah.
That went down that way. But you know what? Did it actually influence the game? I don't think it did.
not.
No,
Yeah.
but you know what? You can make up all the excuses you want, but the scoreboard gives you the result, okay?
Cam the truckie, who's from Melbourne but en route to WA. Thanks for being with us, Cam. You're going to need your app tonight, and hopefully you get some reasonable reception to try and keep following the footy. The coverage of the federal election will be right here on ABC Radio across the country tonight with Sabra Lane and Raph Epstein. So a huge night, our coverage starting from 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. The footy's on ABC Sport Digital or through the AFL app. Just look out for the Match Centre and the ABC icon. And Neil in Coburg pointed out the previous two games in which Jake Kolodjasny had kicked a goal, Geelong had lost both of them. Obviously, they're winners today as he goaled for just the third time in his 142-game career. Cats by 35 points in the winners' rooms with Lauren Borden. Lauren.
Slowly making their way into the rooms, the Cats players. Not too loud, pretty quiet actually. I think you can kind of tell by their performance today. They're kind of echoing that now as they push their way out to big winners after trailing in the first half though. But they're finally coming together and they'll belt out the song now.
We're always on the boom, 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 boom. We play the game as it should be played. Hey, at home or far away. Our land is flying high, so don't stop down at Kardinia Park.
They were 2-3 Geelong in their past 5 games at Kardinia Park. So in their last 6, they square off at 3-3. They were beaten last start here, obviously, by the Dockers a couple of weeks ago, a 35-point win over Port. So they shore up their place in the top 8. They move to 6-4. They play Adelaide back here at home next Saturday.
The big question is, are they really that good to win this competition? Can they win the premiership is the biggest question we've got to ask. I know they're going to get there because they play a lot of games and they'll win some. But will they win the premiership? That's the key, and I'm not certain they're up to that at this stage.
Port Adelaide next week play Essendon in the twilight on Sunday. They're 4-6. Meanwhile, full-time in Ballarat, the Western Bulldogs 15-16, 106. They defeat Gold Coast 13-9, 87. So a spirited showing from the Suns in Ballarat, but a win for the Bulldogs by 19 points. Next stop for most of you are North Melbourne and Melbourne, but the votes sellers in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Where are you going?
I'm going one for Dan Houston. I thought Dan Houston was superb in the back half. He was sensational. Had 30 possessions, 23 kicks, 7 handballs, 11 marks. That's a really good result. Good intercept marker, and he's a really good player. I like that. And a couple of tackles to go with it. I gave 2 to Cam Guthrie. And Cam Guthrie had 37 possessions in the middle of the ground. So after half time, he had 8 at that time through the middle, and all of a sudden now he's got 30 odd. So they actually sort of they picked themselves up big time. 22 handballs, 15 kicks, 4 marks, 3 tackles. I love all that. They've got to do all those things. And then I gave Jeremy Cameron. I love what Jeremy Cameron. He kicked. It's hard to kick goals in this game, real hard. And he made a really good start to it. He had 24 possessions when he went into the middle of the ground, and he helped them out there. Had 17 kicks, 4 marks, and 3 goals to go with it as well. I thought he was terrific. He was the one who moves around. He's the one who doesn't stand still like Tommy does sometimes. His man is hard to play on. He makes him hard to play on. So Jeremy Cameron 3.
3 to Cameron, 2 to Cam Guthrie, 1 to Dan Houston. So winners this afternoon, Geelong by 35 points over Port, and the other game played in regional Victoria this afternoon, the Dogs by 19 points over the Gold Coast Suns. Coming up for most of our audience, it is North Melbourne up against the Narm Demons as Sir Doug Nicholls round continues. For those of you in the ACT, it's the NRL, the Dragons and the Warriors. It is election day. If you haven't already, go and vote tonight from 6 p.m. on ABC Radio with Sabra Lane and Raph Epstein. Coverage from